Chapter 700. Master, is this floating cloud city? The young man asked as he looked at the crowd below with great interest. The name of the city hasn't changed, but the people have changed. Too much has changed in 1,000 years, the old man sighed. Is that mountain peak over there where Ascending Heaven Cliff is located? The young man turned his gaze to the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. The 1,000-year demon flower blooms on that peak. The old man nodded lightly. Yao, this time I brought you here mainly for the blooming of the 1,000-year demon flower. Since you were born, you've been following me in cultivation in the mountains, so you know nothing about the ways of the world. Now that you're here, don't stir up trouble and be careful of the sinister hearts of the people. Disciple understands. The young man nodded respectfully. But Master, you also went to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. Can you tell me more about it? I'm very curious about that thing. The old man smiled faintly and said, It's hard to explain. When that day comes, you'll naturally understand. All right, let's first pay a visit to the city lord. I remember that the city lord should be a descendant of an old friend of mine. Master, please slow down, the young man called Yao, politely supported the old man as they slowly descended from the sky. Many people in the city were looking at this old man and young man in amazement, but none of them paid too much attention to them. After all, there were too many cultivators coming in and out of Floating Cloud City right now. This old man looked old and decrepit, as if he was on the verge of death, but he was slowly exuding the aura of a master. Inside the city lord's mansion, masters from the 3 clans had gathered. City Lord Aogu was a master from the demon race, while Vice City Lords Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao belonged to the human race and monster race respectively. All 3 of them were Saint Realm masters. Every 3 years, these 3 would compete for the position of City Lord. The other 2 who lost would take up the position of Vice City Lord. Together, they would be in charge of Floating Cloud City. At this moment, the masters from the 3 clans were discussing important matters. The 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom and Floating Cloud City was overcrowded, so they needed to make some arrangements to prevent chaos from occurring and bring disaster to Floating Cloud City's foundation. Moreover, during this critical period, they would not allow any Saint Realm masters to set foot within 100 kilometers of Floating Cloud City. The 1,000-year demon flower was the symbol of Floating Cloud City and the foundation of its prosperity. In the 1,000 years before the demon flower bloomed, there would be many people who would come to Heaven Ascending Cliff to admire its magnificence. These martial artists that came and went brought a great deal of benefits to the city. It was precisely because of this that they were so serious about this matter. This was to ensure that when the demon flower bloomed, it would not be disturbed by the aura of any Saint Realm master. Master! Old man, Aogu frowned and waved his hand unhappily. I won't see him. Let him go. The guard didn't leave. Master! Bring it here. The guard quickly handed over the item, but Aogu only glanced at it for a moment before his complexion changed, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seemingly recalling something, Aogu took a moment to put it away. Turning to Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao, Aogu said, Both of you, that's all for today. I need to meet someone. As City Lord pleases, Zhou Liang nodded lightly. After Aogu left, Jin Jiao glanced towards the door thoughtfully and quickly said, Brotherly, if this person knows Aogu's grandfather, doesn't that mean he has lived for nearly 1,000 years? Zhou Liang glanced over at him. Is there a lack of old monsters in this world? Jin Jiao grinned meaningfully. There are quite a few, but there aren't many masters who are related to the Aogu family. I don't know if Brotherly noticed, but the item that guard just brought in was the Aogu family's family token. Only those who have made great contributions to the family are eligible to receive one. As far as I know, the Aogu family has only ever issued a total of 3 tokens. 2 are in the hands of the demon race and are owned by the Aogu family's retainers, while the last one is in the hands of the human race. The one who came is a human. Zhou Liang concluded he didn't feel any strong demonic qi from outside the house. Then there's a big problem. Jin Jiao's expression changed. What do you mean? Do you know which human race master obtained the Ao Gu family's family token? Zhou Liang pondered for a moment before quickly saying, to be able to make the Ao Gu family give out their family token, this human race master must be extraordinary. The hatred between the human race, demon race, and monster race was quite deep and basically didn't interact with each other, except in neutral territory. The Ao Gu family wasn't a small family, so to be able to make such a huge contribution to such a family, this human race master must be a character who could reach the heavens. Brother Jean, I don't know these secrets, but if you do, why don't you tell me? Jin Jiao glanced around before leaning a little closer to Zhou Liang and whispering a few words. Zhou Liang's complexion changed greatly. Really? I can't be wrong. Jin Jiao nodded heavily. If it really is him. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao glanced at each other and couldn't sit still any longer, quickly standing up and chasing after Ao Gu. Outside the city lord's mansion, Ao Gu hurried over, but after seeing the old man in front of him, he was stunned for a long time before respectfully bowing. This junior didn't expect that it really was senior. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. This junior hopes senior can forgive me. The several guards outside the mansion almost had their eyes pop out of their sockets. The demon race was an extremely arrogant and tough race, and the masters of the demon race would never easily bow their heads to others. In this regard, Ao Gu was even more so. After so many years, they had never seen the city lord act so respectfully to a new master. Moreover, this person was a human race master. What was the background of this old man? He was actually able to make Master Ao Gu bow to him. The several guards were in a daze for a moment. The old man chuckled. It's been many years since we last met. The little boy from back then has also grown up. It's rare that you still remember my appearance. And how is Austin now? Ao Gu sadly replied, Grandfather passed away 100 years ago. Hearing this, the old man sighed slightly. My old friends are all gone, leaving only this old fart behind to linger on. What is senior saying? Your existence is the blessing of the human, monster, and demon races. Ha, I'm too old, I really can't hold on any longer. The old man slowly shook his head. This little brother is... Ao Gu's eyes swept over the young man beside him, a suspicious look on his face. Junior Zhai Yao greets senior. I am master's disciple. The young man respectfully saluted and introduced himself. Ao Gu's eyes lit up, his expression filled with excitement. Senior has accepted a disciple? The old man nodded. I'm about to die, so I wanted to pass on my mantle. This child's aptitude is quite good, so I decided to keep him by my side to teach him. Young man, your luck is really good, being able to worship a character like Senior as your master. I'm afraid you'll be the envy of all living beings in this world. Ao Gu sighed. He could also tell that this young man named Zhai Yao was not a human, but a monster race. It was just that the demonic qi in his body was perfectly hidden, so anyone below Ao Gu's level of strength would not be able to see any clues. Ao Gu secretly praised, thinking that this senior's mind was really open-minded. As a human, he had actually accepted a monster race as his last disciple. This was something no one else could do. Perhaps, in his mind, there were no boundaries between the human, monster, or demon races, and they were all part of the world. It was precisely because of this viewpoint that he was able to win the respect of the entire world. For a time, Ao Gu was filled with awe. While speaking, Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao hurriedly rushed out of the city lord's mansion and arrived in front of the old man, cupping their fists. Greetings, senior. The two of you should be Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao, vice city lords of Floating Cloud City, right? The old man smiled slightly. Indeed, senior's vision is like a torch. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao's faces suddenly glowed, as if they had never thought that this master would actually recognize them. Good. The old man nodded heavily. Floating Cloud City is so prosperous under the jurisdiction of the three of you. It seems you have put in a lot of effort. It would be great if there were more people like you in this world, able to put aside the gaps and barriers between races. At that time, all living beings under the heavens would become one family. This old master doesn't know if he will be able to see such a scene in his lifetime. Junior will certainly work hard. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao quickly expressed, I don't dare say anything about other places, but in Floating Cloud City, Senior will definitely see it. Ha, then this old master will look forward to it. The old man smiled slightly. Senior, let's talk inside. Aogu quickly made an inviting gesture, seemingly not willing to let Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao talk to this master for long. The old man nodded slightly and strode in, the young man, Zhai Yao, intimately supporting him. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao glanced at each other before hurriedly keeping up, both wondering if they should take this opportunity to ask the senior to help them refine a few saint pills. Inside the mansion, Aogu arranged a banquet to welcome the old man and Zhai Yao. On the table, there was a variety of fine wines, delicacies, and spirit fruits. The old man only tasted a few spirit fruits before stopping, but Zhai Yao wolfed them down, opening his stomach and gulping down the food. Seeing this, Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao lowered their status and toasted Zhai Yao. After 3 rounds of wine, Aogu asked, "Is Senior also here for the 1,000-year demon flower?" The old man nodded, "But you can rest assured that I will not break the existing rules, nor will I harm anyone's interests. The most important thing is to bring this young disciple out to see the world." "We believe in Senior's character," Aogu nodded firmly. With the identity of this person in front of him, if he really needed the 1,000-year demon flower, he only needed to say a few words and no one would compete with him. At that time, the 1,000-year demon flower on Ascending Heaven Cliff would fall into his hands. "I have come to see you for no other reason than to ensure the safety of this disciple of mine. This old master doesn't want to waste time looking for a successor. Please rest assured, Senior, in Floating Cloud City, no one will hurt him. Junior can guarantee this with his life." Aogu nodded firmly. "Then I'll have to trouble you. And in exchange, I can help each of you refine a saint pill." As soon as these words came out, Aogu and the others suddenly became excited, glancing at each other before scrambling to put forward their own conditions. Chapter 701. At dawn the next day, Yang Kai, who was meditating, felt some movement coming from next door. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, he found that Sangyen and Rimaru's flying arrow had quickly left, presumably to investigate the situation at Ascending Heaven Cliff. Feiyu was drunk last night and had yet to wake up, so she was lying on the bed in an indecent manner. Her dress was lifted up to her thighs and her white skin was exposed, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai got up, picked up the bedding, and covered her up to block the light. It wasn't until noon that Feiyu lazily got up, stretched, and walked to the window to stand quietly for a while. "Hey, little martial nephew, let's go out and have a look," Feiyu suddenly suggested. "But Sangyen martial uncle told us to wait in the inn for them to come back," Yang Kai frowned. "Don't worry, in Floating Cloud City, there is generally no danger. Even if there is an occasional fight, the city lord's mansion's people will stop it." Feiyu leaned over and sat down beside Yang Kai, her beautiful buttocks swaying as she exhaled. "Let's go out and have a look. It's rare for us to come here, so what are we doing here? Song Yen and the others may not come back for a few days. Are we just going to wait here forever?" Saying so, she unscrupulously grabbed Yang Kai's arm and pressed her full body against his. Yang Kai's face went black. "All right, let's go out, just don't take advantage of me." "Little bastard." Feiyu gritted her teeth. The two tidied up and quickly left the inn, walking along the bustling street. Even if Feiyu hadn't suggested it, Yang Kai had planned to come out for a stroll. Old Man Du had said that because the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom, many outstanding alchemists would gather here. Moreover, cultivators from all over the world would also gather here. With more people, there would be more resources. All kinds of rare herbs, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines that could not normally be seen would appear here. Yang Kai needed to collect some herbs. Although Yang Kai was now using Soaring Heaven sect to provide him with herbs for alchemy, he still had some personal needs in this regard. Firstly, it was for his own cultivation, and secondly, it was for the sake of the ancient demon clan in Demon God Citadel. Before leaving the Demon God Citadel, Li Rong had given him a list of materials needed to refine saint-level pills. After such a long time, Yang Kai had already collected most of them, but there were still many that he hadn't collected yet. This was a rare opportunity. Inside Floating Cloud City, shops stood in great numbers, cultivators stood shoulder to shoulder, and the number of people coming and going was like a school of carps crossing a river. Feiyu intimately held Yang Kai's arm and strolled with him on the street. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracting the attention of many people. "Martial uncle, I don't think this is a good idea." Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable. As they walked, the occasional physical contact between them caused his mind to ripple. "What's not good about it? I'm responsible for protecting you. You little bastard, are you reacting to your martial uncle?" Feiyu looked at him and smiled lightly. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I'm a young man, this is normal. Don't think too much about it." Feiyu chuckled lightly, seemingly enjoying this scene very much, quietly whispering to Yang Kai as they walked. Along the way, under her guidance, Yang Kai was able to accurately distinguish between those from the demon race and those from the monster race. On Tongxian realm, the human, monster, and demon races were the three main races, with the human race being the most numerous, followed by the demon race with the monster race being the least numerous. The fundamental reason for this was that the monster race's beast transformation pond was rare. The beast transformation pond was the foundation of the monster race. When a monster beast's strength reached a certain level, it could use the beast transformation pond to transform into a human form and gain sentience not inferior to that of a human. It could be said that every monster race member who possessed a human form was a master, which was very different from the other two races. However, this was not the entire situation. There were also some powerful monster race members who were born with the ability to transform into human form. There were also some monster race members with heaven-defying aptitude who could achieve such a level without the help of the beast transformation pond. These were the elites of the demon clan, the strongest of the strong. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he had gained a lot of insight. After arriving at the shop opened by Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai strolled around a few times, a helpless expression filling his face. He didn't find the herbs he was looking for. "Little brother, you've looked around a few times but haven't bought anything. Could it be that the things in my shop aren't to your liking?" The shopkeeper couldn't help asking curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. "They're all good, but none of them are what I want." "Is little brother an alchemist?" Yang Kai nodded gently and showed his alchemist token. The shopkeeper took it and examined it, his expression suddenly becoming much more amiable. "I don't know what kind of herbs little brother wants. If it's convenient, can you tell me? I can help you keep an eye out for them." Yang Kai casually listed the names of a few herbs. The shopkeeper wore an awkward expression and nodded. "These herbs grow in very harsh environments and are very rare and precious. My shop really doesn't have them, so it won't be easy to obtain them. How about this? Little brother might as well go to the trading area and have a look. If you're lucky, you may be able to obtain some." "Trading area?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "And for this grand event, the city lord and the two vice city lords have specially designated a territory for alchemists from all over the world to trade. There are many outstanding alchemists there who will exchange herbs they don't need for what they want. You can try your luck there. Where is the trading area located?" The shopkeeper enthusiastically pointed out the direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly and thanked him. He and Feiyu walked towards the designated territory. Half an hour later, Yang Kai looked at the open space and the lively scene in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. "What did it remind you of?" Feiyu saw his strange smile and couldn't help but ask. "It reminded me of some of the past events in the sect," Yang Kai casually replied. The lively scene in front of him reminded him of the time when he was still very weak. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm House and Blood Battle Gang converged in the Black Wind trade area. This kind of trading method and scene made him feel a sense of familiarity, as if he was reliving the illusion of the past. However, this trading area was not surrounded by a forest and there were no elite disciples of the three sections. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that many of the stall owners here were alchemists. They all wore their alchemist nameplates on their chests, indicating their status. There were also some who weren't alchemists. They should be cultivators who had obtained good herbs while adventuring outside and were now waiting for buyers to arrive. Some were buying things, some were selling things. The scene was very lively. There were even some who hung signs asking alchemists to help them refine pills. Everything here was basically related to herbs and pills. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Yang Kai raised his head and strode forward, stopping in front of each stall and carefully inspecting it. He really had a good harvest. Herbs that couldn't be found in the outside world could basically be found here. Most of the vendors didn't put forward any special requirements and could basically be bought with crystal stones. Yang Kai had a lot of crystal stones. Although he had left most of them to the ancient demon clan, what was left was still a considerable amount of wealth. After haggling with the sellers, he quickly obtained a few medicinal herbs. During this process, Feiyu played a big role. Yang Kai never knew that this martial aunt of his had such a sharp tongue. Mercilessly cutting down and showing off her beauty, she was often able to convince the vendors to sell at a low price. After half a day, Yang Kai harvested several precious herbs, all of which were necessary for him to refine the Saint Pill. Yang Kai was very satisfied. "I helped you save a lot of crystal stones. How are you going to thank me?" Feiyu still held onto Yang Kai's arm and asked with a smile. "I'll treat you to a drink." Feiyu's beautiful eyes lit up and she happily said, "Little martial nephew, you really know how to make martial uncle happy. But you're not allowed to get drunk. Otherwise, when the Tsangyan martial uncle and the others come back, I'll complain." "I know," Feiyu curled her lips. Just as they were talking though, a burst of exclamations suddenly rang out not far away, as if something incredible had been discovered. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a faint fragrance in the air. When this fragrance entered his nose, it was refreshing and refreshing. Yang Kai and Feiyu's eyes lit up at the same time as they glanced at each other, knowing that a treasure had appeared. Turning his head to look at the source of the sound, Yang Kai found that it had already been surrounded by 3 layers of people. Exclamations of admiration could be heard coming from that direction. And through the gaps in the crowd, Yang Kai could see a faint glow blooming. "Let's go take a look," Feiyu said, pulling Yang Kai along as she walked over. But even after squeezing for a long time, the two of them still couldn't squeeze in. Instead, from the crowd, someone shouted, "Brother, how much is this thing?" 10 Saint Elixir pills. A slightly aged voice sounded. The crowd sighed. "Brother, isn't this too expensive? Saint pills can't be refined casually. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can refine Saint pills. You just asked for 10, isn't that a bit too outrageous?" Yes. Can you exchange it with other herbs or crystal stones?" "What about artifacts?" "I have a few spirit-grade top-rank artifacts. You can choose from them." 10 Saint pills? I only want 10 Saint pills. If you don't have any Saint pills, please leave." "Brother, please make an exception, don't be so unreasonable. What's the point of being arrogant? How can this thing be worth 10 Saint pills? What a joke. I think this guy is crazy. Big brother, give this thing to me and I'll be yours, how about it?" A delicate voice called out. "You woman, you're too shameless, don't you have any integrity?" Suddenly, someone said contemptuously, "With your looks, you dare to show off? You really don't know your place. It's none of your business." A loud noise suddenly sounded, and the scene became even more chaotic. Chapter 702. Scram! An angry shout resounded through the clouds. Everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Some of the weaker cultivators even had blood flowing out of their ears. The endless clamor in front of the stall had clearly angered the seller. "I don't want to repeat the same words twice. If you can't meet my requirements, please leave," the seller said in a low voice. "Third order transcendent." From the crowd, a shout rang out. From the faint aura emanating from the seller's body, everyone realized that his strength wasn't bad. Immediately, some people who wanted to take advantage of him shook their heads and sighed before slowly retreating. At first glance, it was obvious that this seller was a fierce man, the kind who licked blood from his blade, trying to take advantage of such a person was doomed to suffer. However, there were still many people who stayed behind, trying to haggle with the seller. The seller shook his head and insisted on the price of 10 Saint pills, refusing to budge. Gradually, the number of people in front of the stall dwindled, and eventually, it was completely deserted. Yang Kai and Fei Yu finally arrived in front of the stall, and after seeing the thing in front of them, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked. In front of the seller was a palm-sized ice lotus that seemed to be carved from ice, but exuded a vigorous vitality. The lotus was in full bloom, its leaves fresh and tender, and a faint fragrance slowly wafting out from it. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fei Yu, both of them felt refreshed, their thoughts becoming sharper than usual. A rare treasure. Yang Kai immediately concluded. Ice Heart Snow Lotus? Fei Yu exclaimed as she slowly squatted down. Her beautiful eyes swept over the ice lotus and she couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. This is at least 10,000 years old, right? As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai's expression changed. 10,000 years. No matter what kind of herb it was, even if it was the lowest grade one, if it could grow to 10,000 years old, it was still a priceless treasure, not to mention this ice lotus was obviously not ordinary. The seller's calm expression also changed slightly. He looked up at Fei Yu and nodded slightly. Finally, there's someone who knows what's good for her. Fei Yu pursed her lips and smiled. It's not that I'm knowledgeable. There were quite a few people who knew what was good for them, but they refused to tell the truth. If they wanted this item, they would naturally not deliberately exaggerate its value. They all wanted to take advantage of the seller's poor judgment. Can you really only exchange it for 10 Saint elixir pills? Fei Yu asked softly. The seller gently nodded. Fei Yu shook her head and sighed. She really couldn't take out 10 Saint-grade pills. Not everyone could refine Saint-grade pills, not even Saint-grade alchemists. There was also a high chance of failure during the refining process. Therefore, every single Saint-grade medicinal pill was extremely expensive. 10 of them could even steal a city. An ordinary cultivator. It was impossible to see 10 Saint elixir pills in one's lifetime. Uncle Master, can this thing nourish the soul? Yang Kai was quite proficient in identifying rare treasures, but after all, he hadn't been in contact with them for a long time, so there were some things he didn't recognize. On the other hand, Fei Yu was different. Although she was not an alchemist, she had lived for so many years after all. Her eyesight and knowledge were much broader than Yang Kai's. It wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the ice-core snow lotus and its age at a glance. And a rare treasure that nourishes the soul, Fei Yu nodded slightly. There's no need to refine it into a pill, you can directly consume it to display its full effect. Using this ice-core snow lotus, no matter who it is, their spiritual energy will soar. Strange, this thing is not easy to obtain, so why don't you take it yourself? Instead, you want to exchange it for 10 Saint elixir pills? I naturally have my own reasons. The seller didn't want to explain further. Do you have enough Saint elixir pills? If you do, we can make a deal now. If not, don't waste my time. Fei Yu curled her lips, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable with this seller. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, "Can you give me a few days to prepare?" "How long do you need?" The big man glanced over at Yang Kai. 3 days. I can give you time, but I can't guarantee that I won't sell it before then, the seller quickly said. Yang Kai frowned, but I only have 1 Saint elixir pill right now. That's your business. Seeing this man being so unreasonable, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He really wanted a rare treasure that could nourish the soul, but it would require 10 Saint elixir pills. With his current level of alchemy, it would take some time to prepare. At the very least, he would need to collect some herbs that were not lower than spirit grade top rank, preferably Saint grade. Coupled with a spirit array and myriad drug milk, Yang Kai was confident he could refine 10 Saint elixir pills in 3 days. Of course, the price he would have to pay would be huge, perhaps even wasting countless materials. Just as he was considering whether or not to do so, a person suddenly squatted down beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and found that it was a handsome young man about the same age as himself. The newcomer also glanced over at Yang Kai, and when their eyes met, both sides saw a trace of surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. Both of them felt that the other party's strength was not low. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as she stared at the young man. The man smiled gently, his smile somewhat devilish, as if all of a sudden, the world had become bright and sunny. "This ice core snow lotus is quite good." The young man withdrew his gaze and began to focus on the rare treasure in front of him. 10 Saint Elixir pills. The seller still indifferently quoted. "Good, I'll take it." The young man nodded lightly. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both looked stunned. The seller also seemed to be in disbelief, frowning as he said, "Give me 10 Saint Elixir pills first, and this thing is yours." He obviously did not believe that such a young man could take out 10 Saint Elixir pills at once. The young man smiled slightly and threw out a universe bag. "Take a look for yourself, there are exactly 10 Saint Elixir pills. If you want more, I can't help you." The seller released his divine sense to investigate, and then his face suddenly lit up with joy before he stood up and left with large strides. In next to no time, his figure had vanished without a trace. He had left in an extremely straightforward manner and didn't even say a single word. Yang Kai and Fei Yu were both dumbfounded. The young man smiled slightly, stretched out his slender hand, and carefully picked up the ice core snow lotus, putting it into another universe bag, and nodded to Yang Kai in a friendly manner. "Friend, I'm sorry, but I didn't steal your treasure. Everyone wants good things." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to argue with this young man. He did not have enough bargaining chips and someone else had beaten him to it. There was nothing to say. "Goodbye." After the young man said this, he quickly rushed into the crowd. "That guy, where did he come from?" Fei Yu was stunned for a long time before she couldn't help taking a deep breath. 10 Saint Elixir pills? He didn't even bat an eyelid. He should be someone with a strong background. Yang Kai stared in the direction the young man disappeared, and he's a very powerful alchemist. "How do you know?" Fei Yu was surprised. His fingertips emitted a pill fragrance, the fragrance of spirit-grade pills, which should have been acquired through years of alchemy. Fei Yu couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. "Isn't that the same as you?" Being able to refine spirit-grade pills at such a young age was not something an ordinary person could do. Although Mina was also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, she was much older than Yang Kai. But the young man just now was different. He looked about the same as Yang Kai. "No," Yang Kai shook his head, his expression dignified. "Maybe he's even better than me." Fei Yu was shocked again and again, unable to speak. Originally, she thought that a monster like Yang Kai would only appear once in 100 years, but now, in this floating cloud city, she actually encountered another one. But he's a gigolo, I'm not. Kai Yang suddenly grinned, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Fei Yu shook her head in amazement. "Ew? He's just a bit more handsome. If he let his hair down, I'm sure he'd definitely be a beauty, haha." Yang Kai laughed a few times. It was a pity that a man looked like this. "Let's go, let's keep looking around. If there's nothing good, we'll go back." Yang Kai beckoned and Fei Yu hurriedly followed, discontentedly saying, "You said you'd treat me to a drink. Did you lie to me? Let's buy some wine and go back to the inn to drink." Seemingly having used up all their good luck, the two wandered around the trading district for 2 hours but still didn't find anything good. Just as they were about to return home, however, they saw a man setting up a new stall and taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little expectant. This person seemed to be an alchemist as he wore an alchemist's nameplate on his chest, but Yang Kai didn't know what his rank was. The herbs he took out were relatively precious and could be considered rare treasures. "Let's keep looking," Yang Kai said to Fei Yu before standing in front of the stall and waiting quietly. The surrounding people also seemed to have discovered the difference in this place. Soon, many people gathered around. The herbs that this alchemist had put out were quickly snatched up, and the business was booming. When the onlookers saw that his universe bag was empty, they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "Wait a moment, I have a companion coming soon. He has a lot of good stuff," the seller said. Hearing this, the crowd who were about to leave couldn't help looking forward to it. "Friend, Where did you and your companion get these treasures? They all seem to be quite old, someone asked curiously. Heh, there's no harm in telling you, we accidentally found a mysterious small world. There was nothing there, only some herbs growing there. These things were all taken from there. Your luck is really good, the person who asked said with a look of envy. Small sealed worlds could be big or small. The small sealed world where the ancient demon clan lived was relatively large, but there were also some small spaces whose entrances were extremely well hidden. They could be regarded as a kind of sealed world. In this kind of small sealed world, there may be treasures left behind by ancient people or natural treasures, but it was also possible that there was nothing there. Everything depended on the luck of the person who found this small sealed world. Chapter 703. Although countless cultivators from Tongxian realm had been searching for hidden, mysterious small worlds for countless years, there were still many places that had yet to be discovered. These mysterious small worlds were all virgin lands that had yet to be explored, so they were very likely to contain shocking wealth. The alchemist and his companion in front of him were obviously extremely lucky to have found such a space. This caused the crowd to feel envious. Not long after, another middle-aged man came over and under the alchemist's call, began taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Every time he took out an item, it would cause a scramble among the crowd. Those who came to this trading district to look for herbs generally had a relatively professional vision, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. The scene was lively as the alchemist and his companion, one selling herbs while the other collected crystal stones, were both very busy. The two of them looked like honest people. They didn't take the opportunity to raise the price. Instead, they slightly increased the market price. This kind of increase made the buyers accept it willingly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was paying close attention and didn't rush to make a move. Because although these herbs were all good, none of them were what he needed. Suddenly, the alchemist's companion took out a fiery red, round object that resembled a burning fireball. As soon as this object appeared, the surrounding air became scorching hot. Everyone could feel the unique and powerful medicinal efficacy coming from it. There were even some densely packed web-like meridians growing out of the object, similar to the human body's meridians. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He quickly made a move. At the same time, many people who were knowledgeable also stretched out their hands, and in an instant, more than a dozen big hands reached out to grab the fiery red herb. Fei Yu remained silent for a moment before gently stomping her foot, sending out an invisible shockwave with her as the center, spreading out in all directions. The hidden eruption of a third-order transcendent master caused those who were competing with Yang Kai to lose their footing and retreat. Amidst this chaos, Yang Kai and Fei Yu exchanged a glance. Both of them revealed a knowing smile. The next moment, Yang Kai's big hand grabbed the fiery red round medicinal herb, but what he didn't expect was that another hand also grabbed the other side. Among the people present, only Yang Kai and he were not affected by Fei Yu's aura. Looking up at the owner of the hand, Yang Kai was surprised, and Fei Yu was also surprised. This person was actually the young man who had just bought the icy core snow lotus with 10 saint pills. The other party also looked at Yang Kai. He grinned. After everyone had regained their footing, they glanced at Fei Yu with fear and annoyance. But when he saw that the other party was such a beautiful woman, the anger in his heart couldn't help but subside. Hee, there's going to be a good show. Someone saw the dispute between Yang Kai and the young man and couldn't help but laugh strangely. Everyone wore strange expressions as they waited, all of them wondering who would have the last laugh and who would obtain this precious medicinal herb. Friend, what a coincidence! The young man smiled at Yang Kai, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. That's right. Kai Yang also smiled. Raising his brow, he asked, "You also want this thing?" Like I said, everyone wants good things. With so many good things, there's no need to compete with me for the same thing, right? Yang Kai said in an easygoing tone, trying to persuade the young man to give up. The other party slowly shook his head. Although those things are good, they're not what I want. I only want this earth fire core. And the same as me. Then what should we do? The young man frowned. Never having expected to encounter such a situation, the young man turned to the seller and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have another earth fire core?" The seller slowly shook his head. "There's only this one, and it took the two of us a great deal of effort to find it. We had to search for it 1,000 meters underground." Earth fire cores only had a very small chance of forming in places where underground flames existed. They were known as the gallbladder of earth fire, a collection of all the essence of underground flames, and had infinite uses. If Yang Kai wanted to refine the Saint Pill to save the ancient demon clan, he needed this earth fire core. Yang Kai didn't know what this young man wanted to do with this earth fire core, but it was clear he wasn't willing to let it go so easily. "Hey friend, please be gentle. If you use any more strength, this earth fire core will be destroyed." The young man's expression changed as he noticed Yang Kai's resolute attitude, feeling a bit troubled. "Same here." Yang Kai smiled faintly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Didn't you just buy the Ice Heart Snow Lotus? You've already made some gains today. Why bother competing with me for this earth fire core?" "That's a different matter." The other party shook his head. "How about this? If this friend can take a step back, I can compensate you for your loss. How about the price of this earth fire core?" Yang Kai firmly shook his head and faintly said, "If you can back down, I can also compensate you." "Ha!" The young man let out a hollow laugh, his face filled with helplessness. "You too, arguing like this is making it difficult for me to do business. Can't you hurry up and decide who wants to buy?" The seller also felt a bit embarrassed and urged. "Wait a moment, I'll try to convince this friend again," the young man said bluntly. But before he could open his mouth, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, his eyes flashing arrogantly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the earth fire core, shouting, "You don't need to argue, this earth fire core is mine." Yang Kai and the young man's expressions changed at the same time. In order to compete for this earth fire core, both of them had used a lot of strength and had already reached the limit of what the earth fire core could withstand. If this person who had suddenly appeared had really increased his strength, the earth fire core would have immediately been destroyed. Not waiting for this person's hand to reach out, Yang Kai and the young man both attacked at the same time, sending out two palms, knocking the other party back. The newcomer was also a young man, but from the way he dressed, it was obvious he had a superior status. Obviously, he had some background. After being knocked back, the young man's face filled with anger as he grinned. "You dare attack me? You've got guts. No one in Floating Cloud City has dared to attack me. Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. If you dare reach out with that hand again, do you believe I won't cut it off?" The young man who was competing with Yang Kai for the earth fire core said with a violent expression. When competing with Yang Kai for the earth fire core, he could still maintain a calm demeanor and rely on his own means, but this person who suddenly appeared made him somewhat unhappy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak, but his aura gradually became dangerous. The onlookers suddenly cried out in alarm. "Two little brothers." The seller quietly glanced at the newcomer and couldn't help his expression changing slightly as he whispered, "This is young Master Nyet Song, you can't afford to offend him." "Does he have a great background?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. He found that many of the onlookers showed a look of dread when they saw this Nyet Song, those who approached him all distancing themselves from him. The other party's strength wasn't high, only an immortal ascension boundary 6th or 7th stage cultivator, so obviously they were afraid of the power behind this Nyekong. The seller stared blankly for a moment before quietly glancing over at Nyekong. Seeing the other party's arrogant expression and not having any intention of stopping him, he immediately understood that this Nyet Song obviously wanted him to report his identity to these two brats who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so they would take the initiative to back down. Calming down, the seller quietly explained, "Two little brothers should have just arrived in Floating Cloud City not long ago, so it's no wonder you don't know. This city has a city lord and two vice city lords, both of whom are Saint Realm masters. One of the vice city lords is called Zhou Liang, a master from the human race. He has a woman named Nye Chu Feng who is a first-order transcendent. This young master Nyet Song is Nye Chu Feng's nephew. Two little brothers. Vice city lord Zhou Liang is very fond of Nye Chu Feng." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai and his competitor nodded at the same time. This young master Nyarong had a Saint Realm master behind him and was also one of the overlords of Floating Cloud City. No wonder he acted so arrogantly, causing many people to fear him. Nye Tsong sneered, "Do you know who this young master is now? If you do, put down the earth fire core. If you do now, I can let you leave safely." Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't it said that fighting is not allowed in Floating Cloud City? The seller's expression became bitter as he stammered, "Little brother must be joking. Where does this place not allow fighting? This rule is suitable for most people, but there are a small number of people who do not abide by this rule." As he spoke, he glanced over at Nye Rong, intentionally or unintentionally. This Nye Tsong obviously didn't need to abide by this rule. "Do you understand the seriousness of the situation?" The young man suddenly turned a serious look towards Yang Kai. "If you do, quickly let go, otherwise if this young master Nye Tsong becomes angry, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive. Why don't you let go?" Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. The young man sneered, "I can't talk to you. Do you not know how to write the word death? Do you want to know if I'll die first or if you'll die first?" Yang Kai refused to budge. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flickered as she paid close attention to the changes in the situation. Yuan Qi was secretly preparing to take action at any time. While the two were arguing, Nye Tsong's expression became ugly. He found that these two were not afraid of him at all. Even after learning his identity and background, they were still arguing about the ownership of the Earth Fire Core. This made him very unhappy. Taking a step forward, Nye Tsong coldly said, "I don't care where you come from or what your background is, but in this Floating Cloud City, I have the final say." Saying so, he once again stretched out his hand to grab the Earth Fire Core. The Yuan Qi in his hand flickered, obviously intending to destroy the Earth Fire Core if he couldn't obtain it. Yang Kai's expression became angry and he suddenly threw a punch towards the other party's outstretched hand. At the same time, the young man's slender hand also moved slightly. Nye Tsong's body suddenly froze in place, his expression particularly interesting. In the next moment, a bloody light blossomed as Nye Tsong's outstretched hand was severed from the wrist, and before it fell to the ground, it exploded into a bloody mist midair. Chapter 704. Today, a pitiful scream rang out as Nye Tsong staggered back, blood bursting from his wound like a fountain. The onlookers also exclaimed, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Yang Kai's punch, although filled with murderous intent, was only a warning, not a killing blow. Nye Tsong's wrist being cut off was directly caused by the young man's attack. Without Yuan Qi's protection, Yang Kai's strength caused his severed wrist to explode. The seller was even more dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You dare hurt me? You deserve to die." Nye Tsong suddenly recovered, his hand clutching his severed wrist as he roared hysterically at Yang Kai and the young man. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at him coldly. The young man on the other hand coldly said, "I already said, if you dare reach out your hand again, I'll cut it off." Nye Tsong's expression froze as he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. "If you dare take one more step forward, I'll kill you," the young man coldly spat out. Nye Tsong's expression changed dramatically as he endured the sharp pain and roared, "Just you wait." Leaving behind these words, Nye Tsong flew up into the air, blood spraying everywhere he went. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, suppressing his desire to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, instead glancing over at his competitor. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai and the young man, their expressions varied, some gloating, some sympathetic, some thoughtful, some wondering if these two had some kind of powerful backer and weren't afraid of Saint Realm masters. Two little brothers. The seller was speechless. He hadn't expected that just selling some herbs would cause such a big disturbance. "Sorry, I was a bit agitated," the young man smiled awkwardly before glancing over at Yang Kai. "Causing such a big mess, aren't you afraid?" "If you're not afraid, why should I be?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Interesting. I find that I'm starting to like you. Yang Kai's face darkened. I'm not interested in men. The young man quickly realized the ambiguity in his words and quickly waved his hand. You misunderstood. I just feel that you are to my liking. How about we become friends? All right, give me the earth fire core first. The other party couldn't help but grit his teeth. After pondering for a while, he said, if we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid none of us will give in. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Strictly speaking, he had also noticed that his personality was somewhat similar to the other parties. When people with similar personalities encountered a dispute, it was often difficult for them to reach a consensus because everyone would act in the same direction. However, there were also times when there was a tacit understanding between them. For example, just now when they both attacked together to deal with Nyetsong, or just now when they wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only did Yang Kai have this idea, but so did the other party. This friend is an alchemist, right? That person asked with a smile. You too. Since we're both alchemists and we're also in a dispute over herbs, why don't we compare notes? The man narrowed his eyes and softly suggested. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his face filled with confidence. Good. The other party nodded heavily and laughed, but let's agree first. Whoever wins will get the earth fire core. Before that, this thing will be kept by this beautiful girl. Saying so, he glanced at Feiyu. Feiyu giggled and covered her mouth as she said, Young man, you really know how to talk. That's the truth. Feiyu smiled even more happily. After inquiring about the price of the earth fire core from the seller, Yang Kai and the other party each spent half of the crystal stones and bought the earth fire core from the seller. Feiyu solemnly received it and said, Little martial nephew, although martial uncle really wants to help you, since this is a competition between you and the other party, martial uncle will give this thing to whoever wins in the end. If you lose at that time, don't blame martial uncle. As a man, he must keep his word. Yang Kai nodded. Let's find a quiet place first. There seemed to be a lot of people here. The other party also agreed. The seller wore a speechless expression and said, Two little brothers, you should leave Floating Cloud City quickly. Young Master Nyet Song has been injured. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. If he goes back now, he will definitely bring back reinforcements. It's fine. The young man shook his head lightly and said to Yang Kai, Let's go to your place. It's not convenient where I live. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he and Feiyu led the way. After the three left, the seller shook his head and muttered, Those two lunatics. What are you worried about? Since they are so fearless, they must have something to rely on. I'm afraid this time Nyet Song is going to suffer. Heh, I really want to see what's going on. The seller's companion sneered. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of Nyet Song and was looking forward to these two youngsters teaching him a good lesson. These words attracted many people's agreement, and some of the bored people followed the direction of the three, waiting for the show to begin. Inside the inn, Yang Kai and Feiyu's room. After entering, the young man looked around and nodded slightly before extending his hand to Yang Kai and introducing himself. Zhai Yao, how should I address this friend? Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't hide his name and glanced at Feiyu. This is my martial aunt Feiyu. You're here for the 1,000-year demon flower, right? And you too. Yes, but our purpose is different from yours, so you don't have to worry about me snatching the 1,000-year demon flower from you. Perhaps we can even cooperate when the time comes. Cooperate? Yang Kai frowned. How do we cooperate? Let's not talk about this for now, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Maybe you won't be able to reach Ascending Heaven Cliff. Zhai Yao smiled faintly. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. How do you want to compete? Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and took out his own incense burner. This incense burner was obtained from the 3rd page of the Black Book. Yang Kai usually used it as a furnace for alchemy. As soon as he saw this incense burner, Zhai Yao couldn't help but light up. This friend is really a master. Such a small pill furnace is rare. An alchemist, when refining pills, needed to inscribe various spirit arrays into their pill furnaces to assist in the process. The larger the pill furnace, the easier it would be to inscribe spirit arrays, and vice versa. Therefore, a skilled alchemist didn't need a pill furnace that was too big. To some extent, the smaller the pill furnace used by an alchemist, the higher the level of the alchemist's skills. As he spoke, Xiaoyao also took out his own pill furnace. His pill furnace was very exquisite, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the workmanship was excellent. Obviously, it came from the hands of an artifact refining grandmaster. Moreover, the size of this pill furnace was almost the same as Yang Kai's. Compared to Yang Kai's pill furnace was a bit simple and unadorned, but anyone could see that Yang Kai's incense burner was of a higher grade than the others. Xiaoyao stared at Yang Kai's incense burner with a look of envy. His pill furnace was given to him by his master and was one of the world's most famous pill furnaces. It was the one his master used to perform alchemy when he was young, and Yang Kai had thought that there would be no pill furnace better than his in this world, but now he had discovered one. A single pill will determine victory or defeat. No matter what pill is refined, we'll only look at the grade and quality of the pill and the time it takes to refine it. Xiaoyao calmed himself down and stated the rules. Good, Yang Kai readily agreed. Then let's begin. Xiaoyao tilted his head, and in the next moment, his expression became serious as he quickly took out a number of herbs. At the same time, Yang Kai's hands also began to move, taking out a variety of rare herbs from the black book space. Whether it was the quantity or age, everything was just right. An invisible force lingered in the room as the two young men both wore meticulous expressions, circulating their yuan qi, wrapping it around their pill furnaces and beginning to inscribe spirit arrays inside. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes stared at their movements, unable to help covering her mouth as a look of admiration appeared on her face. She found that the movements of the two young men in front of her were surprisingly consistent, and the speed at which they were inscribing spirit arrays was even. In this world, there was actually someone who could compete with her little martial nephew in alchemy? Who exactly was this Xiaoyao? Fei Yu was stunned as she watched with rapt attention, holding her breath as she held her breath. In less than 10 breaths, the spirit arrays had been perfectly inscribed inside the pill furnaces. The two young men then took out their own herbs at the same time, swallowing their yuan qi. Yang Kai's yuan qi was the purest form of yuan qi, while the other's yuan qi was the same as Zhangyan's, a burning flame, both of which were very suitable for alchemy. The herbs tumbled inside the yuan qi, and the medicinal liquids were quickly condensed, the impurities being removed at a rate visible to the naked eye and evaporated. The medicinal liquids danced around the yuan qi like raindrops, and every time they floated, the medicinal liquids became purer and more condensed. The two young men's hands trembled slightly, and the condensed medicinal liquids accurately fell into each other's pill furnaces. The second herb was taken out, and the same process was repeated. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she paid close attention to this. She found that the two young men in front of her were completely immersed in alchemy, no longer responding to anything around them. The degree of seriousness they displayed was impeccable. When men were serious, they had a different kind of elegance. Fei Yu looked at this one, looked at that one, and her heart moved. She immediately understood that these two young men would have great achievements in the future, a height that no one else could reach. Time slowly passed, and the room gradually filled with the alluring scent of pills. The two young men's yuan qi wrapped around their respective pill furnaces, and they were in the final stages of alchemy. Suddenly, Xiaoyao's face lit up with joy, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He reached out and slapped his pill furnace, and a round golden dan flew out and was caught in his hand. After checking the quality and grade of the dan, Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction. Although it was rushed and he was nervous, he perfectly displayed his alchemy skills. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have reached the final stage. Fei Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. Yang Kai was already behind in terms of time, and if he couldn't surpass Xiaoyao in terms of quality, then Yang Kai would lose without a doubt. The competition between these two young alchemists was like a stormy sea, and Fei Yu almost couldn't breathe. Chapter 705. Shortly after Xiaoyao finished refining his pill, Yang Kai gently patted the alchemy furnace in front of him, causing a brown pill to fly out and fall into his hand. Amazing! Xiao praised sincerely. From the fragrance coming from his opponent's alchemy furnace, he could conclude that his opponent had refined a spirit-grade pill without a doubt. As for what grade it was, he would have to carefully evaluate it. The most commendable thing was that his opponent's refining speed was actually not inferior to his own. His own alchemy speed had already met his teacher's strict requirements. Ever since he could remember, he had always been by his teacher's side, learning the way of alchemy in the mountains, listening to his teacher's teachings and guiding him step by step for nearly 20 years before he could achieve what he had today. Just who was this guy's teacher? He was actually able to teach such a disciple. Xiao was really interested in Yang Kai, his eyes burning as he stared at him, unwilling to admit defeat. In terms of time, you win, you're a bit better. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not showing too much emotion because of this little loss. Let's compare the quality of our pills again. Xiao smiled and opened his hand, presenting the pill he had just refined in front of Yang Kai's eyes, confidently saying, "Spirit-grade high-rank pill. Mine is also a spirit-grade high-rank pill." Yang Kai also opened his hand. Fei Yu's expression darkened when she heard this. Everyone had refined the same grade of pill, but this Xiao had used a little less time, so the result of this competition had already been decided. "Ha, I won." Xiao laughed. "Not necessarily." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Are you trying to cheat me?" Xiao's expression suddenly became gloomy as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly showing signs of wanting to attack. "See for yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the spirit-grade pill he had just refined. Xiao caught it and looked at it suspiciously. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened and his face filled with shock. He cried out in alarm, "Pill veins?" This pill was refined by Yang Kai. The round body of the pill was densely covered with countless tiny lines. These energy lines were like the meridians of a human body, flowing with extremely strong medicinal efficacies. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of the medicinal efficacies flowing through these lines. The medicinal effect of this pill had undoubtedly been refined to the extreme by Yang Kai. How is this possible? Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. He calmed his breathing and focused his voice for a long time. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply waited quietly. Fei Yu's face also showed a look of excitement, her previous apprehension completely swept away, replaced by a wide grin. After a while, Xiao took a deep breath. His straight body seemed to collapse at this moment as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "You really are amazing." Regardless of whether this pill was able to produce pill veins because of Yang Kai's luck or not, his alchemy techniques and skills were beyond doubt. If one didn't refine the medicinal effect of a pill to the extreme, even if one's luck was good, it would be impossible for something like pill veins to appear. However, once the pill formed pill veins, the value of the pill would multiply several times. Therefore, when skilled alchemists refined pills, they would pursue the birth of pill veins. Because of this, there was no doubt that the value of the materials they collected would multiply several times. But even if he was Xiao's master, he also couldn't casually make the pill appear pill veins. Only when he was in his most perfect state would he be able to do this. Pills with pill veins had always been sought after by cultivator. Often at the most critical moment, they could save the life of a cultivator, allowing their safety to be strongly guaranteed. "I've lost." Xiao took a deep breath, calming the unwillingness in his heart, and in an instant his face became bright again, calmly admitting defeat without the slightest resentment. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say anything. Fei Yu, on the other hand, said, "Since little brother has admitted defeat, this earth fire core will belong to my martial nephew." "Good, since he agreed to bet, he must accept his loss. This thing is his." Xiao nodded. Fei Yu handed the earth fire core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and stuffed it into his black book space. "Friend, may I take the liberty to ask who your teacher is?" Diao asked with the corners of his mouth twitching. "I can't say." Yang Kai shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't say, it was just that he couldn't say it clearly. "I understand." Unexpectedly, Xiao didn't continue to ask and instead nodded casually. "These masters are unwilling to reveal their identity." Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and suddenly realized that this Di Yao must have been taught by a powerful master. It was very likely that the master behind him was a famous alchemy grandmaster in the continent. I have a presumptuous request. Can this friend agree? Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai sincerely. What is it? Can you give this pill to me? You can take it, Yang Kai smiled lightly. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was quite expensive, but compared to the Earth Fire Core, it was still slightly inferior. Moreover, this Zhai Yao also had a good temper with Yang Kai, so at this time, there was no need to care about these gains and losses. Thank you. Zhai Yao was overjoyed and quickly put away the pill. Martial uncle, can you pour us a cup of tea? I want to have a good talk with brother Zhai. Yang Kai looked at Fei Yu and said, it was rare to meet such a person in one's life, so Yang Kai also wanted to make friends with him. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had very few friends who could talk to him, but he did have a group of female friends. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to drink tea. Fei Yu didn't move, but her pretty face was gloomy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and quickly realized that trouble was coming. Outside the inn where they were, a group of people was quickly approaching them. They hadn't arrived yet, but their murderous intent was already there. Did you really call for reinforcements? Zhai Yao shook his head helplessly. Little guy, I don't know what you're relying on, but since you're the one who caused this trouble, don't expect others to help you. Floating Cloud City's Vice City Lord is not someone I can afford to offend. Fei Yu said with a smile. Don't worry, I don't intend to involve you in this. Zhai Yao said as he walked over to the window and glanced outside. After seeing the situation outside, he whistled frivolously. There really are a lot of people. Turning his head, he smiled at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, let's talk some other time. And you must go to Ascending Heaven Cliff. Refining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower will be of great benefit to you. I'm looking forward to working with you. Yang Kai's expression changed, but just as he was about to inquire about this matter, the other party had already jumped out of the window. This little guy. Fei Yu lazily leaned against the window, watching the tense situation below, shaking her head. He seems to know some secrets that others don't. Yang Kai frowned. Zhai Yao's words before he left had made him very concerned. The main reason he had come to Floating Cloud City this time was to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower was of great help to a transcendent breaking through to the Saint Realm, but listening to Zhai Yao's words, refining this medicinal liquid would also be of benefit to him. Just refining this medicinal liquid, what kind of benefit would it bring him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Standing by the window and looking out, Yang Kai saw that the streets below the inn and the surrounding houses were already overcrowded. Most of the people here had come from the trading district and knew that there would soon be a good show here, so they had all occupied a good location and were ready to watch the fun. There were also some who had gathered here after hearing the news. As for the remaining people, they were all cultivators brought here by a beautiful middle-aged woman. This beautiful middle-aged woman exuded a fierce aura, and her beautiful face was somewhat twisted. She gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Di Yao, who had suddenly appeared. Next to this beautiful woman, Niet Song, whose hand had been cut off, was stroking his severed arm and glaring at Zhai Yao with hatred and resentment, clearly wishing he could kill him. Oh, this guy is quite interesting. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to show himself. Seeing Zhai Yao appear, a voice immediately sounded from the crowd. I said, this little brother has a strong background. He's not afraid of that slut Nye Chu Feng. What kind of background could he have? A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. This is Floating Cloud City. I think this little brat is about to run out of luck. This little brat, of all the people he could provoke, he actually chose to provoke Nye Kong, who in Floating Cloud City doesn't know that Nye Song is that slut's biological son. Only outsiders really think they have a relationship of aunt and nephew. After cutting off his hand, do you think Nye Chu Feng will give up? Whispers constantly sounded from the crowd. Everyone seemed to be well aware of the relationship between Nye Song and Nye Chu Feng. When these whispers reached the middle-aged woman's ears, Her murderous intent soared and her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd coldly. Everyone quickly shut up, lest they bring trouble to themselves. Was it you who cut off my Tsonger's hand? Nye Chu Feng stared at Zhai Yao and asked coldly. Zhai Yao nodded. Why did you do that? Nye Chu Feng grit her teeth and asked. I warned him, but he didn't listen, so what could I do? Zhai Yao shrugged his shoulders and grinned meaningfully. Whoever dares destroy my herbs, I'll take their life. Your courage isn't small. Nye Chu Feng sneered. How can a trivial herb be compared to my Tsong's hand? Zhai Yao's expression became cold. What does your Tsong count for? How can he compare with the herbs I want? Auntie, don't talk nonsense with him, let me kill him. Nye Tsong roared ferociously. Nye Chu Feng stared deeply at Zhai Yao and asked coldly, what about the other two? Call them out, I'll send you on your way. I'll take responsibility for my own actions, this has nothing to do with them. Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. Good. Nye Chu Feng took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling as her beautiful eyes flashed coldly. How do you want to die? Tell me and I'll fulfill your wish. I don't want to die yet. Zhai Yao smiled, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Nye Chu Feng slowly raised her jade white hand and a green yuan qi gradually condensed on her palm. In an instant, a putrid smell filled the air. Chapter 706. Nye Chu Feng was a first-order transcendent, and although such a cultivation wasn't considered very strong in Tongxian realm, she was still a first-order transcendent. Zhai Yao was the same as Yang Kai, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The gap in strength between the two was quite large, so as soon as Nye Chu Feng began circulating her yuan qi, Zhai Yao's expression became dignified. Not waiting for this woman to take action, Zhai Yao suddenly raised his hand and sent something flying towards Nye Chu Feng. Nye Chu Feng's eyes flashed and her hand quickly caught this object, her beautiful eyes examining it for a moment before her expression changed dramatically. Golden Dragon Token? Nye Tsong also exclaimed. No wonder he was so rampant, it turns out this little brat has Floating Clouds City's Golden Dragon Token. Fei Yu suddenly woke up, her beautiful eyes staring at the token in Nye Chu Feng's hand, her red lips twitching slightly. His background really isn't small, Yang Kai chuckled. With Floating Clouds City's Golden Dragon Token, one was equivalent to being an honored guest of Floating Cloud City. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the relationship between Zhai Yao and Floating Cloud City's lord was, he had also heard about the tyrannical methods of the Saint Realm Master from the demon race, Aogu. After recognizing the Golden Dragon Token, Nye Chu Feng's murderous intent and momentum instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, her beautiful eyes staring towards Zhai Yao in shock as she asked, Where did you get this Golden Dragon Token? She didn't seem to believe that such a young man had a relationship with Aogu from the demon race. Zhai Yao shrugged his shoulders. Senior Aogu gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. Nye Chu Feng's expression became gloomy as she waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, Go and invite Vice City Lord Zhou Liang over. The cultivator responded and left like lightning. The scene suddenly became deadlocked. The onlookers were also whispering to each other, feeling inexplicably surprised. Nye Chu Feng swept her eyes over Zhai Yao, a complicated look flashing across her beautiful eyes. The other party taking out the Golden Dragon Token really made her hesitate. And you must kill him. Nye Tsong roared in a low voice. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. But he has the Golden Dragon Token. Chu Feng slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed. So what? Tsong grit his teeth. Don't tell me that if he has the Golden Dragon Token, the grudge of my severed arm will be forgotten? I want him to die dead. Nye Chu Feng's Yang Kai's heart filled with anger, Chu Feng's heart filled Chu Feng's. Ever since they young, Nye Tsong had grown up under her care and had never suffered any grievances. In Floating Cloud City, anyone who mentioned young Master Nye Tsong's name would have to treat them with respect. He had never encountered anything that did not go his way. But today, one of his hands was chopped off by someone. Do you really want him to die? Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually flashed with a dangerous light. He must die. Only then can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Good, then auntie will satisfy you. Nie Chu Feng's expression became cold as she immediately made up her mind. If she wanted to kill such a person, she needed to do so before Zhou Liang arrived. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, it would be too late. As for who this young man was or what his relationship with Ao Gu was, there was no need to consider. As long as Zhou Liang could put in a few good words with Ao Gu, this matter could be settled. After all, this young man was just a guest of Ao Gu's. Ao Gu didn't want to lose face with Zhou Liang for such a person, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai decided. Nie Chu Feng no longer hesitated, her green yuan qi once again gushing out from her tender body. Before anyone could react, it suddenly transformed into a viper midair and rushed towards Zhai Yao. Di Yao's complexion changed as a scorching hot true essence gushed out from his body, and a raging inferno surrounded him in layers of flames. The viper opened its fangs, broke through the blockade of flames, and bit towards Zhai Yao. From the viper's mouth, a foul stench burst forth, corroding Zhai Yao's yuan qi flames. In an instant, Zhai Yao's yuan qi defenses were broken through and the viper closed in on him. Zhai Yao's pupils shrank as his figure flashed, dodging this fatal blow. Before he could stabilize his footing, dark green vipers suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked him from all directions, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Zhai Yao's panicked expression suddenly calmed down and like a ghost, he pushed his movement skill to the extreme. At this moment, countless figures of him appeared all around him. The crowd let out a series of exclamations, none of them having expected this young man to be able to remain unscathed under Nie Chu Feng's attack. Before everyone could recover from their shock, somewhere on the third floor of the inn, an earth-shattering fluctuation suddenly erupted as a powerful shockwave tore through the sky. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in front of everyone's eyes. These ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power, and all of the dark green poisonous snakes that were affected quickly withered away, turning back into dark green true qi that was incinerated. A dazzling light, like the sharpest knife, sputtered out in all directions. As if the sun and moon had exploded, the green yuan qi was torn apart and purified, the scene suddenly becoming clear and bright. After everyone returned to their senses, they found that there was another young man in front of Zhai Yao, the same one who had competed with him for the Earth Fire Core in the trading zone. Brother Yang. Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai's back and couldn't help grinning, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. That momentary burst of power just now made him realize just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was. Originally, he thought it was impossible for an alchemist like him to be proficient in combat, but never had he expected his opponent's combat strength to be even more terrifying than his own. Zhai Yao's alchemy skills weren't as good as his opponent's, and his combat strength wasn't as good either. Yang Kai frowned helplessly. If possible, he didn't want to provoke trouble, but from the way Nie Chu Feng and Nie Tsong acted, even if he didn't show up, they would sooner or later target him. It could be said that when he competed with Nie Tsong for the Earth Fire Core in the trading zone, this grudge was destined to be formed. Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 protectors likely couldn't compete with the Saint Realm Masters of Floating Cloud City, so Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on Zhai Yao. This little brat was acting mysteriously, so he definitely had something he could rely on. Perhaps he could solve this problem. After realizing this, Yang Kai decisively took action. Fei Yu also floated down from the window and stood in front of the 2 young men with a smile, gritting her teeth as she said, "Little brat, you seem to have encountered some trouble." Zhai Yao curled his lips disdainfully. "She can't kill me." "You're still young, but your tone isn't small, just like my little bastard martial nephew," Fei Yu giggled. "Auntie, these 2 are his companions." After seeing Yang Kai, Nie Tsong quickly shouted angrily, pointing towards Yang Kai and Fei Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. In fact, when they were in the trading zone, he had only punched Nie Tsong once and hadn't hurt him. However, The other party holding such a grudge made him feel quite helpless. Don't worry, Auntie will avenge you. Nie Chu Feng's pretty face was cold as she suddenly waved her hand. Kill them all. With this order, the cultivators she had brought with her all released their yuan qi and rushed towards Fei Yu and the others. Fei Yu simply smiled, facing the dozen or so cultivator rushing towards her without the slightest trace of panic. Instead, a strange yet gentle power flowed out from her tender body and a thick layer of mist suddenly filled the air around her. This mist quickly condensed into water droplets and under Fei Yu's control, transformed into a series of powerful attacks that flew towards the dozen or so cultivator. A third-order transcendent? Nie Chu Feng's pretty face changed. As soon as Fei Yu took action, Nie Chu Feng realized the huge gap between her and her opponent and immediately realized that this time she wouldn't be able to avenge Nie Kong. Among the people she had brought with her, the strongest was only a second-order transcendent while two others were first-order transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. In front of a third-order transcendent master, this kind of heritage was really not enough. Her expression becoming extremely gloomy, Nie Chu Feng's heart filled with anger. For many years, no one in Floating Cloud City had dared to disobey her. Because of Zhou Liang's protection, even third-order transcendent masters had to treat her with respect. But now, the situation had taken a sharp turn. This group of detestable outsiders actually dared to make a move on the Tai Sui's head. They were truly tired of living. Xiao xiao xiao. The water droplets transformed into a series of powerful attacks that swept through the surrounding cultivators, causing them to scream and fall to the ground one after another. Only the three transcendents were lucky enough to escape. Fei Yu didn't kill them. After all, this was someone else's territory. She simply wanted to teach them a lesson so they would retreat. After witnessing Fei Yu's methods, the three transcendents who had managed to escape wore ugly expressions as they stared towards Fei Yu, their eyes filled with dread. Do you still want to continue? Fei Yu smiled sweetly, calmly asking, next time I won't be so gentle. Auntie! Nie Tsong shouted. Nie Chu Feng's expression also fluctuated, not knowing what to do when an angry shout suddenly rang out, all of you stop. As soon as this voice reached everyone's ears, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was so strong that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Immediately, a figure quickly approached from the distance and landed in the middle of the field. Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she quickly squeezed out a smile, as if she had seen her savior, Zhou Liang. Zhou Liang glanced over at her faintly before immediately shifting his gaze to Zhai Yao, who was being protected by Fei Yu and Yang Kai, and quickly walked over to him, his expression gloomy. Fei Yu's and Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as their auras pulsed like snakes, flickering in and out. Nie Chu Feng was excited, thinking that Zhou Liang was going to help her vent her anger, so she gently patted Nie Tsong's head, motioning him to calm down. Nie Tsong laughed sinisterly and widened his eyes. He wanted to see how these people who provoked him would die. Zhou Liang loved Nie Chu Feng dearly, so when a beauty asked for something, Zhou Liang would always comply. This time was no exception. Nie Tsong was full of confidence, a vicious and gloating grin appearing on his face. Chapter 707. Looking at the gloomy Zhou Liang who was rapidly approaching him, Yang Kai's aura seemed to be suppressed by the other party's tyrannical momentum, his hands and feet going cold, unable to move at all. A Saint Realm Master was 2 great realms lower than Yang Kai's current cultivation. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist, even Fei Yu wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Zhai Yao, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly whispered. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both wore shocked expressions. Zhou Liang ignored Yang Kai and Fei Yu and went straight to Zhai Yao, asking eagerly, has young Master Zhai been injured? There was a hint of urgency and concern in his voice, and even a hint of worry and panic, as if he was very afraid that Zhai Yao had been injured in the battle just now. The audience was in an uproar as Nie Chu Feng's smile stiffened on her face as she stood dumbfounded in place. Nie Tsong also opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief filling his face. I'm fine, Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. That's good. Zhou Liang gently exhaled, his expression relaxing as a trace of fear flashed across his brow, gently saying, Young Master Zhai must have been frightened. This Zhou Liang came late. I hope young Master Zhai won't take offense. Zhai Yao smiled lightly. It's fine. Zhou Liang then turned to look at Yang Kai and Fei Yu, gently nodding and asking, Are they friends of young Master Zhai? And Zhai Yao smiled, They're new friends. Zhou Liang's expression instantly became friendly as he looked towards Yang Kai approvingly. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Since they are friends of young Master Zhai, they are honored guests of my floating cloud city. You may rest assured I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Saying so, his expression became cold and gloomy, like the calm before a storm, turning around and striding towards Nie Chu Feng. Nie Chu Feng still hadn't recovered from her shock, her eyes filled with confusion. The scene in front of her was really unacceptable. Although Zhai Yao had taken out Ao Gu's golden dragon token before, that only meant that he was Ao Gu's guest. Why was Zhou Liang so polite to him, even deliberately trying to curry favor with him? Could it be that there was a power behind this young man that even Zhou Liang feared? When he came back to his senses, Zhou Liang was already standing in front of her. Uncle Zhou. He could feel Zhou Liang's anger and annoyance. Niet Song's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Pa! A resounding slap rang out, and Niet Song was sent flying like a rag sack. He tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground and fainting. Zhou Liang, what are you doing? Niet Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually regained their clarity. Seeing that Niet Song had been knocked unconscious, he immediately roared. Pa! With another crisp slap, Niet Chu Feng's pretty face was stained with a series of 5 finger marks as red blood flowed from her thin lips. Covering her cheek with her hand, Niet Chu Feng's beautiful eyes trembled. Staring in horror at the man in front of her who had always loved her so much, she suddenly felt like he was a complete stranger. The indifference on Zhou Liang's face made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, causing her heart to freeze. Cheap slut, do you know what you've done? Zhou Liang asked coldly. Nie Chu Feng shook her head blankly. Foolish woman. Zhou Liang's eyes flashed fiercely as he coldly declared, All these years you've used my name to commit all kinds of crimes in Floating Cloud City with your vile spawn. All I did was open one eye and close the other. I let you do as you please. But today, I can no longer tolerate you. But Nie Chu Feng screamed. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Zhou Liang said indifferently. Go, take your vile spawn and scram as far away as you can. From now on, you'll never set foot in Floating Cloud City again. If I see you here, you know the consequences. Nie Chu Feng's beautiful face went pale as she stared at Zhou Liang in shock, seemingly not having expected him to say such heartless words. Scram. Seeing that she didn't move, Zhou Liang shouted angrily. Feeling Zhou Liang's murderous intent, Nie Chu Feng's tender body trembled as she realized that he wasn't joking. Only now did she understand how powerful the forces behind Zhai Yao were. Nie Chu Feng was sure that even if she had offended someone from the Ao Gu family, Zhou Liang wouldn't treat her like this, but now, his heartlessness allowed Nie Chu Feng to clearly see just how terrifying the forces behind Zhai Yao were. This was a behemoth that even Zhou Liang had to act in accordance with. After understanding this, Nie Chu Feng immediately burst into tears and begged, Zhou Liang, don't be so cruel, I know I was wrong, I'll apologize to him, I promise I'll never provoke him again. Nie Chu Feng was just a first-order transcendent who belonged to no sect. She had relied on her beauty and body to win Zhou Liang's favor, allowing her to live freely in Floating Cloud City. Without Zhou Liang, with her strength and capital, she would never have been able to achieve this. Over the years, Nie Chu Feng had offended many people in Floating Cloud City. Once she left Zhou Liang's protection, she was well aware of what fate awaited her. In front of everyone's eyes, Nie Chu Feng knelt on the ground, hugged Zhou Liang's thigh, and begged loudly. Not only did the onlookers not feel pity for this beautiful woman, most of them even showed a look of satisfaction. This beautiful woman was obviously not popular in Floating Cloud City and had done many bad things. Zhou Liang, on the other hand, remained indifferent and just stared down at her indifferently. Nie Chu Feng gradually despaired, knowing that the other party would not change his mind. Calming down, she brushed her messy hair behind her ear and slowly got up. Zhou Liang, if you drive me away, I won't complain, but out of consideration for our many years of friendship, I have one more thing to ask of you. I hope you can agree. If you do, I'll leave right now. Looking at the other party's beautiful face, Zhou Liang's brow twitched as if remembering the good times of the past, sighing slightly. Speak, I can fulfill your last wish. Nie Chu Feng smiled reluctantly and whispered, Last night, I heard you say that a very powerful alchemist had come to the city lord's mansion. Can I ask him to help me refine a pill to reconnect severed arm? Since you said he was very powerful with his methods, he should be able to refine such a pill, right? He can, Zhou Liang nodded. Then, Nie Chu Feng smiled happily. But I can't satisfy your request. Why? Nie Chu Feng suddenly became hysterical. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you really want to be so heartless? It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you're too stupid. Zhou Liang leaned over and whispered in Nie Chu Feng's ear, The young man you offended is the only disciple of that alchemist grandmaster. That alchemist grandmaster is an existence that Ao Gu, Jin Jiao, and I don't dare to provoke. Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. Scram, Zhou Liang waved his hand, I hope you won't be so short-sighted in the future. Nie Chu Feng's face filled with grief and indignation as she bit her thin lip, causing blood to seep out. Immediately bending down, she picked up the unconscious Nie Tsong on the ground and shot a vicious glare towards Zhou Liang and Zhai Yao before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Among the crowd, many people immediately retreated with gloomy expressions and followed behind Nie Chu Feng. Resentment must be repaid, hatred must be avenged. It was time to settle accounts with this poisonous woman. Zhou Liang witnessed all this but did not stop it. That woman is dead, Yang Kai muttered softly. Serves her right. Fei Yu spat disdainfully. She despised this kind of woman who sold her body and fawned over the powerful without any self-awareness. Zhou Liang walked over and looked at Yang Kai and Fei Yu kindly. Since the two of you are young Master Zhai's friends, why don't you stay in the city lord's mansion for a few days? There should still be some time before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms. Zhai Yao also glanced over at Yang Kai with some expectation, seemingly hoping he would go to the city lord's mansion. Yang Kai shook his head. I have a few martial uncles and martial uncles outside. We'll have to wait here for them to return, so we won't bother you. If that's the case, then this old master won't force you. If the two of you have time, you can come to the city lord's mansion at any time. Zhou Liang smiled slightly before turning to Zhai Yao and saying, Young Master Zhai, let's go back first. Zhai Yao nodded and nodded to Yang Kai before quickly leaving with Zhou Liang. The surrounding area was completely silent. The people who were watching the fun seemed to have not yet recovered from the incident just now, everyone's faces filled with disbelief. For the sake of an unknown young man, Zhou Liang not only beat his beloved mistress but also drove her out of Floating Cloud City. It was really cold and heartless to the extreme. Moreover, just because Yang Kai and Fei Yu had some relationship with that young man, they were able to receive such a warm invitation from Zhou Liang. That young man's background was a bit too big, wasn't it? After a long time, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some busybodies wanted to inquire about Zhai Yao from Yang Kai, but Yang Kai and Fei Yu didn't give them a chance and had already hidden inside the inn. They were also a little shocked. Although he felt that Zhai Yao had some kind of background, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the other party's background. Along with Fei Yu, both Yang Kai and Yang Kai couldn't figure it out and could only give up. After Zhai Yao returned to the city lord's mansion, he immediately went to see his teacher. In a quiet room, Zhai Yao's teacher was resting with his eyes closed. Zhai Yao gently walked in and waited for a long time before the old man slowly opened his eyes. Teacher, I lost again, Zhai Yao said softly. You lost again? The old man was surprised. Teacher, please take a look at this spirit pill. Zhai Yao respectfully handed over the spirit pill refined by Yang Kai. The old man took it and his eyes suddenly lit up. Pill veins? Releasing his divine sense, his expression changed and he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. After a long time, he handed the spirit pill back to Xianxia and pondered for a moment before asking, "This is the spirit pill refined by your opponent? What kind of person is he?" "About the same age as me," Xianxia quickly described Yang Kai's appearance. The old man listened quietly, stroking his beard. After listening, he said, "This young man is quite amazing." "What do you mean?" "His alchemy technique is a bit clumsy. It seems that he hasn't been strictly taught. In other words, unlike you, he doesn't have his own teacher." "Really?" Xianxia exclaimed. Chapter 708. Without the guidance of a teacher, he could have such amazing alchemy skills. If he had been taught by this old man for more than 10 years, how much would he have grown? If it were up to me, he should have learned from some ancient books and notes left behind by his predecessors, the old man casually speculated, but it was infinitely close to the truth. "Master, I'm very depressed." Xianxia seemed to have lost his spirit. You don't have to be like this," the old man smiled gently. "In this world, there are always one or two people with great aptitude. He belongs to this kind of people. Although no one taught him, he has his own understanding of spirit arrays and yuan qi, as well as the allocation of herbs. He is a very good seedling." Di Yao heaved a heavy sigh. "Teacher, it's only been a little more than a year since I came out of the wasteland and I've already lost to 2 different people. It's only natural that I lost the last time. After all, my opponent's physique is different. But this time, I've really lost in confusion." He was originally full of confidence, but at the last moment, Yang Kai actually refined pill veins, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat. "Now you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you," the old man said in a deep voice. Xianxia nodded heavily. "Rest assured, Master, from now on, this disciple will study alchemy diligently and will not disappoint Master's expectations." The old man stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. There was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. There was something he did not say to his disciple. From the spirit pills Xianxia brought back this time, the old man saw some familiar traces, which were traces of spirit arrays drawn by alchemists during the process of refining spirit pills. These traces seemed to be similar to the technique used by the little girl who defeated Xianxia a year ago. Was there any relationship between the two? The old man pondered, his heart filled with curiosity about Yang Kai, and he could not help but want to meet him. 2 days later, the Tsangyan elders finally returned. When Yang Kai saw them again, he was surprised to find that the expressions of his martial uncles were not very good. He took a sip of tea and rested for a while. Rimaru sighed heavily. "It seems that we underestimated the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to transcendence. The matter this time is a little difficult to handle." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "There are too many people. Right now, there are at least 100 transcendents gathered on that mountain, all of them waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. When that day comes, this number will likely triple." Sangyen sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression changed. More than 300 transcendents, even if only 10% of them were third-order transcendents, that was still more than 30. Although Tsang Yen and the others were not weak. His cultivation was definitely not low, but in this environment, wanting to escort Yang Kai to Ascending Heaven Cliff and monopolize the 1,000-year demon flower would be extremely difficult. If things didn't go well, the result would be complete annihilation. A talent like Yang Kai was rare, so Tsang Yen and the others had no choice but to consider whether or not they should take this risk. If they couldn't afford the consequences, it would be best to leave Floating Cloud City now. "Can we find someone to cooperate with?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he proposed. "Cooperate with who?" Sangyen slowly shook his head. "Everyone is eyeing the 1,000-year demon flower, so it's unrealistic to find anyone to cooperate with. If we cooperate, it means we'll have to divide the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. There are 4 of us here, and no one knows how much medicinal liquid the 1,000-year demon flower can condense." If there isn't enough to divide, we'll have to fight for it. There will be disputes. If there is someone who doesn't want the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, we can cooperate with them, right? Yang Kai asked with a smile. How could there be such a person? There is. You mean that little brat? Fei Yu asked thoughtfully. She understood who Yang Kai was talking about. Yang Kai nodded. Which little brat? What's the situation? Rimaru suddenly asked. While we were away, did you not stay in the inn? That's a small matter. Fei Yu quickly changed the subject. We really did meet a very interesting little guy. Tell us about it, Songyan said with great interest. Yang Kai immediately recounted what had happened after he met Zhai Yao. The several martial uncles and martial seniors were all amazed. Being able to make Zhou Liang, a Saint Realm master, treat him so politely, even going as far as to expel his mistress, this Zhai Yao's identity was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, this boy was not Zhou Liang's guest, but rather the guest of Ao Gu, the master of the demon race. As a human, Zhou Liang had actually stood up for him. This was all the more intriguing. Although they had never met, after listening to Yang Kai's description, everyone seemed to see a huge and heavy shadow lurking behind Zhai Yao. Can you trust him? Song Yin asked solemnly. I believe him, Yang Kai nodded. To be honest, I also believe him. This little guy isn't bad, Fei Yu smiled. Since all of you say so, then we can trust him, Song Yin nodded. The other party also wants to cooperate with you, right? That's what he said. It seems that the other party isn't confident he can climb ascending heaven cliff under the watchful eyes of so many masters. Since that's the case, we might as well find him and have a good talk, each taking what they need. Song Yin's eyes narrowed. However, if he isn't after the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, what is he after? This point needs to be investigated clearly. It's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but it's important to be on guard against others. Then should I go to the city lord's mansion and talk to him? Yang Kai asked. He was also very concerned about some of the words Zhai Yao had said before. This guy seemed to know some secrets that others didn't know, but he didn't know where he had heard them. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of power was behind Zhai Yao. Zhou Liang couldn't be so polite to a young man for no reason, so the only explanation was that there was someone behind Zhai Yao and Zhou Liang was trying to curry favor with that person. If Yang Kai's guess was correct, then this person was Zhou Liang's master, and at this moment, he should also be a guest in the city lord's mansion. This person was definitely a top alchemy grandmaster, and being able to talk to such a character would also be beneficial to Yang Kai. With the permission of his martial uncles, Yang Kai and Fei Yu left the inn and walked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Not long after they walked out, an old man and a young girl suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man was Du Wan and the young girl was naturally Mina. Mina ran over and said a few words to Fei Yu before her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai and asked in amazement, "Who is this little gigolo?" Yang Kai's face went black. What do you think? Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, pointing a finger at him as she said, "You? How did you?" Suddenly remembering something, she clapped her hands and said, "Right, it was old man Du who gave you that thing, I almost forgot." Saying so, she reached out her hand and pinched Yang Kai's cheeks, marveling at him. Old man Du and Fei Yu simply stood to the side with smiles on their faces, not intending to stop her. "You bastard, you just arrived in Floating Cloud City and you already made such a big fuss. You really don't know your place." Mina giggled as she played with Yang Kai's white cheeks, her face filled with excitement. "Did you hear?" Fei Yu looked at Mina and asked. The entire Floating Cloud City knows." Mina nodded slightly and continued to pinch Yang Kai, as if she had found a new toy. Yang Kai became angry and gloomily said, "If you keep pinching me, I'll fight back. Little girl, don't push your luck." Saying so, he stared meaningfully at her full and straight breasts, his eyes filled with lust and wickedness. Mina immediately retreated, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she gritted her teeth and said, "Rogue. Old man Du, where are you going?" Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this crazy girl and instead turned to Du Wan and asked, There is an alchemy competition in the square over there, hosted by the Alchemist Guild. This old man is taking me Na there to participate. It's a rare opportunity for her to come out, so naturally I want her to broaden her horizons. Du-won explained before suddenly asking, does little friend Yang want to participate? Although the registration period has already passed, with this old man's recommendation, there should be no problem in participating. Come on, we're all young people here. If you go, you'll be able to earn some glory for our Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. Mina said eagerly. Yang Kai pinched his nose and grinned. Old man Du, did you make a special detour to come here? Du-won chuckled. Did little friend Yang see through us? It didn't make sense for Du-won and the others to happen to come this way. When he and Feiyu were shopping around the trading district that day, Yang Kai had also heard about the alchemy competition and knew that the venue was not in this direction. After all, because of the 1,000-year demon flower incident, countless alchemists had gathered in Floating Cloud City. This was a rare sight, so the Alchemist Guild naturally wanted to do something in this regard and test the level of this generation's alchemists. This would also provide a platform for everyone to communicate and compete. Actually, this old man made a bet with a few old friends to see whose younger generation is the best. They are all leaders of different alchemist guilds in different cities. And the wager is anything they have in their universe bags. These old men's backgrounds are quite rich, Du-won said with a look of enticement. Mina followed up. If we can win in the end, the Alchemist Guild will give us a huge reward, all of which will be rare herbs and even a top-grade pill furnace. Saying so, she shook Yang Kai's arm and begged, Big brother Yang Kai, please go, this one really wants that pill furnace. That's a saint-grade pill furnace. Yang Kai immediately got goosebumps and shuddered, helplessly saying, since old man Du has said so, how can I refuse? Stop shaking me, you're making me dizzy. You agree? Great. Mina suddenly became excited. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, if we can win in the end, I hope to be able to choose the herbs I need from the wager and rewards. I don't want that pill furnace. That's not a problem. Mina nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't be so excited, there are many powerful alchemists in this world, we may not necessarily be the ones to have the last laugh. You can definitely win, this is a competition between the younger generation of alchemists, no one can be better than you. Mina had absolute confidence in Yang Kai. Chapter 709. Going to the City Lord's mansion to find Zhai Yao to discuss the matter of the 1,000-year demon flower was temporarily put aside. In any case, there was no need to rush. The reason why Yang Kai agreed to Old Man Du's request was because Old Man Du had taken good care of him. In Grand Boulder City, if it weren't for Old Man Du opening the door for him, his life would not have been so smooth. In the end, it was also because of Old Man Du that the Tsangyan had found him. Secondly, Yang Kai was indeed tempted by benefits. He had now collected a lot of herbs for refining Saint Pills. Even the Earth Fire Core had been collected 2 days ago, but there were still a few rare materials left. Old Man Du's friends might not necessarily have them, but perhaps they had some connections, so Yang Kai decided to make some inquiries. As long as he collected the remaining herbs and improved his alchemy skills, Yang Kai would be able to return to the Snow Mountain Range and bring the ancient demon clan back. In this world, Yang Kai urgently needed to have his own team and strength. In the northwest corner of Floating Cloud City, a huge martial ground was packed with people. Tables were placed in the middle of the martial ground, spaced at least 300 meters apart from each other. Roughly counting, there were hundreds of tables. These were all prepared for the alchemists who were about to participate in the competition. Outside the martial ground, countless cultivator and alchemist were waiting quietly. At the front of the martial ground, on a high platform, a number of white-haired old men were busily working. Yang Kai's state of mind was calm and he didn't feel much tension, but Mina, after seeing such a magnificent scene, couldn't help exclaiming in amazement, like a country girl who had never seen the world suddenly entering a magnificent city. Everything seemed so fresh and new to her. Brother Yang. A voice suddenly called out from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that Zhai Yao was also here. Behind him were two transcendent realm black-armored cultivator. It seemed that after the events of the past few days, the city lord's mansion had arranged two bodyguards for him, taking very good care of him. How come you're here? Yang Kai smiled. This was really a coincidence. If he had really gone directly to the city lord's mansion, he might have missed it. It was the right choice to come here. I'm here to watch the show. Jia Yao smiled. You're here to watch the show too? I'm here to participate, Yang Kai explained. Are you serious? Jia Yao was obviously shocked. If you participate, what hope do they have? A young generation of alchemists. Those who were able to reach the spirit level were already considered to have good aptitude and were extremely rare, not to mention people like Yang Kai who had already reached the spirit level high rank. With this kind of capital to participate, this was clearly bullying. Just for fun. Yang Kai chuckled. Jia Yao's eyes flashed, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. If you want to participate, I want to participate too. Yang Kai, who is this? Mina's eyes flashed as she stared at Di Yao and asked. This is the one who competed with me for the Earth Fire Core a few days ago, Jia Yao, brother Di. Yang Kai introduced before pointing to Du Wan and Mina. This is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's Old Man Du Wan and Spirit Grade Low-Rank Alchemist Mina. Jia Yao's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists respectfully. So it is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's young master. This junior greets Old Man Du. Do you know me? Du Wan smiled kindly. I've heard Master mention you before. Master said that you are one of the few masters in the world who is likely to become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Your honored master is? Du Wan's expression changed. Sorry, Master did not allow me to say his name. Jia Yao explained awkwardly. Du Wan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his expression, saying, It doesn't matter, since your honored master said so, he must be this Du Wan senior. Please convey a message to your master for this Du Mao will definitely not disappoint his expectations in this lifetime. He will definitely reach Saint Grade mid-rank. This junior will definitely do so. Jia Yao nodded firmly. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Du Wan sighed. I thought that little friend Yang was the most outstanding alchemist of this world's younger generation, but after seeing little friend Di today, I realized that this old master's vision was still too short-sighted. Little friend Di is not much inferior to little friend Yang. Old man Du, how do you know that his alchemy skills are comparable to Yang Kai's? Mina asked curiously. An alchemist is different from a cultivator. When you are as old as me, you will also have such vision. Du Wan chuckled. Mina glanced at Jia Yao in amazement and found that he actually had an indifferent look on his face, accepting old man Du's evaluation without any qualms. She suddenly pouted and said in a dissatisfied tone, You're not bad-looking, but you're a bit arrogant. Am I? Jia Yao was stunned. Mina nodded and snorted. I'd like to see if your alchemy skills are as good as Yang Kai's. Old man Du, let him register as well. Perhaps he's just an embroidered pillow, pretty but useless. Mina, don't be rude. Old man Du shouted. Good, since brother Yang is participating, of course I will also participate. Jia Yao said with a happy expression, Senior Du, I will participate as a member of your alchemist association. Du Wan heard this and smiled bitterly before shaking his head. It looks like my old friends are going to bleed a lot. Originally, with the participation of Yang Kai, victory was already in his grasp, but now with the addition of Jia Yao, the others simply had no chance of winning. I hope they won't suffer too much, Old Man Du secretly thought to himself. With Jia Yao wanting to join in the fun, Yang Kai had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Following Du Wan to the high platform and completing the registration procedures, Yang Kai and Jia Yao each received a number plate. The two of them were different from the other alchemists, their expressions indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness or excitement, as if they really were just here to play. While they were waiting, a group of people walked over, led by several old men, followed by a group of young alchemists. Yang Kai immediately understood that these should be the old friends Old Man Du had mentioned. When they got closer, they greeted each other with smiles, and the scene was harmonious. These old fogies had been friends for many years, so naturally, their friendship was deep, but the younger generation of alchemists were staring at each other with strong hostility, creating a strange atmosphere. The old fogies were also aware of this, but not only did they not stop them, they instead constantly provoked these young people with words, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The calmness of Yang Kai and Xianxia attracted their attention, so they wanted to inquire Old Man Du about their background, but Old Man Du simply smiled without saying anything, causing these old men and women to feel an itch in their hearts. Suddenly, the sound of gongs, drums, and wind instruments rang out, and the scene became extremely lively, causing the crowd to quiet down. From the high platform, a dignified voice called out, "Hello everyone, this one is Lu Fu, the head of Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild. Since you are all alchemists who have come from afar, this Lu welcomes your arrival. Regardless of your purpose in coming here, today, friends from all over the world have gathered here. Taking this opportunity, my Alchemist Guild will hold an alchemy competition here. I ask that all of you show your full ability and compete with the world's alchemists." Lu Fu spoke eloquently, including the rules of the competition, the arrangements, and the final rewards. The appearance of the Saint-grade pill furnace instantly caused the eyes of countless alchemists to turn red. Mina was also indescribably excited, her face filled with an expression that said she would not give up until she obtained this Saint-grade pill furnace. After speaking for a long time, everyone's mood was aroused. Lu Fu looked around and smiled. "Now, the competition begins. Please find your seat according to the number plate you have received." As soon as he finished speaking, several hundred people rushed into the square. These were all alchemists of the younger generation, the oldest among them no more than 40 years old. All of them were mysterious-grade alchemists, with only about 10% of them being spirit-grade alchemists. Yang Kai and Xianxia glanced at each other before slowly walking towards the square. The two of them were the last to register, so their seats were naturally in the last corner, and the table they were sitting at was also newly added. If it weren't for Old Man Du coming forward, they would definitely not be eligible to participate. However, this was in line with Yang Kai's intentions. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to discuss cooperation with Xianxia. On the table, there was a universe bag. Yang Kai picked up the universe bag and probed it with his divine sense, discovering that it was filled with a lot of herbs and even a pill furnace. This pill furnace was mysterious grade mid-rank, and the grade of the herbs inside was not high, at most spirit grade. With these restrictions, most people could display a decent level of skill, making it more convenient for the final evaluation and comparison. The alchemy competition was divided into several events, the first of which was condensing medicinal liquids. Within a set time, the more medicinal liquids one could condense, the higher the grade, and the greater the advantage one would have. It could be said that everyone's starting point and capital were exactly the same, and as for the final result, it would depend on one's own means. Under Lu Fu's command, the competition officially began. Yang Kai took out all the herbs, picked up a few of them, and placed them on his palm, circulating his yuan qi to condense them. His expression relaxed. Glancing over at Xianxia, Yang Kai found that he was also doing the same. Alchemists with outstanding strength could multitask when condensing medicinal liquids. They didn't need to condense them blindly. Mina was in the middle of the field, her speed not slow. Compared with Yang Kai, she didn't have much confidence, but compared with the other alchemists, she was undoubtedly very good. Yuan qi flames surged out, and the herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids. The impurities were removed in an orderly manner. "Brother D," Yang Kai called out softly as he moved, "it's about the cooperation you mentioned before. Have you considered it?" Xianxia whispered back, his hands not slowing down in the slightest. "We can cooperate, but I want to know, if your purpose is not the medicinal liquids of the 1,000-year demon flower, then what are you going to do there? Didn't I say that condensing medicinal liquids is of great benefit to you, and it is also the same for me? Naturally, I am going to condense medicinal liquids, and of course, all the medicinal liquids I condense will be yours. Your martial uncle needs this, right?" Yang Kai nodded, frowning as he asked, "If it's convenient, can you tell me what the benefits are?" "It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I can't say." Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. "That's what teacher told me, I just have to do as I'm told." Chapter 710. Zhai Yao once again mentioned his mysterious master, making Yang Kai curious. He didn't know what kind of master this mysterious master was, but he also knew that if he asked directly, he most likely wouldn't get an answer. "I have 4 third-order transcendent martial uncles here who can escort me to Ascending Heaven Cliff. What about Brother Zhai?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "Ao Gu will probably give me a few transcendent realm masters. I don't know the specifics, but as long as we work together, we should have a good chance of winning. At first, the battle will be between transcendent realm masters, but once we reach Ascending Heaven Cliff, it will become a battle between alchemists." "Heh, alchemists aren't that strong, so when the time comes, you and I can easily occupy the 1,000-year demon flower," Zhai Yao grinned. "Good, then it's settled. When the flower blooms, we'll act together." Yang Kai nodded firmly, putting down the medicinal liquid he had just condensed and slowly raising his other hand. Zhai Yao was dumbfounded. So fast? While they were talking, Yang Kai had finished condensing all the herbs. The old men on the high platform who were supervising were also stunned, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Before they could recover, Zhai Yao also hurriedly raised his hand, only a moment behind Yang Kai. Immediately, a saint-grade alchemist flew down from the high platform and arrived in front of Yang Kai and Di Yao. After inspecting the medicinal liquids, this alchemist announced their results with a strange look on his face. Du Wan, who was sitting on the high platform, chuckled as he stroked his beard, as if he had already expected such a scene, his expression completely calm. His heart was filled with relief. His old friends suddenly couldn't sit still, one of them a yellow-faced old man asking, "Brother Du, where did you find these 2 little monsters? The speed at which they condense medicinal liquids is comparable to ours." "Haha, that's a secret." Du Wan smiled and shook his head, "Prepare to be slaughtered." The faces of the several old men suddenly turned ugly, only now realizing that Du Wan had clearly grasped victory in his hands and they had foolishly fallen into his opponent's trap. However, they were all old friends, so they naturally wouldn't go back on their words. The items in the Qinghuan bag would not be moved either. On the contrary, the appearance of 2 young alchemists with outstanding aptitude was something they really wanted to see. This showed that the future of this generation was still full of hope. In the first round of the competition, more than half of the several hundred people were eliminated. These people were unable to condense all the medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid or condense them within the allotted time. He had failed too many times. Mina successfully passed the second trial and was overjoyed. After the first round was over, he immediately entered the second round of the competition, inscribing spirit arrays. Using the mysterious grade mid-rank pill furnace in his universe bag, the participants were to inscribe the spirit arrays that the alchemist had mastered. There was no time limit for this round, so the more complex the spirit arrays one could inscribe, the better the results would be. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao easily won first place. The third item was the control of fire. The fourth item was the allocation of medicinal herbs. The fifth item, the sixth item, until the very end, it was the alchemy competition. There was no time to rest, only one day. The alchemy competition was over, and in the end, only Yang Kai and Zhai Yao were left. Mina was eliminated in the fourth round, so she couldn't help but feel a little depressed. But at her age, being able to persevere to this point was already very rare. After receiving a few words of praise from Old Man Du, her mood immediately brightened up. Under everyone's watchful eyes. In the final round, Zhai Yao took the initiative to admit defeat and didn't compete with Yang Kai. Because he knew that if they were to fight seriously, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Although the two of them were very close in terms of alchemy, there was still a slight gap. Zhai Yao also didn't want to expose his and Yang Kai's true alchemy skills in front of so many people. The previous rounds were just scattered items, so there weren't many problems, but if they were to really refine pills, it would be easy to expose some problems. The two's alchemy speed and methods were simply too unusual. The people from the Alchemist Guild were also a little shocked, none of them having expected that Xianxia would give up such a great opportunity, but after noticing his indifferent attitude, they all felt relieved. "Brother Yang, I'll see you another day. I've been wandering around outside all day, so I'll head back first, otherwise teacher will scold me again," Xianxia said before walking back towards the city lord's mansion under the protection of the two transcendent realm black-armored cultivator. Lu Fu stepped onto the high platform and announced the final winner of the competition as Yang Kai, handing out the rewards promised by the Alchemist Guild on the spot. A universe bag filled with rare herbs and a saint-grade alchemy furnace. This caused countless people to feel envious. Yang Kai casually tossed the saint-grade alchemy furnace to Mina, the little girl so excited she couldn't wait to kiss Yang Kai. "Little friend Yang, this way," Duwan smiled and beckoned from a corner of the high platform. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over. "Little guy, who's your teacher? Do you want to come to my Three Chuan City's Alchemist Guild? It's much more prosperous than Grand Boulder City and has many beautiful women. Following Duwan has no future, that old dog's neck is half buried in the ground and he's about to die. Come to us instead." As soon as he walked over, the old men around Duwan began shouting, all of them showing eager eyes as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was taken aback. The enthusiasm of these old men and women was so high that he was almost completely surrounded. "You old fools, do you have any sense of shame?" Duwan shouted. "Do you really think this Du is dead? Actually trying to poach my disciple right in front of me? If anyone dares to say another word, this Du will fight them to the death." "Duwan, save your energy, what's the point of getting so worked up about an old bag of bones? Be careful you don't sprain your back," someone laughed. "You're not young either," Duwan snorted. "Senior's kindness, this junior appreciates." Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before bowing. However, this junior has no intention of studying alchemy for the rest of his life. "And I want to spy on the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Studying alchemy is only for the sake of better studying the martial Tao. Therefore, this junior will have to decline everyone's kindness." All the old men were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open. Even Duwan was stunned. "You want to study the martial Tao? With such good alchemy aptitude, you want to study the martial Tao? Young man, don't you know what kind of capital you have? That's right, this is too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. If you want to protect someone, you need to have some attainments in alchemy. As long as your alchemy level rises, there is nothing in this world you can't obtain. Wealth, power, fame, status, beauty, whatever you want, you can have it. Moreover, you don't even need to do it yourself, you only need to release a message and someone will naturally take care of it for you. After becoming an alchemy grandmaster, there are many benefits. No matter where you go, you will be treated with courtesy. Even if you go to the demon land or monster race, the demon race will not attack you and will only treat you as an honored guest." A group of old men, one after the other, earnestly tried to describe the beautiful prospects of becoming an alchemist to Yang Kai in an attempt to change his mind. "I just want to reach the peak of the martial Tao," Yang Kai sternly declared, his face filled with determination, his eyes not the slightest bit of confusion. Everyone was speechless. The peak of the martial Tao, this was indeed something that alchemy could not achieve. Feeling Yang Kai's sincerity and determination, everyone sighed, thinking that Yang Kai was wasting his talent too much. "Duwan, when you have time, talk to this little brat. He is still young and full of vigor. I'm afraid he can't see his future clearly," the old man who had enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to Three River City whispered in Duwan's ear. Duwan nodded gently. "If there is an opportunity, I will talk to him." Duwan obviously also felt that with Yang Kai's current capital, pursuing the endless martial Tao was far less promising than studying alchemy. Lightly coughing, Duwan said, "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Little friend Yang having his own goals is a good thing. Young people naturally have their own pursuits." Duwan was afraid that these old men's preaching would have the opposite effect, so he quickly changed the subject. "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Is everyone ready?" Hearing this, the faces of the several old men suddenly became ugly, gnashing their teeth as they glared at Duwan. "You old fox." Although they said so, one by one, they all took out their universe bags and tossed them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught them, and in an instant, 4 or 5 universe bags appeared in his hand. "Heh, who asked you to be so confident?" Duwan laughed wildly as he gestured to Yang Kai. "Little friend Yang, there's no need to be polite, just take whatever you like. In any case, the things in their universe bags were not earned by them." Junior won't be polite. Yang Kai also grinned, releasing his divine sense and carefully inspecting the universe bags in his hand under the watchful gazes of these old men. After inspecting the first universe bag, Yang Kai's complexion changed. As expected of a saint-grade alchemist's universe bag, everything inside was of high quality. At the very least, they were all spirit-grade low rank. Pills, herbs, secret arts, artifacts, everything one could think of, there was no lack of saint-grade existences. There were also some strange materials, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were for. Regardless of which one it was, they all exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Yang Kai was dazzled by the variety of items, and after confirming that this universe bag did not contain the herbs he urgently needed, he found it difficult to choose. "Young man, hurry up and choose. This old master is a little nervous. If you take so long, I won't be able to hold on any longer," the owner of this universe bag couldn't help urging with a bitter expression. "Old man Du, I can only take one thing, right?" Yang Kai glanced at Du-Wan awkwardly. That's what my bet with these old friends of mine said." Du-Wan nodded gently before suddenly smiling slyly. "But my old friends are all very generous people, especially those with promising prospects, so I think it won't matter if you take a few more things, isn't that right, Brother Chang?" Saying so, he turned to the owner of this universe bag with a smile. Chapter 711. That's right. The old man surnamed Chang's face turned blue, but he still smiled and nodded. After being ridiculed by Du-Wan in front of a junior, he couldn't deny it, so he gritted his teeth and said, "This Chang is very generous." As he spoke, his face twitched as if he couldn't wait to beat Du-Wan up. "Then I'll take these too." Yang Kai immediately took out 2 herbs from his universe bag. The old man surnamed Chang glanced at them and his expression suddenly relaxed as he snatched the universe bag back from Yang Kai and said generously, "Take it, take it." Looking at him like this, it was obvious that the things he cared about most had not been taken away by Yang Kai, so he relaxed a lot. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be so vicious. This time, he had already gained a great deal, so he was very satisfied with taking out 2 saint-grade materials from this universe bag. With these 2 saint-grade herbs as catalysts, Yang Kai could refine 2 saint pills. After dealing with the first universe bag, Yang Kai checked the second one. Sweeping it with his divine sense, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. From this universe bag, Yang Kai found a material he urgently needed, congealing dew grass. In the list Li Rong had given him, dew congealing grass was a must-have. The environment in which it grew was extremely harsh, and although it could be found anywhere in the continent, because of the harsh conditions, it was very rare for it to grow. The congealing dew grass in this universe bag, whether it was its shape or age, had already reached the limit, so it was obviously a top-grade herb. Yang Kai accepted it without any trace of politeness before casually taking out another saint-grade herb from this universe bag. The 3rd and 4th Cosmos bags did not yield much. Similarly, he only obtained 2 medicinal herbs. When it came to the last universe bag, Yang Kai carefully examined it. After a short while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He found that this universe bag didn't have the materials he wanted and was about to casually take out 2. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared blankly at something inside the universe bag. After a while, he smiled slightly and said, "These 2." As he spoke, he took out 2 items. Everyone looked over and couldn't help showing a strange expression, because the 2 things Yang Kai took out this time were saint-grade herbs, not much different from the previous ones. However, the other item was a pitch-black round stone. "What is this?" Duwan glanced over and asked curiously. The other elders also looked at it and shook their heads in confusion. No one recognized what this pitch-black round stone was. The owner of the Qinkuan bag kept shaking his head. "Don't look at me, I don't know either. I just felt that this stone was very strange, so I kept it in my Qinkuan bag. It had been there for decades, but no one had been able to figure out what it was for. Little friend, do you know?" As he asked, he looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. "I don't know either. I just thought it was a little strange, so I found it." "Then I'll give it to you. Anyway, I haven't figured out what it's made of in the past few decades." The owner of the Qinkuan bag said generously. "Many thanks, seniors." Yang Kai chuckled and put the pitch-black round stone into his black book space. Since the bet had been completed, Yang Kai took his leave. Then he jumped off the high platform. The other old fogies still wanted to persuade him. But since they couldn't open their mouths, they could only let him leave. Duwan. He must not be allowed to go astray. He must achieve something in alchemy. It's rare to meet such a good seedling. I don't want him to be ruined. Yes, Duwan, after you go back, you have to persuade him. If you can't do it, I'll bring him to Three River City. This old man will do his best. Duwan smiled bitterly, also somewhat unable to understand why Yang Kai was so obsessed with the martial Tao. In this world, 80% of people cultivated and could be called cultivators. Alchemists, on the other hand, were extremely rare. Out of 10,000 cultivators, there might not even be one alchemist, and those with aptitude in alchemy were even rarer. An alchemist with excellent aptitude and skill would be respected wherever they went. It was impossible for this little brat not to see the gap between a cultivator and an alchemist. After returning from the square with Fei Yu, Yang Kai immediately reported the results of his discussion with Zhai Yao to the Zhangyan elders. Listening to this, the Zhangyan elders nodded slightly. If that's the case, our chances of winning are undoubtedly much higher. Since that little brat is Aogu's honored guest, Aogu will not treat him lightly. When the time comes, the bodyguard assigned to him will at least be a third-order transcendent. This is just a conservative estimate. Martial uncle, how long until the 1,000-year demon flower blooms? I don't know exactly how long it will take, but according to ancient records, before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms, there will be a strange phenomenon. We will know when the time comes. Right now, there are many people stationed on that mountain peak, waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. There are even some people waiting on ascending Heaven Cliff, but the closer we get to the target, the more dangerous it will be, so we don't need to worry. Rimar chuckled, little martial nephew, you should rest well for now. When the time comes, we'll take you there. Yang Kai nodded. Returning to his room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began cultivating while taking out 2 pitch-black round stones from his black book space. Hey, aren't these the stones you obtained from that predecessor's cave mansion last time? Fei Yu called out in surprise. How come there are 2 more? I just found them in the universe bag of a senior alchemist. Yang Kai explained. It was precisely because the 2 stones were made of the same material and size that Yang Kai chose the pitch-black round stone. Martial uncle, what are these for? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Fei Yu shook her head. Strange. Yang Kai was puzzled. That senior alchemist also couldn't recognize what these stones were made of or what they were used for. Yang Kai had heard from that senior alchemist that he had obtained these stones several dozen years ago, yet he hadn't been able to unearth any of their secrets. Yang Kai instinctively felt that these 2 pitch-black round stones were not simple. Circulating his yuan qi to roast them and releasing his divine sense to probe them, Yang Kai found nothing. After struggling for a long time, Yang Kai gave up and put them away again. Over the next few days, Yang Kai remained in seclusion in the inn, maintaining his best condition at all times, waiting to deal with the upcoming battle. His several martial uncles were also preparing closely. One morning, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the world energy around him was somewhat strange. It was as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. It was converging in a certain direction. Before he could figure out what was going on, this situation suddenly became fierce. Even inside the room, a strong wind blew around him, causing the windows and doors to creak. Feiyu also quickly opened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "This is..." Saying so, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she walked over to the window and looked into the distance. With great excitement, she shouted, "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom." Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. From the room next door, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard. Obviously, the Xianxia people had set out. Yang Kai and Feiyu glanced at each other and without hesitation, jumped out of the window. At the same time, all of Floating Cloud's city boiled up as countless cultivators flooded the streets from all directions and stared towards the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. "The 1,000-year demon flower is moving!" Someone shouted. His words made everyone excited. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared towards the mountain peak, only to see a 5-colored glow appear on the horizon, illuminating the area. The world energy was madly rushing towards the mountain peak, causing all of Floating Cloud City to fall into chaos. "Go!" the Xianxia shouted. Wrapped in a rainbow light, flying towards the mountain peak. Everyone followed closely behind. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk countless people were rushing towards the mountain peak. Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult this competition would be. There were many transcendent realm masters here, so he had no choice. Although there were very few third-order masters, the number of people here far exceeded the Xianxia's estimate. The number of transcendents who had rushed out of Floating Cloud City alone numbered between 300 and 400, not to mention the opponents who had been guarding the mountain peak. A conservative estimate was that there were at least 500 transcendents participating in this competition. This terrifying number caused Yang Kai's scalp to go numb. Inside the city lord's mansion, Ao Gu, Zhou Liang, and Jin Jiao stood high up, staring at the mountain peak with dignified expressions. Grandmaster seems to have also gone over. Jin Jiao looked at the several figures rushing out of the city lord's mansion and suddenly said, "HM? Isn't Grandmaster a Saint Realm Master? If he goes over, the 1,000-year demon flower won't be able to bloom again." Zhou Liang was surprised. "You don't have to worry about that. Grandmaster seems to have taken some kind of pill to temporarily suppress his cultivation," Ao Gu said lightly. "After all, when the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed last time, it was he who condensed the medicinal liquid, so he knows more about this than anyone else." Hearing this, both Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was also the first time they had met Grandmaster, they had already obtained unimaginable benefits from him. Just a single saint pill refined by Grandmaster had allowed their physical bodies and souls to grow rapidly. Although the cultivation of the three of them hadn't increased by much compared to that day, any one of them could feel that they had become much stronger. Grandmaster coming to Floating Cloud City was a good thing they had never imagined. In order to repay Grandmaster's kindness, Ao Gu and the other two spared no effort this time, dispatching the city lord's mansion's most trusted subordinates to protect his disciples' safety. The human, monster, and demon clans had a total of 6 transcendents, 2 of whom were third-order transcendents and 4 second-order transcendents. Ao Gu and the others were originally preparing to snatch the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower for themselves. Although the 3 of them didn't need it, their friends and family still needed it. But since Grandmaster had come, they were too embarrassed to continue fighting for it. The transcendent realm masters of Floating Cloud's city flew like the wind, scrambling to be the first to arrive at the mountain peak. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, a battle had already broken out. No one was willing to let others get ahead of them. They were all enemies, and those who could not hold themselves back would naturally want to make the first move to gain the upper hand. A small conflict would trigger a small-scale battle, which would then expand and affect others. More and more powerful cultivators would join the fray. Chapter 712. Yang Kai, under the protection of Xianxia and the others, rushed through the chaotic battlefield with ease. A team of 4 third-order transcendents was quite a powerful force, and the surrounding people seemed to realize that Sang Yen and the others were not to be trifled with, so naturally they wouldn't provoke them for no reason. Screams rang out one after another. In such a large-scale melee, there were naturally people who were injured or killed, blood and broken limbs flying everywhere. The several dozen kilometer distance was covered in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. Some people had already arrived at the foot of the mountain ahead of them. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw these people rushing towards ascending heaven cliff. Sang Yen turned his head and quickly asked, "Little martial nephew, is the person who said he would cooperate with you here?" "He hasn't arrived yet." Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found Zhai Yao's figure yet. "Should we go up?" Rimaru asked impatiently. "Wait a moment." Sang Yen frowned. If little martial nephew's inference is not wrong, that little brat must know some secrets that others don't. If we act together with him, we'll be able to seize the initiative. Those who rushed to the top of the mountain first would not necessarily have the last laugh. The mountain was filled with hidden dangers, so whether they could successfully reach ascending heaven cliff was still unknown. Standing in place and waiting quietly, from time to time a group of masters would rush past them, all of them excitedly pouring into the mountain forest. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Zhai Yao's voice suddenly called out, "Brother Yang! Over here." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand, carefully examining the lineup he had brought with him, his eyes flashing brightly. He found that he had somewhat underestimated Zhai Yao's ability. He had actually brought 7 people with him. 6 of them were masters from the human, monster, and demon clans, all of them second or third order transcendents. There was also one whose cultivation Yang Kai couldn't see through. This person's head and face were covered by a cloak, seemingly unwilling to show his true face. However, judging from his exposed skin, this person was an old man. As he watched, Yang Kai's expression changed. He vaguely guessed something, but he didn't point it out. The Sang Yen group and the experts from the city lord's office looked at each other and were quite satisfied with each other's cultivation. They felt that the other party would not drag them down, and immediately looked happy. "Everyone, this is a very important matter. I hope that everyone can sincerely cooperate with each other. Don't be unhappy in the end. I get along very well with Brother Yang," Zhai Yao said with a smile. The 6 experts he brought nodded in unison. "Rest assured, young Master Zhai." Sang Yen also said, "Little brother, you're too kind. But for the sake of caution, I'll take the liberty to confirm that you really don't need the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, right?" "Yes, I have already explained this to Brother Yang." Zhai Yao nodded. "Good, then there's no problem." Sang Yen seemed satisfied. "Since that's the case, let's go up." "There's no rush." Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. "Wait a little longer, now is not the time." "Wait a little longer?" Sang Yen frowned. Although he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, the heavenly manifestation had already appeared and the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom. With so many people rushing up, if they delayed any longer, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. "It's still early, this is just the precursor of the heavenly manifestation. When the real heavenly manifestation appears, it won't be too late for us to go up." Zhai Yao didn't explain too much. His expression relaxed, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Sang Yen and the others were puzzled, thinking for a moment before asking, "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but how much do you know about the 1,000-year demon flower?" "And more than any of you," Zhai Yao smiled faintly. While they were talking, Yang Kai was suspiciously looking at the old man whose face was covered by a cloak. He felt that this person was Zhai Yao's master. The reason why Zhai Yao knew so much about the 1,000-year demon flower was precisely because of this old man. The old man seemed to notice Yang Kai's gaze, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he asked, "Is this little brother the one who won the alchemy competition that day?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time," the old man praised. Sang Yen and the others looked at him suspiciously. They really couldn't figure out what this person's background was. His tone was a bit too big. "Yang Kai." Suddenly, a tender voice called out from behind him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Mi Na and Old Man Du rushing over. Before they had even arrived, They were already enthusiastically waving and calling out to him. When they arrived, Yang Kai looked at them speechlessly. "Why are you here?" Old Man Du helplessly said, "This little girl is really troublesome, insisting on coming to watch the fun." This old master couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he came with her. "You're too mischievous." Yang Kai reprimanded her with a straight face. Mina couldn't help sticking out her tongue and awkwardly saying, "I just came to take a look. I won't go up, there won't be any danger." "Then you be careful," Yang Kai sighed. Mina looked around and giggled. "Aren't you going up? Everyone else seems to be pushing their way over." "We're waiting," Yang Kai replied casually. "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for the real heavenly manifestation to appear." "The real heavenly manifestation?" Du-Wan was also stunned. Obviously he didn't know much about the 1,000-year demon flower, so after saying this, his eyes suddenly focused on the old man whose face was covered by a cloak, a thoughtful look appearing on his face as he hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask what your excellency's name is?" There was a sense of caution and nervousness in his tone. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing. "Ha, this old master doesn't need to mention his name," the old man said with a chuckle. Du-Wan's body shook as his eyes suddenly widened, staring at this old man in disbelief, trembling as he asked, You are, Shu?" Zhai Yao quickly raised his index finger. Du-Wan's face was filled with excitement as he respectfully said, "Disciple Du-Wan greets Grandmaster." Yang Kai, Song-Yen, and the others were all stunned on the spot. Du-Wan was the head of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild and a famous figure throughout the entire Tongxian realm. After all, saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare, and an alchemist like him would always be treated as a distinguished guest no matter where he went. Only those around him would treat him with courtesy and respect, but now, this famous saint-grade alchemist was actually greeting another person as a junior and calling himself a disciple. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the 6 transcendent realm masters Zhai Yao had brought with him. They were only following orders and didn't know much about the identities of Zhai Yao and this old man. The old man smiled bitterly. "You don't need to act like this, others will see." This old master hides his face because he is afraid of attracting attention. Du-Wan awoke from his daze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he blamed himself. "Disciple was negligent. I hope Grandmaster won't take offense." "It's fine." The old man slowly waved his hand and chuckled. "How did you recognize me?" "Does Grandmaster not remember?" Du-Wan asked excitedly. When Disciple was young, he received some pointers from Grandmaster. Although it was only for 10 short days, Disciple has always remembered Grandmaster's description and voice. "So that's how it is." The old man gently nodded. Song-Yen's face also suddenly changed as he cried out, "It's him!" Hearing Du-Wan's words, Song-Yen suddenly realized just how respected this old man was and why Ao Gu and the others had taken care of Zhai Yao, even sending 6 transcendent realm masters to escort him to Ascending Heaven Cliff. It turned out that Zhai Yao's master was actually such a powerful master. Only such a character could teach a disciple like Zhai Yao. At this moment, Song-Yen understood. "Who's it?" Fei Yu asked softly while Rimaru and Fei Jian also looked at him curiously. Song-Yen glanced at the old man and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, his lips twitched slightly. Fei Yu and the others were dumbfounded. Yang Kai also read Song-Yen's lips. The old man of Heaven's Keep. The only top-level alchemist in the world who had won the respect of the human, monster, and demon races. At the same time, like Yang Kai, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. The reason why Song-Yen recognized him was entirely because Du-Wan had once told him that he had studied alchemy for 10 days under the old man of Heaven's Keep's tutelage. Now that Du-Wan mentioned this matter, Song-Yen naturally reacted. Everyone was indescribably excited. With the legendary old man of Heaven's Keep in front of them, Song-Yen and the others subconsciously restrained their domineering auras and became respectful, their eyes filled with worship. Yang Kai was also secretly sizing up this legendary master, his mood somewhat complicated. People with conflagrated knowledge seas were extremely rare, and alchemists with conflagrated knowledge seas were even rarer. In this world, only he and this grandmaster in front of him possessed one. This commonality made Yang Kai want to inquire about the mysteries of conflagrated knowledge seas from this old man. Yang Kai's current use of his conflagrated knowledge sea was still somewhat crude, but this grandmaster in front of him was different. This grandmaster had lived for countless years, so whether it was in terms of experience, he was far richer than Yang Kai. If he could converse with this grandmaster, Yang Kai believed he would definitely gain great benefits. However, he was not sure if he could reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea to this old man. While contemplating this, the old man of Heaven's Keep smiled. "Since you have recognized me, this old master won't play any tricks." As he said that, he raised his head and revealed his face. Grandmaster, this disciple only wanted to see Grandmaster once in his life, to be able to listen to Grandmaster's teachings face to face, and now. Duwan was so excited that his voice was choked with emotion. "When this matter is over, let's talk about it. This old master is very pleased with your current achievements. Back then, this old master only taught you for 10 days, yet you were able to reach this point today. This is all thanks to your own ability," the old man of Heaven's Keep said kindly. Duwan was flattered and quickly expressed his thanks. "Don't call me Grandmaster, it won't be good if people hear it. And this old master's real name is Li Rui, you can just call me Li Lao." "Yes," Duwan responded respectfully. Chapter 713. Who is this senior? Why is old man Du calling himself a disciple? Mina still hadn't reacted, grabbing Yang Kai and asking in a low voice. "You can ask old man Du yourself some other day." Yang Kai took a deep breath. So mysterious, Mina curled her lips in disdain. Based on her previous personality, if she encountered such a situation, she would definitely step forward and shout, "Hey, old man, who are you?" But seeing old man Du act so solemnly, Mina didn't dare act too rashly. She was indeed straightforward, but she wasn't a fool. The group of people hadn't yet recovered from their shock when Yang Kai turned to the old man of Heaven's Keep and asked, "Li Lao, what Brother D knows about the 1,000-year demon flower should have been told to him by you, right?" Li Lao nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai kindly. "Little guy, I feel an aura from you that is somewhat similar to mine. When this matter is over, can we have a chat? If you don't mind, I have a lot of things I want to tell you." Zhang Yan and the others' eyes lit up as they glanced at Yang Kai, signaling him to agree. Yang Kai was an alchemy master, and this senior in front of them was the world's top alchemy grandmaster. No matter who it was, they would be eager to listen to the others' teachings. With such a great opportunity suddenly appearing in front of them, how could they not agree? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Just now, he had been considering whether to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge sea to the other party, but he hadn't expected that the other party would have already sensed it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent from this senior, so he quickly said, "I couldn't ask for more." "Good, good, good," Li Lao nodded repeatedly, smiling from ear to ear. "Master, let's talk about the 1,000-year demon flower. Brother Yang and the others must be confused right now and are waiting for you to clear up their doubts," Zhai Yao suggested. Everyone quickly turned to Li Lao. Li Lao took a deep breath and said, "Good, letting Zhai Yao wait here was this old master's idea. Because this heavenly manifestation really hasn't appeared yet, the 1,000-year demon flower is still in its final stages of brewing. It will take about half a day before it appears. At that time, it won't be too late to go up. Right now, it's just a chaotic battlefield. It's useless to go up there. The demon flower blooming 1,000 years times old man's blood, so in this regard, he knows more about it than anyone else," Zhai Yao's bloods explained. The Zhangyan and the others. They had never heard this news. 1,000 years ago, the old man of Heaven's Keep was definitely not the same as he was now, having a transcendent status and being revered by all living beings in this world. At that time, he must have been like Yang Kai and Di Yao, young and full of vigor. As time passed, he gradually made a name for himself. Gradually, the the world forgot his real name and called him the Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Everything that happened before this was mostly forgotten by the world. Li Lao chuckled and slowly explained, the 1,000-year demon flower is said to be a product of the star field. Legend has it that many years ago, a seed fell onto Ascending Heaven Cliff and the 1,000-year demon flower was born. Its medicinal liquid has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm, so every 1,000 years, this place becomes very lively and many people die. Many masters try to monopolize this 1,000-year demon flower, but no matter how many people come here, before the time limit is up, no one can find a trace of the 1,000-year demon flower. Ascending Heaven Cliff used to be as high as 10,000 meters, but now it's only 8,000 meters high. Because those masters in the process of searching for the 1,000-year demon flower raised the cliff layer after layer. Everyone listened carefully, lest they miss a single word, their expressions becoming extremely focused. Why can't they find it? I've always been curious, since this flower is so important, why has it always been on Ascending Heaven Cliff and never been taken away? Mina asked, puzzled. Because the 1,000-year demon flower is a rootless flower. Li Lao glanced at her with a smile. It's also not a real thing. Not a real thing? Everyone was surprised. It is a product of heaven and earth and contains an extremely mysterious energy. After a while, you will be able to see it and naturally understand what this old master is talking about. Li Lao didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything and told them everything he knew. On top of that, it is quite sensitive. Once it perceives the aura of a Saint Realm Master, it will close itself up and refuse to come out. Several times, because of the interference of Saint Realm Masters, the 1,000-year demon flower has not bloomed, so in recent times, no Saint Realm Masters have come here. Li Lao, what should we do after we go up? The Xianxia quickly asked. Escort the two little ones into the flower's pistil. After that it will depend on their own good fortune, you won't be able to help. Hearing this, the Xianxia was stunned. Li Lao chuckled, I can't explain it clearly now, but when the time comes, you will understand. The Xianxia and the others nodded slightly and no longer asked any more questions. While they were speaking, violent battle fluctuations continued to spread out from the mountain peak, as if the entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The Transcendent Realm Masters were escorting the alchemists in their teams forward while risking their lives to engage in battle with others. Gradually, the fighting subsided, as if everyone had discovered that something was wrong with the 1,000-year demon flower and was no longer as fierce as before. Half a day later, the five-colored light in the horizon suddenly erupted. In the void, a colorful, magnificent flower bud that illuminated the world suddenly appeared. This flower bud was so huge that even Floating Cloud City, which was several dozen kilometers away, could clearly see it. It was suspended in the void with Ascending Heaven Cliff directly below it. From what one could see, this flower bud didn't seem to have a real form and was instead composed purely of energy, giving it a mysterious appearance. With the appearance of this flower bud, the world energy within a few hundred kilometers seemed to go berserk and madly rushed towards it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, this world energy was constantly pouring into the flower bud and disappearing. At the same time, inside the mountain range, the masters who had survived the battle also rushed out towards the flower bud. Dozens of teams, hundreds of Transcendent Realm Masters, each of them using their full strength. The battle that had just subsided broke out again, and this time it was even more bloody and cruel than before. The masters continued to fall from the sky, their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed by the chaotic martial skills and artifacts. Even the alchemists they were protecting were not spared. In just a moment, several teams were completely wiped out, with not a single person surviving. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they suddenly realized the cruelty of this competition. Li Lao, the Xianxia asked, his expression tense. Don't worry. Li Lao slowly shook his head, his expression still calm. The Xianxia took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and waited quietly. Not long after, some people rushed to the flower bud, and before the first team to arrive had time to celebrate, they were overwhelmed by the crowd that followed. In the vicinity of the flower bud, countless people were fighting to the death, one after another, advancing forward. There were also some shrewd people who avoided the whirlpool of battle and tried to find a way to condense the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, but they were unable to find the main point and helplessly circled around the flower bud, only to be targeted by their opponents and drawn into the battle. The blooming of a 1,000-year demon flower caused at least a few dozen great forces to suffer heavy casualties. After about an hour or so, the surrounding world energy gradually thinned out, as if all of it had been absorbed by the 1,000-year demon flower's flower bud. With such a huge amount of nourishment, the flower bud that had been closed for so long finally showed signs of blooming again. "It's time," Li Lao nodded lightly. "Let's go." The Xianxia shouted as he and the others surrounded Yang Kai and Zhai Yao in the middle, using their movement skills to quickly rush towards the flower bud. In this group of 12 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Di Yao, everyone else was a transcendent, 6 third order and 4 second order. Such a team was far superior in terms of both number and strength among all the other teams. However, the Xianxia and the others still didn't dare relax in the slightest, forming a circular formation around Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge flower bud. Gradually, the petals on the flower bud began to spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. By the time that Xianxia and the others had flown halfway, the 1,000-year demon flower had almost completely bloomed. An inexplicable energy fluctuation appeared between the heavens and earth, and under the influence of this energy, everyone calmed down. The remaining masters no longer cared about fighting and quickly landed on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower, each of them searching for a position while remaining vigilant of their surroundings and allowing the alchemists to begin condensing the medicinal liquid. However, unexpectedly, none of these alchemists knew where to start. Although the yuan qi was wrapped around the petals, it couldn't be refined at all. This discovery made everyone's heart sink. They had worked so hard to get here, but there was no progress, so what was the point of all this effort? By the time that Xianxia and the others arrived, the 1,000-year demon flower floating in the void was already overcrowded with people and there was almost no place to set foot. "Go to the flower's stamen," Zhai Yao suddenly shouted. The Xianxia, who was at a loss as to what to do, heard this and quickly rushed over. The flower's stamen was naturally the most eye-catching position, and at this moment, it had already been occupied by 2 strong teams who were desperately searching for a way to refine it. Xianxia and the others rushing towards them in an aggressive manner immediately aroused their vigilance and attention. Their expressions were unfriendly as they set up their battle formation. At this moment, the movements of the 2 opposing teams were surprisingly in sync. Perceiving the number and cultivation of the other side, the Xianxia frowned slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a saint-grade giant sword into his grasp. Raging flames burned on the surface of the sword like a roaring fire dragon, giving off an imposing aura. "Don't be in a hurry to fight them," Zhai Yao said, immediately smiling as he greeted the people below. "How about you give up your position? I can tell you how to refine the 1,000-year demon flower." "You know?" Among the crowd below, someone's eyes immediately lit up. "Probably," Di Yao chuckled. "But if you don't agree, then we'll have to fight." Chapter 714. Zhai Yao was simply trying to be polite before resorting to violence, his expression calm. Hearing him say this, the other side's expression changed as they glanced at the Xianxia group, realizing that something was wrong. Although their numbers were not less than the Xianxia group and their cultivations weren't bad, after all, they were still 2 teams and it would be difficult to unify them. However, the Xianxia group was different. At a glance it was obvious that they were a group. Once a fight broke out, the Xianxia group wouldn't have a good time, but they would most likely not be able to escape. The masters from the 2 teams glanced at each other and exchanged a few simple glances before quickly reaching a consensus. One of the teams moved closer to the other, giving up their original position. Zhai Yao's eyes lit up, obviously a little surprised. He had just casually mentioned this and didn't expect things to go so smoothly, quickly saying, "Many thanks." While speaking, the Xianxia group had already landed. Stepping on the petals, Yang Kai felt a sense of density. Although this 1,000-year demon flower was purely composed of energy and was not a physical object, its energy was rich to the point of almost being tangible. The position has been given to you. How do you plan on condensing the medicinal liquid? A master on the opposite side vigilantly sized up the Xianxia group while asking Zhai Yao. Wait a little longer. Zhai Yao smiled slightly but did not answer. The masters from the two teams suddenly had ugly expressions as they condensed their yuan qi, secretly preparing to attack at a moment's notice. About 10 breaths of time later, at the center of the flower's stamen, a circle of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. As this circle of energy ripples spread out, everyone became vigilant. Zhai Yao suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and whispered something, to which Yang Kai remained silent and nodded slightly. Immediately, Zhai Yao turned to the Xianxia group and issued an order. This small action was not able to escape the surveillance of the masters from the two teams, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "What the hell are you planning? If you dare deceive us, we'll make you suffer." Zhai Yao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, you'll know how to condense the medicinal liquid soon. I won't lie to you. That's for the best." As they spoke, the ripples from the stamen became more and more frequent, becoming more and more dense, like a calm lake with pebbles constantly being thrown into it. At the stamen of the flower, the ripples spread outwards, and a mysterious and magical energy was transmitted from there. "Let's go!" Di Yao suddenly shouted. Yang Kai responded and rushed towards the flower's stamen with him. The two's origin Yang Kai and Yang Kai's, in a flash, the center of the world's stamen. Although the masters from the two teams had been vigilant, they did not expect such a strange thing to happen, and by the time they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They were all furious and were about to attack the Xianxia group when the Xianxia group said, "Wait. You thieves, what else do you have to say? I can let your alchemists in, but condensing the medicinal liquid can only be done inside. However, you must guard this entrance with us. You don't want too many enemies to break in, right?" Song Yen said indifferently, the saint-grade great sword in his hand still burning fiercely, giving off a powerful aura. Those people were stunned for a moment, but without thinking, they quickly nodded, "Yes. Please." Song Yen gestured. The spirit-grade alchemists from the two teams quickly copied Zhai Yao and Yang Kai's movements and rushed into the stamen, disappearing in the next moment. All of a sudden, 4 spirit-grade alchemists disappeared into the stamen, naturally attracting the attention of many people. Although they did not understand why all this was happening, everyone keenly grasped the crux of the problem and faintly felt that this was the correct way to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. A series of unfriendly gazes were cast in this direction, and in the next moment, countless teams rushed over. Song Yen grinned fiercely, the saint-grade sword in his hand suddenly transforming into a roaring fire dragon, meeting the oncoming crowd with great momentum. Xiao xiao xiao. Fei Jian pulled back his bow and released a series of powerful arrows invisible to the naked eye, like a swarm of locusts shooting out. Rimaru's small body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, and in an instant, her short stature became as majestic as a giant, standing majestically in front of everyone. Fei Yu gently parted her lips and spat out a fine mist from her small red mouth. This mist suddenly transformed into a poisonous snake with sharp fangs, shuttling back and forth through the crowd. The cultivator who was bitten by this mist suddenly flushed red as if he was drunk, his head spinning as he staggered backwards. The air was filled with the thick aroma of wine. It was so fragrant and intoxicating. The 4 masters from Soaring Heaven sect immediately brought out their full strength, causing the other transcendents in the stamen to frown. None of them dared to be negligent, whether it was the transcendents from the two teams or the 6 people sent by the city lord's mansion. All of them displayed their best martial skills and summoned their powerful artifacts. For a time, the brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed as an earth-shattering battle unfolded on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower. Although Song Yan's group wasn't small in number, with the addition of the other 2 teams, a total of 17 or 18 people, and their strength wasn't low, a tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. Faced with the attacks of several hundred Transcendent Realm Masters, Song Yan's group was quickly overwhelmed. In less than 20 breaths of time, everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Rimaru, who was at the forefront of the group, had been bombarded by countless attacks and was now covered in blood. Song Yan's expression was extremely dignified as he and the others guarded the stamen while observing its movements. After the 4 spirit-grade alchemists broke in, the ripples spreading out from the stamen seemed to have slowed down significantly, and as time passed, the rate at which they spread became slower and slower. After a while, there were no more ripples spreading out. "Let's go!" Song Yan shouted, not daring to linger, grabbing Rimaru and flying away like lightning. Fei Yu and the others, as well as the 6 from the City Lord's mansion, followed closely behind. The remaining 2 teams didn't seem to have recovered from their shock and didn't know why they had suddenly given up, but without Song Yan and the others, it was impossible for them to defend themselves. Looking at the menacing onslaught of their opponents, they quickly fled. At the stamen, the door was suddenly wide open, and there was no one left. The cultivator who had rushed over were overjoyed when they saw this and jumped up, fighting while escorting the alchemists they had brought with them, preparing to follow Yang Kai, Zhai Yao, and the others into the stamen. But to their surprise, it seemed that because the ripples had stopped spreading, no matter how hard they tried, no one was able to enter the stamen. For a time, countless people cursed in anger. Song Yan and the others had already returned to the foot of the mountain, all of them gasping for breath and covered in blood. Even a young woman like Fei Yu had messy hair and a look of lingering fear on her face. Fortunately, they only had to guard the area for about 30 breaths. If they had stayed any longer, none of them would have survived. Everyone was injured, but Rimaru's injuries were the most serious. After the golden light and giant body dissipated, he immediately fell to the ground and did not wake up. Elderly hurriedly stepped forward and distributed a medicinal pill to everyone one by one. Song Yan and the others thanked him and hurriedly took it to refine. After a short while, they all felt much better. Rimaru's injuries also stabilized, and his life was no longer in danger. "Li Lao, is this all?" Song Yan opened his eyes and turned to look at the 1,000-year demon flower that was still blooming in the void. Until now, there were still countless experts on the petals, looking for a way in. "Yes, it's all right." Li Lao nodded slightly. "The rest is up to their own luck. There are still 2 alchemists who went in, but we had no choice but to let them go." Song Yan was somewhat dissatisfied. "It doesn't matter, they won't be able to obtain anything even if they go in," Li Lao chuckled, obviously having great confidence in Zhai Yao. Song Yan nodded lightly. With Yang Kai inside, those 2 outsiders wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. This little brat had even killed 2 second-order transcendents. "This time we really have to thank Li Lao," Fei Yu said with some lingering fear. "If it weren't for Li Lao's guidance, I'm afraid we would have ended up like those people, running around like headless flies." Who would have thought that condensing the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower would require so much attention? Everyone thought that when the flower bloomed, all they had to do was let the alchemists refine it. If it weren't for their good luck that Yang Kai and Zhai Yao met and then received guidance from Li Lao, things would not have gone so smoothly. "I've only lived a few days longer than you." Li Lao smiled kindly. "Good, there's no need to wait here, let's return to Floating Cloud City. I'm afraid it will be a few days before they come out." Everyone nodded and followed Li Lao back to Floating Cloud City. Along the way, Song Yan found that Li Lao seemed to be very interested in his little martial nephew and asked a lot of questions about him. Although there were outsiders present, facing Li Lao's questions, Song Yan did his best to answer. "Oh, so he comes from a very remote place?" Li Lao suddenly smiled. "So that's how it is. We didn't expect that this little brat would have such amazing talent." Song Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Compared with Yang Kai's performance, the elite disciples of Soaring Heaven sect were simply trash. You can't underestimate those from low backgrounds. That kind of place will also have many amazing talents, but because of various constraints, their development is limited. However, if they can break through that harsh environment, they can often bloom into brilliance that far surpasses the average person, Li Lao said solemnly. Li Lao is right, Li Lao nodded. Xianxia chuckled. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing little martial nephew, I believe it. On top of that, I heard my little martial nephew say that he also has 2 senior sisters who are not only no worse than him, they are even more powerful than him. He has 2 senior sisters? Li Lao raised his brow. Little martial nephew has been looking for them, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to find any clues. Trying to find 2 people in this vast sea of people is really difficult. Chapter 7:15. In the void, Yang Kai and Xiaoyao suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, Xiaoyao quickly summoned a defensive artifact, a yellow light curtain wrapping around him and Yang Kai as he solemnly said, Brother Yang, don't leave the protective range of my artifact, otherwise your life will be in danger. Yang Kai didn't answer and instead just stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Up, down, left, right, there was nothing but emptiness, as if they were in an endless abyss. All around them, there were stars, the sun body exuding a blazing energy, and the moon body exuding a cold aura. When the light shone down on them, Yang Kai felt like he was in a dream. In this void, the light wasn't too dark, but the boundless vastness made Yang Kai feel a sense of dread. There was no ground beneath their feet, so the 2 of them were floating lightly in the air. The mountains, ascending heaven cliff, and the 1,000-year demon flower had all disappeared, and behind the 2 of them was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The 1,000-year demon flower stamen seemed to be the entrance to a void corridor, but Yang Kai didn't know where he had been teleported to. Where are we? Yang Kai asked quickly. Star field. Xiaoyao took a deep breath, his expression excited as he turned his head and looked around. Star field? Yang Kai's brow twitched as he suddenly realized a problem. Is that legend true? Of course it's true. Xiaoyao nodded firmly. Most masters have heard of the rumors about the star field. Tongxian realm also has many products from the star field, but no one has ever been to the star field and seen what the star field is like. But who knows that the 1,000-year demon flower is the key to reaching the star field? Is this really the star field? Not a mysterious small world? Yang Kai still couldn't believe it. Relatively speaking, he was more convinced that this was a magical, mysterious small world. Why would I lie to you? Xiaoyao chuckled. Teacher told me that this is the star field. Do you see that planet below us that exudes vitality? That's the Tongxian realm we live in. Yang Kai looked down and sure enough, there was a huge planet below his feet, but from here, it was only the size of a fist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and seemed like he could hold it tightly. His mood inexplicably. Why is it round? Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected that the so-called Tongxian realm was actually round. Then wouldn't the person standing on the back fall down? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling worried. I don't know, Yang Kai's words. As the 2 of them were talking though, their expressions suddenly changed and they turned to look at the void corridor behind them. Xiaoyao quickly activated his defensive artifact and brought Yang Kai to the side. In the next moment, 2 more people appeared from the void passageway. These 2 were the alchemists from the previous 2 teams. As soon as they stepped out of the void corridor, these 2 alchemists assumed fighting stances. Obviously, they knew that if they wanted to obtain the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, they would have to clash with Yang Kai and Xiaoyao. These 2 spirit-grade top-rank alchemists weren't young and their cultivations weren't too low, both first-order transcendents, but because of the unique nature of alchemy, their combat power was only slightly higher than a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not comparable to a true transcendent. However, facing 2 young men like Yang Kai and Xiaoyao, they weren't afraid and thought they could win. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and was about to rush over to fight when Xiaoyao stretched out his hand and stopped him, slowly shaking his head. There's no need to fight with them. But Yang Kai was stunned. Xiaoyao laughed, because they're dead. Saying so, he turned to the other 2 and shouted, Friends, you'd better summon your defensive artifacts quickly, otherwise you may die a miserable death. The two alchemists frowned when they heard this, but after seeing the situation in front of them, both of their eyes bulged as they fell into a daze. Neither of them knew that after coming out of the 1,000-year demon flower stamen, they would arrive in the middle of Star Field. The vast and endless abyss around them terrified them to the extreme. Before they could stabilize their minds, though, they felt an inexplicably powerful energy tearing at their bodies. Both of their faces changed greatly and no longer dared to hesitate, quickly summoning their most powerful defensive artifacts to protect themselves. Alchemists weren't poor, so their artifacts weren't bad either. Both of them had defensive artifacts of spirit grade mid-rank or high rank. This level of defensive artifact was enough to withstand a full-powered strike from a third-order transcendent master. However, in this star field, these artifacts could only delay their deaths. The inexplicable energy impacted their defensive artifacts, causing them to flicker like candlelight in the midst of a storm, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. "Where are we?" one of them roared. Who knows? Xianxia wasn't going to kindly point them out and instead waved goodbye to them happily before leading Yang Kai away. The two alchemists glanced at each other but didn't dare to linger here. Just as they were about to return, the void corridor behind them suddenly closed. When they tried to search for Xianxia and Yang Kai again, they couldn't find them, causing their faces to go ashen and their eyes to fill with fear. Faintly, Yang Kai seemed to hear a series of miserable screams. Looking back, he saw that the two men's corpses had been completely destroyed, even their defensive artifacts shattered into pieces, their flesh and blood flying in all directions at an extremely fast speed. There seems to be some kind of powerful energy shuttling through this star field. Yang Kai quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The outer layer of Xiaoyao's defensive artifact did show signs of being attacked, but since it was of a very high grade, there was no need to worry about it being broken through. The power of the star field isn't something we can withstand. Teacher almost died here that year. If he hadn't coincidentally brought along a defensive artifact, there wouldn't be the old man of Heaven's Keep today. Teacher said that to be able to withstand the power of the star field, one would need to have at least the strength of a second-order saint, or else they would need a defensive artifact of the same grade. Yang Kai nodded slightly, also feeling a little curious about this star field. He had never known that the legendary star field was actually so dangerous. Saying so, Xiaoyao's footsteps suddenly came to a stop and grinned, "Found it." Saying so, he pointed to a spot not too far away. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help his eyes from lighting up. A 1,000-year demon flower? In front of him, there was a 1,000-year demon flower that was exactly the same as the one he had seen before, blooming proudly in the void, but this 1,000-year demon flower had been shrunk countless times, only about the height of a child. It's the real 1,000-year demon flower. Xiaoyao nodded lightly. In fact, the 1,000-year demon flower we saw on Ascending Heaven Cliff was just a magnified image of it. The 1,000-year demon flower has an inexplicable connection with Tong Xian realm. It can absorb energy from Tong Xian realm, and during this process, its main body will be magnified countless times and appear on Ascending Heaven Cliff. All of that energy actually flows into this place. At this moment, the 1,000-year demon flower's green petals were blooming, and at the center of its stamen, there were a few drops of crystal-clear, gem-like liquid that lay quietly, an intoxicating fragrance filling the void, making one feel both physically and mentally comfortable. "Brother Yang, let's go collect them. These medicinal liquids don't actually need to be refined. As long as we can find the main body of the 1,000-year demon flower, we can directly take them away. This is the essence of the 1,000-year demon flower, a divine medicine that has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm," Xiaoyao explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked over to the 1,000-year demon flower with him, carefully counting it, a look of joy soon appearing on his face because he found that there were actually 6 drops of crystal-clear liquid lying in the stamen of this 1,000-year demon flower. "Quite a lot. It seems Brother Yang's luck is quite good." Xiaoyao chuckled. "When teacher came last time, there were only 3 drops. I was worried that your martial uncles and martial aunt wouldn't have enough to share, but now it seems there are actually 2 more drops. These 2 drops are yours. Yang Kai said as he took out a jade bottle and carefully collected the medicinal liquids. I don't need them, Xiao shook his head. We agreed before that all of these medicinal liquids are yours. Moreover, it's useless to me. Teacher has already reached the Saint Realm. As for me, I want to break through to the Saint Realm through my own ability, not with the help of external forces. Yang Kai looked at him for a moment before nodding. Then I won't be polite. Xiao was obviously very confident in himself and felt that with his aptitude, even without external help, he could break through to the Saint Realm. This was also the case for Yang Kai. When he broke through to the Saint Realm, he had never relied on external forces, instead relying on his own comprehension and hard work. This way, his foundation would be very stable, but if he relied on external forces, it could be harmful in the future. However, he was different from Xiao. Xiao only had one relative, Li Lao, but Yang Kai had many, so the extra 2 drops might be useful in the future. After receiving the 6 drops of medicinal liquid, Yang Kai was in a good mood and asked, "How do we go back now?" There is a void corridor nearby that leads to Tongxian Realm. As long as we can find it, we can go back, but teacher didn't tell me where it is, he told me to find it myself. Xiao curled his lips. But even if we find it, I'm not in a hurry to go back. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. This is a rare opportunity, Brother Yang. Xiao said excitedly, this is the star field. The star field's power flows all around us, containing countless heavenly principles. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for half a year below, and if you can comprehend anything, you will benefit for the rest of your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Really? Xiao nodded seriously. Then what are we waiting for? Yang Kai couldn't wait and quickly sat down cross-legged to circulate his secret art. Xiao laughed dumbly. There's no need to rush. With this saint-grade artifact protecting me, the star field's power can't enter. Just wait, I'll let the star field's power in so we can cultivate. Saying so, his expression became dignified as he controlled his defensive artifact and opened a small crack. Chapter 716. In the endless star field, a layer of yellow light curtain wrapped Yang Kai and Xiao. Inside that light curtain, an unbridled energy was shuttling back and forth, tearing their bodies apart. Both of them were topless, revealing their stalwart figures. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were countless wounds on their skin. Their flesh was wriggling incessantly. Although Xiao had a face that was more handsome than a woman's, his physique was also quite strong. It was not at the level that an alchemist could possess. Could be said that Xiao was the same as Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in alchemy, but he also had unique skills in combat. Both of them were sitting under the protection of the defensive artifact. While tempering their bodies, they were also comprehending the mysterious power of the star field, trying to benefit from it. It had been 2 days since they arrived at the star field. In these 2 days, Xiao had been trying to release the protection of the defensive artifact, allowing the power of the star field to surge in. For him, the gains were not small. After 2 days of tempering, his body had become much stronger. However, Yang Kai was gradually becoming dissatisfied. Now that the power of the star field was surging in, he felt no pressure at all. On the contrary, Xiao seemed to be reaching his limit every time. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would not be able to make much progress. After thinking about it, Yang Kai suddenly said, Brother Zhai, let's split up. I see that you seem to be consuming a lot of yuan qi to maintain this artifact. Without me, you should be able to relax a little. In these 2 days, Xiao had also been constantly taking pills to replenish his yuan qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain the function of the artifact. What he brought were all top-notch medicinal pills. It was obvious that he had been prepared in advance. Hearing this, Xiao frowned and said, It's not a problem to split up, but do you have a saint-grade defensive artifact? A saint-grade low-grade artifact may not be enough. You must have a saint-grade mid-grade artifact or above. I think I probably won't need an artifact, Yang Kai said with a strange look. What? Zhai Yao clearly thought that he had misheard. You're not thinking of using your physical body to withstand the power of the star field, are you? I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it again, Yang Kai suggested. Zhai Yao frowned for a moment before nodding slightly. Then you need to be careful. Although I think your physique may be stronger than mine, this isn't a joke. This is the star field. If one's physique isn't strong enough, then only death awaits. Even Saint Realm Masters are no exception. I know. Yang Kai chuckled. Then I'm going out. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the range of Zhai Yao's artifact. In this star field, Yang Kai immediately felt different. There was an indescribable energy surging in all directions, as if there was an invisible enemy that was ferociously and mercilessly attacking him. Xiao xiao xiao. Countless small wounds immediately appeared on his stalwart body, from which blood began to flow. However, Yang Kai not only didn't feel any pain, but instead showed a look of ecstasy. Sure enough, his physique was able to withstand the tearing force of this star field. Not only was his life not in danger, if he continued to temper himself here, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Zhai Yao's face instantly went blue as he curled his lips and muttered with some envy, "Monster!" He didn't dare to leave the range of his artifact. Although his physique wasn't bad, it was far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It could even be said that even if he was given a few more years, he may not be able to reach such a level. How do you feel? Zhai Yao quickly calmed down and asked curiously. I feel it. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he winked at him. Brother Zhai, do you want to come out and try? No need, I know my limits. Zhai Yao quickly refused. Good, since you don't need this defensive artifact, let's split up and see who finds the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm first. Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly. It's not convenient to communicate here. If I find the void corridor first, and you don't appear when I reach my limit, I'll leave first. Brother Zhai doesn't need to worry about me. When I've had enough fun, I'll also leave. Then you be careful, don't die. Zhai Yao said solemnly, there's one more thing you need to know. The power of the star field isn't evenly distributed. There may be some places where the star field is extremely rich. Don't go to such places. I'm afraid you'll really die. There's such a place? Yang Kai's face was filled with excitement as he asked. Zhai Yao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He found that although Yang Kai's personality was very similar to his own, there was one thing that was absolutely different. In the face of great danger, he was the calm type while Yang Kai was the adventurous type. I've said everything I need to say. If you die, it has nothing to do with me. Farewell. We'll meet again in Floating Cloud City. Zhai Yao cupped his fists, no longer paying any attention to Yang Kai, turned around, and walked away. Take this. Yang Kai threw something to Zhai Yao. What is it? A good thing. Yang Kai grinned. If you really suffer a great injury, apply this externally and take it, you'll quickly recover. Many thanks. Zhai Yao smiled and nodded before quickly disappearing into the star field. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Yang Kai had a very good impression of Di Yao. This time, obtaining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower had been a great help to him. If it weren't for him, Yang Kai felt that it would have been impossible for things to go so smoothly. So before leaving, Yang Kai had given him some myriad drug milk. Before, Yang Kai had not come into contact with alchemy, so he couldn't distinguish the grade and preciousness of high-grade herbs, but now he had become an alchemist and his vision was much wider than before. He could also distinguish the grades of the myriad drug liquid. The lowest grade of myriad drug liquid was almost spirit grade, while the myriad drug milk was saint grade. As for the smallest amount of myriad drug cream, Yang Kai couldn't tell, but he always felt that it was somewhat different, as if it had surpassed the scope of saint grade. Giving the myriad drug milk to Zhai Yao could be considered returning the favor. Standing quietly in place for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and walked in the opposite direction from Zhai Yao. Moving through the endless star field, the only thing he could use as a reference was the planet of Tongxian realm below. Yang Kai searched for a void corridor while tempering his body. The power of the star field was constantly tearing at his body, and although this kind of power was not life-threatening to Yang Kai, it was still enough to hurt him. Through the blood that flowed out, a faint golden glow could be seen. This was the blood of the demon god. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that one day, Yang Kai's blood would completely turn golden, and at that time, he would possess the same strength as the legendary great demon god. Yang Kai was very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. Without knowing how much time passed, Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering in the star field. At the beginning, the power of the star field was still able to hurt his body, but gradually, as his body became tougher, the impact of this power on his body was like a tickle, no longer having any effect. Yang Kai still hadn't seen the void corridor and felt that he had gone in the wrong direction. The direction Zhai Yao was searching for was the direction of the void corridor. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply shuttled through the star field, looking for a place where he could temper his body and comprehend the heavenly way. As Zhai Yao had said, in the star field, the distribution of mysterious energy was very uneven, with some places having more and some having less. Places with more energy were the goals of Yang Kai's search, and only there could he obtain effective tempering. During this long and endless journey, Yang Kai's temperament and divine sense had also undergone an imperceptible change, and his thoughts and divine sense had become much sharper. One day, Yang Kai was sitting in a place rich in energy tempering his body, releasing his divine sense to comprehend the various mysteries contained in the star field when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Quickly immersing himself in his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined his surroundings and a moment later, finally found the source of the problem. It was actually from the wordless black book. To be more precise, it was from something inside the black book space. The surrounding star field's power was flowing into the black book space at a very subtle speed, seemingly being absorbed by something inside the black book space. Carefully observing it, Yang Kai was surprised to find that what was absorbing the star field's power was actually the two pitch-black round stones he didn't know what they were made of. As the energy flowed in, the two pitch-black round stones began to glow faintly, as if they had suddenly become full of vitality. Yang Kai was stunned. He was keenly aware that if he wanted to see what these round stones were, it was likely that the star field's power was the key. Old Man Du's old friend had obtained these round stones several dozen years ago but hadn't found any clues because he had never been to the star field before. What a coincidence, Yang Kai thought to himself and couldn't help paying close attention, wondering what kind of changes would occur to these round stones in the end. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai slowly gave up. Because the two pitch-black round stones hadn't changed much from beginning to end and had instead continued to absorb the star field's power, their lights still flickering, but there was no further progress. Shaking his head, no longer wasting time on them, Yang Kai stood up, glanced around casually, found a direction, and once again embarked on his journey through the star field. During this period of time, sitting here and tempering his body had consumed a lot of the nearby star field's power. If he didn't look for another place, he wouldn't be able to continue tempering. He changed his position again, and every time he found a place, the energy was more abundant than before. Yang Kai's body was also becoming stronger and tougher at a flying speed. The wounds on his body healed one layer, then another, densely packed and terrifying, but he was willing to endure it. Although the pain was unbearable, it was still quite valuable. Gradually, Yang Kai couldn't find a place suitable for him to cultivate. The space that could kill him in the past, he could now stroll around in it without suffering any harm. Although he believed that in the deeper parts of the star field, there would definitely be more violent energy spaces, but if he went deeper, Yang Kai was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the way back. Chapter 717. The star field was vast and boundless. If one lost their way here, they would die without a doubt. After feeling that he had gained enough, Yang Kai embarked on the return journey. Although the star field was empty, Yang Kai felt that he would not get lost by using the planet that was so far away from him as a reference. He moved forward day by day. Although his speed was extremely fast, there was still a long way to go. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He relaxed both his body and mind, trying to get as much benefit from the star field as possible. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and frowned. The star field flowing around him seemed to have some unusual movements. This was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai suddenly became alert and quickly turned his head to look. He could not help but become aghast. In the endless star field, within the range visible to the naked eye, there was actually a storm-like energy vortex that covered the boundless star field. It was spinning and approaching his position. It was extremely fast. Yang Kai was stunned. Although he had been looking for places with rich star field energy to temper his body these days, he did not expect that there would actually be storm-like energy in the star field. From the aura coming from that distant location, Yang Kai smelled the smell of death. I can't resist it. In an instant, this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind. With his current physical strength, once he was caught in such a storm, he was afraid that not even his bones would be left behind in a very short time. The star field had always been a very dangerous place. Zhai Yao and Li Lao did not know what kind of magic was hidden in the star field, and had never seen the star field storm. Naturally, they could not provide Yang Kai with any information in this regard. Realizing this, all the hair on Yang Kai's body stood on end. Without thinking, he quickly removed the primeval shackles on his ankles and fled as fast as he could. Ever since Feiyu gave him the primeval shackles, Yang Kai had been wearing them. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to take them off. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly flew through the star field. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a very far place. However, Yang Kai still felt that it was not enough. The wind and thunder wings on his back spread open. The wings that contained the power of wind and thunder pushed Yang Kai's speed to the limit. The wind attribute was nimble and the thunder attribute was swift. After the wind and thunder wings were completely tempered and fused with the flaming yang wings, both the combat power and speed provided to Yang Kai had greatly improved. He did not know how long he had been running. Yang Kai did not even have the time to look back. However, from the feeling behind him, he knew that not only did he not manage to shake off the star field storm, but it was also getting closer and closer. The area it covered was too wide. If he could not shake it off as fast as he could, he would not be able to escape from it. After a few days, Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had consumed a lot of energy. The star field storm behind them was already in front of them. In this endless void, Yang Kai seemed to have the illusion that the sky was falling down on his head. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly stopped running forward. The wind and thunder wings on his back were also retracted into his body. Turning around, Yang Kai stared at the star field storm that was approaching him. He could not escape. There was no hope of escaping. Since he could not escape, he could only face it head-on. Yang Kai did not know if he could be safe, but he could only give it a try. The star field storm was getting closer and closer. Yang Kai was surprised to find that not only was he not nervous, but he was also excited. There was a desire to compete with this storm. His blood was boiling. Yang Kai's eyes were shining brightly, flashing with high fighting spirit. The power of the star field around him was very chaotic and very violent. However, it could not be compared to the star field storm at all. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there was a small sea of meteorites. There were hundreds and thousands of meteorites of various sizes floating there. The small meteorites were only the size of a basket, while the big ones were the size of mountains. He had just passed through this sea of meteorites. Soon, the star field storm with a destructive aura spread over. When it covered the sea of meteorites, all the meteorites that came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust. There was no exception to the size. Hundreds and thousands of meteorites, covering a large area of the sea of meteorites, disappeared in just 3 breaths of time. Only some dust-like things were left in the star field. Yang Kai's lips curled into a silent and mysterious smile. The next moment, the star field storm swallowed him up. Become the demon race. A low murmur sounded. Streaks of dark demonic chi turned into lines of explosive energy. Demon crests covered Yang Kai's body, imprinting into his flesh and blood and disappearing. His blood and qi rose wildly, and his physical strength rapidly increased. Yang Kai raised his bone shield and blocked in front of him. However, this mysterious grade top-rank defensive artifact only lasted less than 2 breaths of time before it shattered in Yang Kai's hands, unable to play any role. Yang Kai's clothes were torn to shreds, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai grit his teeth and let out a low roar, his true qi violently surging out and covering his body. But as soon as this pure yuan qi appeared, it was like snow melting in early spring, blown away by the wind. Yang Kai's face sank, suddenly realizing that yuan qi could not provide him any protection here. If he wanted to resist this destructive disaster, he could only rely on his physical body. Understanding this point, Yang Kai no longer wasted his true qi and instead focused all of his attention on the changes in his body, pushing against the direction of the storm and swimming upstream. He was like a lone boat in the storm, in the midst of the stormy waves, in danger of being destroyed at any time. But surprisingly, he swayed left and right, and although he was unable to stabilize himself, he was still full of vitality. The omnipresent power of the star field violently poured into Yang Kai's body from his damaged flesh, bringing with it an inexplicable energy that rampaged through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were all damaged, and Yang Kai's face was as pale as gold. Blood rained down from his body, and there wasn't a single place on his body that was undamaged. It was as if his entire body had been stripped bare, his muscles all exposed. Even after using his demon god transformation, in this star field storm, Yang Kai's tough body was unable to withstand it. His body was damaged, his soul was shaken, and the spiritual energy in his knowledge seemed to be on the verge of being blown away. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai quickly took out the myriad drug milk, no longer caring to cherish this saint-grade herb, swallowed it in large gulps, and smeared it all over his body. The powerful medicinal efficacies, combined with the vigorous vitality he gained from using the demon god transformation, quickly repaired the damaged parts of his body, but as soon as they were repaired, they would be destroyed again, repeating the same process over and over again. As time passed, the destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. Yang Kai was gradually drawn into the center of the star field storm. Pieces of flesh and blood quickly separated from the bones, revealing the shiny golden bones inside. This was the unyielding golden skeleton, the great demon god's bone body. Under the raging storm of the star field, his bone body remained unscathed, without the slightest damage. Yang Kai was completely numb, and in his heart, there was only a tenacious struggle that drove him to make a final effort. He knew that if he admitted defeat here, he would really be finished. Although he wasn't sure if he could survive this disaster, there was always a glimmer of hope if he gave it his all. Time had never been so slow. From the time he had been drawn into the star field storm until now, only half an incense stick worth of time had passed, but Yang Kai felt like several years had passed. Every breath he took was an unimaginable torment. The myriad drug milk was constantly being consumed, and at this point, Yang Kai couldn't care less about whether this saint-grade herb would be wasted or not. His flesh and blood were being reborn in the process of being destroyed by the star field storm, becoming tougher and stronger each time, capable of withstanding even greater damage. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the violent energy around him weakened significantly. Yang Kai's spirit shook, and after carefully examining himself, he found that he had left the center of the storm and was being shaken off. The most difficult time had passed, and Yang Kai was ecstatic, feeling that there was indeed hope for him to survive, so he spared no effort. The violent energy was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually, the star field storm passed in front of Yang Kai and threw him out. Yang Kai was dizzy for a long time before he gradually stabilized himself and stared at the star field storm that was gradually fading away, unable to hold back his laughter. His laughter was hoarse, weak, but filled with joy. The next moment, Yang Kai's soul trembled, and he felt weak all over, as if he had been swallowed by darkness and fainted. In the endless void, Yang Kai lay quietly, not even having the strength to move a finger. Motionless, his body and soul relaxed to the extreme as he experienced the changes to his flesh and blood. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the intense pain all over his body woke him up. Although he couldn't see his current appearance, Yang Kai knew that he must be in a miserable state because he could feel that his flesh and blood had been greatly reduced. The demon god's blood exuded a faint golden light as it condensed in his body, bringing with it surging vitality and powerful life force. It exploded in his blood vessels, transforming into a mystical energy essence that repaired his damaged meridians and flesh. The unyielding golden skeleton was the foundation of the demon god's blood, and after this disaster, it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's potential had been stimulated. Drops of pure demon god's blood were slowly being produced, each drop transforming into Yang Kai's vitality. When he was in Demon God's Citadel, Yang Kai had witnessed the powerful resilience of the ancient demon clan. Their physique was several times stronger than the cultivator outside. This was because they had an excellent bloodline and the faint energy of the great demon god flowing through their bodies. As the legitimate successor of the great demon god, Yang Kai's resilience were many times greater than those of the ancient demon clan. His tough muscles and flesh were constantly wriggling, and under the effect of the demon god's blood, the damaged areas exuded a faint golden light. His broken meridians reconnected, becoming even more resilient than before, and his damaged flesh and blood were slowly being repaired. Chapter 7:18. In this disaster, apart from Yang Kai's bones, everything else in his body had suffered varying degrees of damage. The great demon god's bones were even tougher than a saint-grade high-rank defensive artifact, so under the raging storm of the star field, they had not been damaged in the slightest. This made Yang Kai very happy. His flesh and blood, his meridians and veins were all covered in a faint golden glow, and even his damaged internal organs were exuding a golden brilliance. His internal vitality was vigorous, and his flesh and blood were gradually replenished, once again covering his bones. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were still working together with the demon god's blood. Lying in the void, Yang Kai didn't think about anything, simply relaxing his mind and body, allowing the demon god's blood to play its role, transforming his meridians and physique, repairing his body. From the perspective of an outsider, at this moment, Yang Kai was shrouded in a faint golden light. Inside this golden light, a vigorous vitality was slowly being emitted, and the vitality he had lost was slowly and subtly recovering. Under the effect of the demon god's blood, the fatigue and pain he felt gradually disappeared, and his strength was restored. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, he felt that there was an indescribable energy in his body. This energy was the star field's power that had poured into his body when he was swept into the star field storm. From his damaged flesh, an endless amount of star field's power poured in, and after experiencing the initial rampaging, it gradually settled down, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's current body, settling down and no longer causing trouble. Instead, it had become a kind of asset to Yang Kai. This star field contained all kinds of mysteries. With a single thought, Yang Kai's entire body's acupoints began to rotate and absorb this star field's power. However, the mysteries of the star field's power were still incomparably mysterious. It was waiting for him to comprehend them. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai immediately held his breath and immersed his consciousness into his body. An invisible door seemed to be slowly pushed open in front of him. Yang Kai stepped into a new world, a world he had never seen before. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel like he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. At this moment, he felt that he had transcended the level of mortals and reached another realm. Impurities that had never been detected before were expelled from his wriggling flesh and blood. His body became purer and stronger. As the impurities in his body were expelled, an invisible barrier was slowly being destroyed. Yang Kai seemed to see himself taking a big step forward, crossing a heavenly moat on the road to the peak of martial arts. This kind of feeling became clearer and clearer. Gradually, he became infatuated. He enjoyed himself in this kind of state, forgetting to return. His mental state rapidly improved. In the endless star field, Yang Kai lay there quietly. He entered a miraculous state, comprehending the heavenly Tao, the ascension of the divine soul. His body was also slowly recovering. In the process of recovery, he was undergoing a miraculous tempering. His soul and body benefited together. This time, he had survived the disaster of the star field storm. The benefits he obtained were unimaginably huge. His body recovered, his soul was as stable as ever. Yang Kai quickly forgot about the existence of time. At this moment, he also forgot that he was in the star field, and that he was not disturbed by anyone. One day, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly overflowed with light, flashing with understanding. At the same time he noticed the changes in himself, his flesh and blood all wriggled, and his bones crackled. The mysterious energy wandering in the star field seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and suddenly all rushed into Yang Kai's body. After withstanding the baptism of the star field storm, the power of the star field could no longer cause any harm to Yang Kai. After it entered his body, it became his powerful capital. An invisible momentum spread out, growing stronger and stronger. Like a small storm, with Yang Kai as its center, it quickly took shape. His body and mind were greatly encouraged, every inch of his flesh and blood filled with joy. Yang Kai threw his head back and roared to the sky, venting the excitement in his heart. A halo of light suddenly burst out from his body, spreading out in all directions. Immediately, everything calmed down. Yang Kai stood quietly in place, feeling a steady flow of power from his body. Gently clenching his fists, he felt as if he could really pluck the stars and summon the moon, overturning rivers and seas. The strength in his body was more powerful than ever before. Transcendent realm. The moment his body was repaired, Yang Kai successfully reached the transcendent realm. From now on, he had truly transcended the level of mortals. Yang Kai could clearly perceive that this realm was very different from the immortal ascension boundary. Whether it was his physical body or the strength of his spiritual energy, both had made great progress, and his combat effectiveness had increased crazily. If he were to fight Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's Su Qi and Duan Hai again, Yang Kai was confident he could beat them both by himself, no longer needing to rely on the power of the Wind Eye to kill them like last time. The advancement of a great realm was extremely difficult, but once it was successful, there would be a fundamental difference. This was the case for any cultivator. That was why cultivators pursued the increase of their realms and cultivation, enjoying it immensely. Calming his excitement, Yang Kai examined his body. Surprisingly, he found that there wasn't a single scar left on his body, and even the damaged flesh and blood had been completely regenerated. Compared to before, his body was much stronger. Not only that, Yang Kai could also feel that the blood flowing through his veins was very different from before. It seemed that a third of his blood contained destructive power. This was definitely the demon god's blood. Moreover, the power of the unyielding golden skeleton had also been stimulated. In the future, this skeleton would continuously produce the demon god's blood, replacing the original blood in Yang Kai's body. It wouldn't be long before all the blood in his body turned a rich golden color. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai silently examined himself. Gradually, a grin appeared on his face. At first, his laughter was very small, but it gradually grew louder and louder, eventually becoming a hearty laugh that resounded throughout the star field, spreading far and wide. The journey to the star field was monotonous and boring, but Yang Kai felt that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained huge benefits from the star field. That kind of storm should be very difficult to encounter, so wanting to use it to temper himself again was a bit unrealistic. It was time to go back. Making up his mind, Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he found that not far away, there were some strange lights exuding a faint glow. He hurriedly flew over to investigate. These stones were actually some very precious ores of excellent quality. Yang Kai's expression became strange. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that these ores should be the remnants of the sea of meteorites destroyed by the star field storm. In that sea of meteorites, there were hundreds of large and small meteorites. There must have been some precious ores inside. After the outer layer of rock was shattered, the ores inside remained. And to be able to withstand the baptism of the star field storm, the grade of these ores could be imagined. At the very least, they were saint-grade mid-rank ores. If these ores were used to refine artifacts, they should be able to refine saint-grade artifacts. The premise was that there was a need for an outstanding artifact refiner. Yang Kai hurriedly collected these ores. His bone shield had been shattered before, so after collecting these ores, if there was a chance in the future, he could ask an artifact refiner to help him refine artifacts. The harvest was quite rich. He collected more than 100 large and small ores. Yang Kai couldn't recognize any of them, so he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But after all, these were products of the star field, so it was natural that he couldn't recognize them. After stuffing them all into the black book space, Yang Kai's sense of regret for the broken bone shield disappeared. After identifying the direction, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to find his way home. He didn't know how long he had spent in this star field, but it was definitely not short. Just the restoration of his body alone had taken him at least 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months of enlightenment had allowed him to successfully break through to the transcendent realm. The hardships involved could be imagined. Having not returned for so long, Yang Kai was certain his martial uncle and martial aunt were all waiting anxiously. Time flew by, and just when Yang Kai thought he was lost, he finally found an emerald green budding flower. The 1,000-year demon flower. At this moment, it was no longer blooming but had instead returned to its bud form and was now suspended in the void. Finding this place, Yang Kai's heart settled. On that day, he and Zhai Yao had appeared here, and according to Li Lao, the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm was definitely not far away. With this 1,000-year demon flower as the center, Yang Kai spread out in all directions, running back and forth several times before finally finding the void corridor. There was no sign of Zhai Yao nearby, so he should have returned some time ago. Before this, everyone had agreed that they didn't need to worry about the other, that they could return as soon as they felt it was time. So much time had passed, so Yang Kai shouldn't be in the star field anymore. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and plunged into the void corridor. After experiencing the familiar feeling of dizziness, Yang Kai's vision suddenly opened up. All around him was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, a verdant forest. Yang Kai scratched his head, somewhat unable to recognize where he was. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon smiled. About a dozen kilometers away, there were some life fluctuations, indicating there should be some people moving. Using his movement skill, Yang Kai flew over and soon arrived near this group of people. Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression became strange because he found these people to be quite interesting. They were indeed human, but they were in groups of 2, 1 man and 1 woman, a total of 3 pairs, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters, neither high nor low in strength. At this moment, they were fighting a fierce monster beast. From the way they fought and the way their yuan qi flowed, it was obvious these men and women were in harmony. In other words, they were a pair of dual cultivators. In groups of 2, they could display strength that exceeded their own cultivation. Chapter 719. When Yang Kai appeared, he didn't conceal his aura, so he was naturally noticed by these 6. These 6 people didn't forget to be vigilant during the battle, so obviously they had good awareness. Although they noticed that Yang Kai wasn't hostile, they still sent out a man and a woman to attack from the sidelines while paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, fearing he would jump out and disturb them. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care about their vigilance. When encountering a stranger outside, especially in battle, their approach was undoubtedly correct. The monster beast they were dealing with wasn't very strong, only at the 6th order, so under the joint attack of the remaining 4, it was quickly killed. After they cleaned up and recovered for a while, Yang Kai stepped forward in a friendly manner and asked for directions. Are you going to Floating Cloud City? One of the women frowned slightly as she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, pointing in a certain direction and saying, Floating Cloud City is this way. If you follow this direction, you'll arrive there in 3 to 5 days. Many thanks. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. He was really afraid that the place he would return to would be too far from Floating Cloud City. Tongxian Realm was really too big. If the Void Corridor in Star Field had teleported him to a very distant location, it wouldn't have been unusual for him to fly for a year or so. Friend, why are you going to Floating Cloud City now? The struggle for the 1,000-year demon flower ended a year ago. You shouldn't have not received the news, right? Another big man with a rough appearance said. A year ago? Yang Kai's face went black. He had underestimated the passage of time. He thought he had only stayed in Star Field for half a year at most, but a year had already passed. Seeing him show a surprised look, these people immediately misunderstood him, thinking that he had really gone to Floating Cloud City to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower but had missed the opportunity. The 3 women all pursed their lips and chuckled, looking at him like he was a fool. And it ended a year ago. It is said that 2 young people beat us to it, but these 2 young people's whereabouts are unknown. Now many people are looking for them. I want to buy the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from them. The burly man said with a smile. Friend, isn't it a bit too late for you to rush over now? I really don't know. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, thinking to himself that it was time to remove the disguising artifact on his face, otherwise, if it was discovered by someone, it would definitely be troublesome. Friend, where are you from? Why are you so uninformed? The burly man chuckled and asked. I was born in the countryside, so it takes a while for news to spread, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Without waiting for him to speak, he cupped his fists and said, No matter what, thank you. Goodbye. As he spoke, he had already flown in the direction that the woman had pointed out. This person is really interesting. He's too slow to realize it. The woman beside the big man laughed. Ignore him. Let's take a look at the quality of this monster beast's inner core. The group of 6 immediately looked forward to it. Yang Kai flew as fast as lightning, reaching out and taking off the disguising artifact covering his face, revealing his original appearance. This artifact given to him by Old Man Du really had some use. If not for this artifact at that time, Yang Kai estimated that he would now be pursued by all the transcendents in the world. Thinking about how Zhai Yao's little white face would suffer such a fate, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a burst of schadenfreude. However, he still had Li Lao to protect him. Even if someone found him, no one would dare to provoke him. Floating Cloud City, City Lord's Mansion. Li Lao and Zhai Yao had been guests here for a year. As the City Lord and Vice City Lord, the Saint Realm Masters from the 3 clans were naturally overjoyed. Although they didn't know why they had stayed here for so long with Li Lao as a guest, they felt infinite glory. Every day, they would come to greet him, calling themselves juniors, and even taking care of Zhai Yao. At this moment, Zhai Yao was listening to Li Lao's lecture, learning his alchemic way. 9 months ago, Zhai Yao had returned and stayed in the star field for 3 months, reaping unimaginable benefits. This data made Li Lao very satisfied. He had thought that Zhai Yao would only be able to stay in the star field for a month at most, but his apprentice's performance far exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, Li Lao suddenly noticed that Zhai Yao was somewhat absent-minded. Smiling lightly, he stopped teaching and asked, Are you worried about that little guy surnamed Yang? Zhai Yao nodded. If only I had acted with him at that time. It's been more than a year, but he still hasn't returned. Teacher, do you think he's? If that's the case, then it's his fate. Li Lao sat down, took a sip of tea, put down the cup and said lightly, After staying in the star field for a year, I find it hard to imagine he'll survive. If Zhai Yao hadn't insisted on waiting for Yang Kai to return in the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao would have already taken him to travel the world. Although he had an agreement with Yang Kai, with Li Lao's esteemed status, waiting for Yang Kai for so long was more than enough. Brother Yang shouldn't have died, right? Zhai Yao frowned, his tone somewhat uncertain. It seems you still have some confidence in him, Li Lao chuckled. I've seen his physical strength in the star field. Zhai Yao's eyes flashed with shock. Even if I trained in the star field for 3 months, I wouldn't dare to compare myself to him at that time. It's hard for me to believe that such a person would die just like that. A year is too long. It's possible that he got lost or met with some kind of accident. Li Lao sighed slightly. I also don't wish for such a person to die young, but if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Yao Er, we should leave this place. It's not good to stay in one place for too long. Teacher, let's wait for 10 more days. If he still hasn't returned in 10 days, then we'll leave. Zhai Yao pleaded. Fine, let's wait for 10 more days and see if he can create a miracle. Li Lao nodded slightly. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold and strange. What's wrong, teacher? Di Yao asked curiously. He rarely saw such an expression on his teacher's face. It was as if something had happened that made him extremely surprised. It seems like a miracle has really happened. Li Lao looked at him and said, You're saying? Zhai Yao suddenly realized, his face full of surprise and joy. Li Lao nodded heavily. I knew it. This guy won't die. Then where is he now? Zhai Yao asked with a laugh. In that inn. I'll go find him. I want to see what this guy has become. Zhai Yao said and ran out. Remember to bring him here. I have something to say to him. Li Lao's voice came from behind. Zhai Yao quickly responded. After his disciple left, Li Lao was shocked and muttered to himself, a year. Could it be that this guy really stayed in the star field for a year? How did he survive? Li Lao had also experienced the dangers of the star field. Although it was 1,000 years ago, no matter how much time had passed, the star field was still the star field. Not just anyone could set foot in it. Half a year ago, Li Lao was sure that Yang Kai probably wouldn't come back. But seeing Zhai Yao so determined to wait, he didn't point it out. He didn't want to disappoint him. In this world, there were very few people who could compete with Zhai Yao in alchemy. His own disciples saw that guy as his biggest rival. This was something that Li Lao was very clear about. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. A wise old man like him had his own unique vision. He rarely made mistakes in his judgment. But now, Yang Kai's miraculous return made him wonder if this was fated. Slowly shaking his head, Li Lao pondered for a long time before smiling. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's return surprised Xianxia and Feiyu. For more than a year, the two martial uncles had been waiting in Floating Cloud City. Although Zhai Yao had invited them to visit the city lord's mansion, they had declined. Don't look at how Ao Gu and the others were polite to Li Lao and Zhai Yao. That was because of Li Lao's identity and status. If Xianxia and the others really went there, Ao Gu wouldn't have welcomed them. You little brat, you're finally back, Xianxia laughed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Feiyu's beautiful eyes were watery and extremely alluring. Her cheeks were flushed red as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Martial uncle, you're drinking again. Yang Kai was speechless. The room was filled with the strong smell of wine, so it was obvious at a glance that it was Feiyu's doing. What's wrong with drinking a little wine? Mind your own business. Feiyu's red lips trembled as she glared at Yang Kai, then immediately smiled again. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Feiyu was worried sick about you, drinking all day long to drown her sorrows. I almost died from the smell, Xianxia quickly complained. Where are Martial Uncle Rimaru and Martial Uncle Fei Jian? Yang Kai looked around but didn't see the two of them, nor did he detect their auras in the inn. They've already gone back, Xianxia explained. You don't know how long you've been gone, right? I know, Yang Kai nodded. The sect can't be left alone, so they went back early. Feiyu and I were waiting for you here. Old Man Du and me Na also returned to the Grand Boulder City Alchemist Association. Now that you're back, we can leave. I've made martial uncles worry. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Even though he had disappeared for more than a year, when he saw Yang Kai again at this moment, he didn't see any suspicion on their faces, only relief at his safe return. If it were any other outsider, they would have suspected that he had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and escaped. But his martial uncles obviously didn't think so. "I'm also very worried, Brother Yang. What do you want to say?" Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from outside, and before it fell, Zhai Yao strode in. After looking around, Zhai Yao scratched his head and asked in amazement, "Where's Brother Yang? Didn't I hear his voice? Who's this guy?" As he spoke, he looked up and down at Yang Kai, puzzled. Chapter 720. Zhai Yao had never seen Yang Kai's true face before, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize him at this moment. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted him. Hearing his voice, Zhai Yao immediately woke up and shook his head with a wry smile. "It turns out you've never shown your true face. You're quite vigilant." Saying so, his eyes narrowed, and although his expression was indifferent, it was difficult to hide the shock in them as he quickly asked, "I see that Brother Yang is a little different from before. Could it be you've broken through to the transcendent realm?" His vision was quite sharp and he immediately saw the problem. It was a fluke. Yang Kai smiled modestly, not concealing anything. Both Xianxia and Feiyu were shocked. Only now did they realize that Yang Kai had really reached the transcendent realm. Just now, they had been so happy with Yang Kai's safe return that neither of them had noticed this. The two of them also cheered up. "Little brat, if I gave you another 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid you'd be able to catch up to your martial uncle." Xianxia laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, an expression of satisfaction on his face that Soaring Heaven sect had finally found a successor. "Brother Yang, you didn't really stay in the star field for a year, right?" Zhai Yao asked with some uncertainty. Even though he had witnessed Yang Kai's powerful physique, he still couldn't believe that he could safely spend so long in the star field. But if that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai's cultivation have broken through a great realm? "I encountered an accident there and only found my way back a few days ago," Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao's expression was one of shock, speechless to the extreme. He had struggled desperately in the star field for 3 months before finally being unable to hold on any longer and returning to Tongxian realm through the void corridor. Even so, after returning, he was praised by his master for a long time. Zhai Yao himself also felt that such a result was enough to be proud of. But now, compared to Yang Kai, the difference was obvious. Star field? Xianxia and Feiyu were stunned and looked at them in disbelief. "Did you just say star field? Could it be that you went there?" "Sit down and talk." Yang Kai chuckled. Everyone wanted to know the secrets of the star field. Xianxia and Feiyu were no exception. The four of them sat down. Yang Kai told them about all the miraculous things he had encountered in star field. Not only did Xianxia and Feiyu listen with great interest, even Zhai Yao, who had also been to star field before, was listening attentively. Many of the wonderful things that Yang Kai had encountered were things that he had never seen before. During the 3 months in star field, Zhai Yao had spent most of his time beside the void corridor, tempering his body while preparing to evacuate at a moment's notice. Unlike Yang Kai, who acted as if he didn't know the difference between life and death, running all over the place and encountering the devastating star field storm. Hearing that the star field storm had crushed hundreds of thousands of meteorites in an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. They found it hard to imagine how Yang Kai had survived such a disaster in the star field. Even a Saint Realm master who was caught in such a storm would have no choice but to die. But not only had Yang Kai survived, he had become even stronger than before. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail what had happened in the star field storm, only explaining that he had brushed past the edge of the storm and suffered some injuries. After all, this was related to the great demon god's bone and demon god blood, so Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it casually. Taking out 4 drops of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, Yang Kai put them into a jade bottle and handed it to Xianxia. Even the calm Xianxia couldn't help trembling slightly when he received these 4 drops of medicinal liquid. His big hands trembled slightly. His expression was filled with excitement. With these 4 drops of medicinal liquid, the 4 protectors had a great chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although the difference between the Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm was only a single step, the distance between them was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Immortal Ascension boundary. On Tongxian Realm, there was no lack of Transcendent Realm masters, but there were very few Saint Realm masters. Each Saint Realm master was a cornerstone of their respective sect, a rare and precious asset. Soaring Heaven sect, on the other hand, only had 2 Saint Realm masters. In addition to their ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao, there was also their martial uncle who was in secluded retreat. On the other hand, a great force like Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had no Saint Realm masters at all. Now that we've obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and little martial nephew has returned, Tsingen, we should return to the sect. Fei Yu said softly. She couldn't wait to return to Serene Resplendent Peak and enter retreat to break through the biggest hurdle of her life. Tsungen obviously also thought so, but before that, little martial nephew should go and say goodbye to Li Lao. This time, if it weren't for Li Lao's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Tsungen hadn't said anything, he would have gone and talked to Li Lao. After all, in this world, only the 2 of them possessed conflagrated knowledge seas. From Li Lao, Yang Kai felt that he could learn a lot of useful knowledge. Master also asked me to bring you along. Zhai Yao chuckled. Then let's go, we shouldn't keep Master waiting too long. 2 seniors, do you want to go? We won't be going, Tsungen shook his head. Send our regards to honored Master. Zhai Yao nodded before leaving the inn with Yang Kai and walking towards the City Lord's mansion. A moment later, the 2 arrived at the City Lord's mansion and, under the guidance of Zhai Yao, walked unimpeded. In front of a room in the City Lord's mansion's backyard, Zhai Yao stopped and respectfully said, Master, Brother Yang is here. Come in, Li Lao's aged voice came from inside. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He tidied up his appearance and followed behind Zhai Yao. After seeing Yang Kai's true appearance, Li Lao didn't show much surprise, as if he had already known. He chuckled and said, Sit. Sorry for disturbing Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat cross-legged in front of him. Zhai Yao personally poured tea for the 2, brought it over, and sat beside Yang Kai. Tasting the fragrant tea, the room was quiet for a while. Li Lao didn't speak and Yang Kai didn't dare to speak rashly. In front of him was an existence that could be described as a saint, one that was revered by all living beings in the world. After a long time, Old Man Li suddenly waved his hand. Yang Kai clearly noticed that an invisible force had enveloped the entire room. From the inside, he could see what was going on outside, but from the outside, he couldn't hear the slightest thing from inside. His expression becoming serious, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this white-haired old man in front of him was not only a top-level alchemist, but also a master with an extremely high cultivation. I heard Yao say that little brother is a disciple of Soaring Heaven sect? Li Lao asked. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. If this old master is so bold as to ask, was little friend born in Soaring Heaven sect, or did you only join the sect recently? Old Man Li suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Yang Kai stared at Li Lao in amazement. How does Senior know? I really only joined the sect recently, about a year and a half ago. Sure enough. Li Lao nodded lightly. Good, I won't tell you the specific reason for now, I'll explain it to you later. This old master will ask you one more time, do you have a conflagrated knowledge, see? As soon as the statement came out, Zhai Yao's face was filled with shock as he turned to look at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai chuckled. Senior's vision is indeed sharp. When you saw this junior before, Senior must have already noticed it, right? And those who possess a conflagrated knowledge see are able to sense each other. The higher one's strength is, the stronger this sense is, so this old master was able to detect it. However, you don't need to worry, as long as you don't use your conflagrated knowledge see casually, even a Saint Realm master won't find it easy to spy on you. You really have a conflagrated knowledge see? Zhai Yao's eyes widened. Yang Kai nodded. You little brat, you really make one envious, Yang Kai grinned bitterly. Di Yao smiled bitterly. A conflagrated knowledge was something he dreamt of having because he had witnessed the various mysteries of conflagrated knowledge from his master. When it came to alchemy, what kind of help could a conflagrated knowledge provide? As an alchemist with excellent aptitude, how could Di Yao not want one? However, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. A conflagrated knowledge was a kind of mutation of one's divine sense and was largely dependent on coincidences. Over the years, Li Lao had made many preparations for Zhai Yao and made many efforts, but Zhai Yao's divine sense remained the same, without the slightest change. What can you do with your conflagrated knowledge now? Li Lao asked again. Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said somewhat embarrassedly, catching others off guard and sneaking up on them. Li Lao laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy. Not bad, not bad, this is indeed one of the wonderful uses of a conflagrated knowledge. A mutated divine sense is much more lethal than an ordinary divine sense. Even if an enemy is stronger than you, if they are not prepared, they will still suffer a great loss. Even their soul may be incinerated, which is a great danger to anyone. However, this is only one of its uses. Did you know that the greatest use of a conflagrated knowledge is in alchemy or artifact forging? Junior has thought of it before, but I don't know how to use it. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he respectfully said, Please enlighten me, senior. Li Lao smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Yang Kai's eagerness to learn. This time I called you here precisely to pass on my experience in this area to you. Release your knowledge defenses, Li Lao said softly. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he hurriedly held his breath and opened the door to his knowledge Li Lao's expression also became serious as he slowly extended his middle finger. An inexplicable energy burst forth from the tip of his finger, flickering with a little bit of fluorescent light. That finger gently touched Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled as he instantly felt a pure energy carrying a huge amount of information pour into his mind. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai hurriedly began to investigate. This information was all of Li Lao's many years of experience in studying the conflagrated knowledge how to use it in alchemy, and how to use it reasonably. All kinds of insights, all kinds of experiences, were extremely precious. Yang Kai was immersed in his investigation and gradually gained some understanding of the wonderful uses of the conflagrated knowledge in alchemy. It was impossible to investigate such a huge amount of information in a short period of time. After all, this was the summary of Li Lao's several hundred years of experience, and now he had unreservedly imparted it all to Yang Kai. As time passed, the room was quiet. Whether it was Li Lao or Zhai Yao, neither spoke to disturb him, all of them holding their breaths and quietly waiting. Chapter 721. After a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly regained their clarity and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Reaching out, he summoned out his pill furnace and took out a few herbs from the black book space. Conflagrated knowledge burst out and wrapped around these herbs. Under the scorching heat, these herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids which were then placed into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. His conflagrated knowledge then wrapped around the pill furnace and the medicinal liquids began to fuse and transform. A moment later, a fresh pill fragrance filled the room. With a soft sound, a round pill flew out from the pill furnace. Yang Kai grabbed it and carefully examined it, a smile appearing on his face. A spirit-grade pill. Compared to using yuan qi to refine pills in the past, this was much faster and more convenient. The time taken to refine pills was greatly reduced. On top of that, Yang Kai could feel that if he practiced and used his conflagrated knowledge well, the quality of the pills he refined would also be much higher. Using conflagrated knowledge to perform alchemy was on a completely different level from using yuan qi. Throughout the entire process, Li Lao and Zhai Yao were also completely absorbed. Zhai Yao watched in amazement. Even though he had seen his master use conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy countless times, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. For someone like him who didn't have such an advantage, naturally he was quite envious of Yang Kai's qualifications. Li Lao also nodded approvingly, his eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai's comprehension ability and aptitude made him feel that his experience was not a lie. Yang Kai would definitely be able to thoroughly understand his experience and develop his own insights and developments based on it. Many thanks for Li Lao's guidance. Yang Kai put away the spirit-grade pill and cupped his fists respectfully. Little brother is too polite. This old master actually has conditions for teaching you this. Li Lao smiled lightly. Please speak, Li Lao. This old master wants to ask, how did your conflagrated knowledge C come to be? Moreover, from the strength of your conflagrated spiritual energy, it seems to be not inferior to this old master's at all. It was hard for me to imagine that you could cultivate your conflagrated knowledge C to such an extent. If it's convenient, can you tell this old man about it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, well, about the first question, it actually came up by accident. I once had a piece of jade true spirit and wanted to devour its energy to increase my cultivation base and battle prowess. But I didn't expect that during that cultivation, I would accidentally cultivate a conflagrated spiritual energy. Jade true spirit? Li Lao's expression changed. You've got guts. How dare you swallow something like that? I didn't think too much about it at the time. Now that I think about it, it was indeed quite dangerous. Yang Kai grinned. Fortunately, the jade true spirit wasn't too strong. Otherwise, I would have died. Li Lao nodded slightly and pondered. It turns out that devouring a jade true spirit can also give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C, but this method is still a bit too risky. He asked this obviously because he wanted to help Xianxia obtain a conflagrated knowledge C. Yang Kai's method was not suitable for Xianxia. Not to mention whether it was dangerous or not. Even if there was no danger, there was no guarantee that Xianxia would be able to produce a conflagrated knowledge C. The element of coincidence was too big. As for the second question, Yang Kai slowly said, the reason why my conflagrated knowledge C can be comparable to Li Lao's is because I devoured it. I think it's probably because I devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge C and not because I cultivated it myself. Devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge C? Li Lao paled. Li Lao misunderstood. I didn't take it by force. In a certain place, many cultivator with conflagrated knowledge C died. Their spiritual energy was preserved and I was able to devour it by chance, Yang Kai explained. Your opportunity really makes one jealous. Xianxia said with envy. In this world, although it was rare to find a cultivator with a variant conflagrated knowledge C, there were always a few. It could only be said that the only high-level alchemists with conflagrated knowledge C were Yang Kai and Li Lao. Perhaps there were others with conflagrated knowledge C, but they were not proficient in alchemy and could only use it in battle. This old master understands. Li Lao nodded slightly. Many thanks to little brother for answering this old master's doubts. This has been a great help to this old master. Li Lao is too polite. This junior has also benefited a lot from Li Lao. Yang Kai quickly said, thinking about it for a moment before asking, is there something else senior wanted to tell me? Before, Li Lao had guessed that Yang Kai had only recently joined Soaring Heaven sect, but he had not revealed the reason, which made Yang Kai somewhat concerned. A person like Li Lao would not say such nonsense, so since he had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. This matter may or may not be related to you, Li Lao chuckled, reaching out and taking out a spirit pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully, asking in amazement, isn't this the spirit pill I refined? This spirit pill was the one he had refined when he competed with Xianxia in the inn last time, and still had pill veins on it. If it is convenient for little friend, could you please depict the spirit array used to refine this spirit pill? Li Lao said kindly, rest assured, this old master is not trying to pry into your knowledge, he just has some doubts. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai chuckled. In front of a character like Li Lao, he felt very assured. Circulating his yuan qi, he began to inscribe the spirit array he had used before inside the pill furnace. Soon, after the spirit array was inscribed, Yang Kai handed over the pill furnace. Li Lao took it and examined it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face before he casually handed the pill furnace to Zhai Yao. "Take a look." Zhai Yao, with a confused look on his face, took the pill furnace and began examining it. A moment later, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something interesting. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was confused by this master and disciple duo. "Interesting." Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "The spirit array Brother Yang used is slightly different from the one we use now. It seems to be a very ancient technique." Li Lao nodded slightly. "It is indeed a very ancient spirit array, one that has been lost for many generations. Compared to the spirit array we use now, it is undoubtedly more useful. I learned it from a very ancient book." Yang Kai explained. "Li Lao, if you want, I can inscribe all the spirit arrays I know." Old Li chuckled. "There's no need for that. I'm not asking you this because I covet your knowledge, but because Yao and I have seen this kind of spirit array before, so I think it might be related to you." Yang Kai frowned. "I'd like to hear the details." "Brother Yang, it's like this." Zhai Yao continued. "Since I was a child, I have been cultivating with my master in the mountains, learning the alchemic way. After 20 years, a few years ago, my master decided to take me out of the mountains to experience the world. I have always felt that with my alchemy skills, I am invincible among my peers in this world, but in Floating Cloud City, I lost to Brother Yang, and before that, I lost to another person, just 2 years ago." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. "There is someone who is better than Brother Zhai in alchemy?" "Yes, what makes me most depressed is that that person was a woman." Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was stunned, but suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, "What kind of woman?" "I don't know. That woman was wearing a veil, her forehead was decorated with a sapphire, and her eyes were very bright and clear. She should be a beauty, but she looked a little delicate." Yang Kai's breathing gradually became rapid as he asked in a trembling voice, "Was there a lecherous old man by her side?" "Lecherous?" Zhai Yao looked at him blankly. "It was probably lecherous. In any case, that old man gave off a feeling of disrespect." "Is that old man surnamed Meng?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Sure enough, he is related to little brother." Li Lao gently nodded. When this old master saw the traces of the spirit array used in this spirit pill, he had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. Now it seems that little brother and that young lady are from the same family? After all, the spirit arrays you use are the same. "And that's my senior sister." Yang Kai nodded heavily. There was no mistake. 2 years ago, the one who defeated Zhai Yao in alchemy was definitely Xia Ningchang. In this world, only Xia Ningchang could achieve such a feat. There was no one else. "Which sect are you all from? Why are you all so strong?" Di Yao wore a speechless expression. "That woman is one thing, but it seems she was born with a different physique. When it comes to alchemy, she doesn't need a pill furnace at all. She can simply gather the surrounding world energy and refine pill veins at will. I competed with her 3 times, but the result was a crushing defeat, a heavy blow to my confidence. But you're even more extraordinary, actually possessing an advantage like your conflagrated knowledge. See, I simply can't compare to you senior sister and junior brother. She does indeed have a special physique, one that was specially born for alchemy." Yang Kai nodded, his heart filled with excitement. After searching for so long, he finally found a useful clue. "Sacred spirit medicine body." Li Lao suddenly exclaimed, "No wonder, it turns out she has the sacred spirit medicine body. In time, her achievements will definitely surpass this old master's, yet that old bastard Meng Wuya is still being so secretive and unwilling to reveal it to this old master." Yang Kai's expression changed. From the way Li Lao addressed Meng Wuya, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time and were even of the same generation. "Senior, when you met them, did you see anyone else?" I still have a senior sister and a friend with them. Could it be they're also proficient in alchemy? Xiao asked with a bitter expression. No, Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't see them. Meng Wuya seems to only have that little girl surnamed Xia with him. Yang Kai's expression sank, his heart filled with impatience. If Meng Wuya had Xia Ningchang with him, then what about Su Yan? What about the old demon? Where had the two of them gone? There was no need to worry about the old demon. He was originally from Tong Xian realm and had even occupied the body of a demon general. Besides a saint realm master, no one could hurt him, but Su Yan was different. She was a lone woman and her strength wasn't particularly high. What if she encountered some kind of danger? What was the reason for her being separated from Meng Wuya? Or had she encountered some kind of accident? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of his stomach as his imagination began to run wild. Chapter 722. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's impatience, Li Lao hurriedly offered a few words of comfort. Yang Kai also knew that it was useless to think about these things right now. Only by finding Meng Wuya and asking him would he be able to learn more about the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down and he asked, Li Lao, where did you and Brother Zhai meet them? Blue Water City. Blue Water City? Yang Kai frowned. It's about a few months away from here, but even if you look for them now, you may not be able to find them. We met them 2 years ago when Meng Wuya said he would be leaving Blue Water City soon. By now, he should have already left. Li Lao said with some regret. Judging from Yang Kai's demeanor and mood, Meng Wuya and that little girl surnamed Xia must be very important to him. In any case, this is a clue after all. I've been looking for them for a long time but haven't been able to find any clues, so I think I should go and take a look, Yang Kai said seriously. Very well, Li Lao smiled and nodded, then I wish little brother all the best. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to Li Lao and Zhai Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the inn. This time, obtaining such a valuable clue from Li Lao was a pleasant surprise. So Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer. After informing Tsang Yen and Fei Yu, he immediately set off for Blue Water City. Tsang Yen and Fei Yu both knew that Yang Kai was looking for their 2 senior sisters. Now that he had a clue, although the chances were slim, they didn't stop him and instead offered to escort Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, it had taken him more than a year to bring it back. His 4 martial uncles and martial aunt were all waiting for this to break through to the Saint Realm, so how could Yang Kai allow him to delay their important matters? Yang Kai's attitude was firm, so Tsang Yen and Fei Yu had no choice but to agree. They repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to his safety and to tell them if he was wronged outside. Feeling the concern of his martial uncles, Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Acting alone in the outside world. Yang Kai was very experienced. For so many years, it could be said that he had basically been roaming the world by himself. After a simple packing, Yang Kai immediately set off. Outside Floating Cloud City, Tsang Yen and Fei Yu watched Yang Kai leave before also heading back to Soaring Heaven Sect. They too had to return to prepare for their breakthrough to the Saint Realm. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao and Zhai Yao also bid farewell to Ao Gu and the others. He embarked on the path of traveling the world. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. Although he knew his chances were slim, Yang Kai still used all of his strength to hurry along. All he wanted to do was reach Blue Water City as soon as possible and see if he could obtain any useful clues there. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the rivers and streams. Yang Kai's speed was like lightning. Now that his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, his speed was much faster than before. Moreover, in places where no one could see him, Yang Kai would also display his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed. The transcendent realm was not a low realm, but in Tong Xian realm where transcendence could enter the Saint Realm, it was still not enough to dominate the world. Yang Kai estimated. He needed to cultivate to the Saint Realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to travel unimpeded here. He needed to become stronger, and stronger in order to have a foothold in this world. Although he was now in Soaring Heaven sect and his ancestral founder and martial uncles were very good to him, in the end, this was not his foundation. What he wanted was the kind of strength that belonged to him. As time passed by, Yang Kai's anxious mood gradually calmed down. After his mood calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, his previous perseverance and self-confidence returning to him. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day he would be able to stand at the top of this world and become an overlord. He had the unyielding golden skeleton and the demon eye of annihilation. Although these were all precious treasures left behind by the great demon god, only Yang Kai could utilize them to their fullest and use them to achieve his own goals. While on the road, Yang Kai didn't remain idle. Instead, comprehending the various mysteries he had obtained from the star field and comprehending the method Li Lao had taught him to use his conflagrated knowledge. This kind of change in self-confidence and mentality was like a catalyst, allowing Yang Kai to comprehend more and more about his own strength. His recent breakthrough to the transcendent realm quickly stabilized. In front of him was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and everything that entered his eyes was lush green. The air was fresh, and the energy was quite extraordinary. In the dense forest, there were many traces of demon beasts and human activities. Yang Kai flew past, not paying them any mind. Half a month later, he passed through this forest. The moment he crossed the towering mountain peak, Yang Kai felt a fresh and natural aura wash over him. This aura was mixed with a slight fishy smell. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Back when he was still very weak, when he first left High Heaven Pavilion for life experience and arrived in Sea City, he had smelled this kind of aura. Because it was a sea breeze, the wind carried with it a salty smell of seawater. Looking around, on the distant horizon, Yang Kai saw a blue sea with sparkling waves. The wind was blowing from that direction, but because it was blocked by the high mountains below, there was no such aura on the other side of the mountain. Seaside? Yang Kai raised his brow. He hadn't expected that the so-called Blue Water City would actually be located on the coast. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't carefully inquired about this place before rushing over. Sang Yen and Fei Yu hadn't warned him either, so when Yang Kai saw the blue sea now, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. It was as if he had suddenly returned to his own world and arrived near Sea City. The masters from the Endless Sea Islands and the young girl who raised peacocks, Zhong Miaoku, flashed across Yang Kai's mind one by one. Chuckling lightly, Yang Kai shook his head and dispelled these memories before quickly flying forward. The further he flew, the richer the water attribute energy in the air became. This was definitely a good place for a water attribute cultivator to cultivate and take root. 3 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Blue Water City and paid a crystal stone to enter safely. Inside Blue Water City, there was a distinct smell everywhere. Most of the cultivators who came and went wore light blue robes. Because they cultivated water attribute secret arts and martial skills, they had a special liking for this color. Here, Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was faintly suppressed, but it wasn't a big deal. A cultivator like him who cultivated Yang attribute secret arts or fire attribute secret arts would not be willing to live in this kind of place for long. If he stayed here for too long, not only would his secret arts and martial skills be suppressed, but his own strength would also regress. Although he already knew his chances were slim, shortly after setting foot in Blue Water City, Yang Kai still showed a look of disappointment. He didn't release his divine sense to investigate, but he was certain that Meng Wuya was no longer here. Because Treasurer Meng's defensive artifact, the Heavenly Palace, was still in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai had deliberately taken it out of the Black Book space when he arrived at Blue Water City. If Meng Wuya was really here, he would have sensed it. After all, this artifact contained his soul imprint. Since he hadn't appeared, it meant that Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang had long since left. After feeling depressed for a while, Yang Kai regrouped and began to inquire about Blue Water City. Although Meng Wuya had left, perhaps he had left behind some clues that he could track down. Now that Yang Kai had an alchemist identity and an alchemist token, if he wanted to inquire about information, it wouldn't be as difficult as before. Walking over to Blue Water City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai showed his alchemist token and asked the alchemist there. Yang Kai's alchemist token was the one he had obtained in Grand Boulder City and had never been replaced, so under the investigation of others, he was just a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Even so, this surprised the alchemists of Blue Water City. The head of the Alchemist Guild here, a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist who was over 100 years old, was even more surprised. Sighing with emotion, he warmly received Yang Kai. It had to be said that with an alchemist token, it was very convenient to go anywhere. Although the world was vast, almost every city had an alchemist guild, unless the city was too small. Of course, not every alchemist guild's head was a saint-grade alchemist like Old Man Du. The head of this alchemist guild was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. In some places, a spirit-grade mid-rank alchemist could lead an alchemist guild. Yang Kai came here to inquire because of his alchemist identity and also because Xia Ningchang was also an alchemist, so he might have had some dealings with the alchemists here. After asking, everyone shook their heads. Only one person said that he seemed to have seen this old man and young duo before, but he had never interacted with them. 2 years had passed, so he didn't know where the two had gone. Yang Kai could only helplessly say his thanks and take his leave. The clues he had obtained from Li Lao were cut off just like that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Although this series of disappointments was quite a blow to Yang Kai, he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to reunite with Su Yan and Xia Ningchang, as well as Old Demon. That old bastard was nowhere to be found. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept an eye out for information in Blue Water City while also trying to purchase a certain type of medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was necessary to refine the saint pill needed to save the ancient demon clan. It could only be found in the territory of the sea and was extremely rare and precious. Yang Kai felt that there might be some here. Time flew by, but Yang Kai still hadn't gained anything. Not only was he unable to obtain any information about Meng Wuya, but he also couldn't find the medicinal herb he was looking for. Everyone he asked shook their heads, claiming that this medicinal herb was almost extinct and they had never seen it before. One day, a month later, Yang Kai was inquiring about some news in a medicine shop when he suddenly sensed the auras of several people approaching him. Frowning, Yang Kai turned around and saw a group of cultivator led by a middle-aged man walking towards him. This group of people didn't have high cultivations, basically all of them at the immortal ascension boundary, but there were quite a few of them and their auras were fierce. Obviously, they were all masters who lived on the edge of a blade. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, the middle-aged man looked him over. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Chapter 723. This group of people didn't look very friendly, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat them with courtesy. He was currently in a bad mood, so if someone provoked him, it would be a good time to vent. "I heard you were looking for the whereabouts of an old man and a little girl?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and asked coldly. "You've seen them before?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Is it a lecherous old man and a little girl with a veil?" The man confirmed. "It's them." Yang Kai was overjoyed, suddenly feeling that this group of people in front of him had become friendly. "Then we've seen them before." The big man nodded slightly. "Why are you looking for them? What's your relationship with them?" "You don't need to know that." Yang Kai shook his head. "You just need to tell me if they left behind any clues. I'll give you a reward." "Reward?" The big man suddenly smiled slyly. "What kind of reward?" "Crystal stones or spirit pills, as long as it's a valuable clue, I can give it to you." When the big man heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Looking at Yang Kai's clothes, he really didn't expect him to be so rich. "Boy, you're quite arrogant." The big man nodded slightly, "But although we've seen the old man and the young girl, we haven't talked to them, so we don't know the specific information." Then don't waste my time. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became a lot more subtle and his face became cold. The big man chuckled, "We don't know, but that doesn't mean others don't know. If you really want to ask around, then come with us." Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled. "Good, take me to someone who knows the situation." The big man nodded. Taking the lead, Kai Yang hurriedly followed. The people brought by the big man also followed behind, sealing off Kai Yang's path of retreat without leaving a trace. This group of people was a bit unfriendly, Yang Kai could naturally sense it, but they had definitely seen Meng Wuya and Xia Chang, otherwise they wouldn't have described them so clearly. What did old man Meng do to them? Why did this group of people seem to hate him so much? Even though he was aware of this, Yang Kai was still bold. He wasn't afraid at all. He followed along calmly while secretly observing the situation around him. He had been active in Blue Water City for a month now and naturally knew that there were no Saint Realm Masters here, so he had nothing to fear. He followed the burly man for a long time. Suddenly, they arrived in front of a huge mansion. After entering the house, the burly man led Yang Kai through the courtyard. Not long after, they arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a young man with a sinister expression sitting on a chair under the young man's knees. Two seductively dressed women were half kneeling on the ground, snuggling up to him like pets. The strength of these two women was not high. They were probably only at the Yuan Qi state. At this moment, both of them had a collar around their fair necks, and on the other end of the collar, there was a strange expression. There was a rope in the young man's hand. One of the women had a round buttocks. She was half kneeling on the ground, putting on a seductive posture, as if she was a puppy, shaking her head and begging the young man, trying her best to please him. The other woman buried her head in the young man's crotch, moving nimbly, her mouth seemed to be stuffed with something, and she was whimpering. These two women were wearing very little, with only thin gauze covering their bodies, faintly visible between their breasts and legs. When they arrived here, the burly man and the group of cultivators couldn't help breathing a little faster, licking their lips as their eyes filled with lust. As for the young man sitting on the chair, his expression was even more lustful. Yang Kai's expression sank. Although he had long heard that some young masters from rich families had some unusual hobbies, there were some in the central capital who liked these perverted things. However, this was the first time he had seen one with his own eyes. "Young master, we've brought them," the burly man observed for a while before realizing something was wrong and quickly saying. The young man sitting on the chair simply nodded but didn't pay much attention to him, still wearing a bone-chilling expression. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, becoming ferocious and terrifying as he grabbed the hair of the woman who had buried her head between his legs and slapped her several times, shouting angrily, "Cheap slave, how many times have I told you not to use your teeth?" These slaps were so heavy that the woman's cheeks swelled up in an instant, but even so, she didn't dare to complain in the slightest and quickly crawled to the young man's feet, her tender body trembling. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. The young man straightened his clothes, glanced around calmly, and coldly snorted, "Are you the one looking for that old man and little girl?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Do you have any clues about them?" "No, I'm also looking for them." The young man grinned. "If you have any information, can you tell me?" "You're also looking for them?" Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you looking for them?" "Be clear about your position, I should be the one asking this question." The young man's face suddenly became cloudy as he unhappily said, "But since you asked, there's no harm in telling you." As he spoke, his expression suddenly became ferocious, his hands gripping the back of his chair as his Yuan Qi burst out. "I'm looking for them because I want them dead." The reason this young master fell to this point is all because of that old man. "Boy, you can tell me now, what is your relationship with them? You better think carefully before you answer. If you are their friend or relative, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and then torture you to death." "That old man crippled you?" Yang Kai was stunned hearing this. What kind of person was Meng Wuya? If there wasn't some special reason, it was impossible for him to be so ruthless to such a junior. The only explanation was that this young man had angered Meng Wuya. Yang Kai immediately thought of Xianxia. Treasurer Meng regarded the little senior sister as a treasure, so if this young man had ideas about the little senior sister, he might really have angered Meng Wuya. Moreover, from the way this young man acted, it was obvious that he was a playboy who was obsessed with women. Although little senior sister had never revealed her true appearance, anyone could see that she was definitely born with a heavenly fragrance and national beauty. Especially that kind of delicate and innocent temperament, it made people unconsciously infatuated with her. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face also became unkind. My Cheng family treated that old man like a VIP, but he was so ruthless to my young master. This is simply unforgivable. The big man who led Yang Kai said coldly, "Boy, what is your relationship with that old man? If you dare to lie, this grandpa will teach you a lesson. Why did he treat your young master like that? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The big man didn't seem to notice and snorted, "It's just that my young master is infatuated with that girl. He put medicine in the food." "Medicine?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "I can see that your young master is really capable of doing such a thing." Xianxia had the sacred spirit medicine body, so using medicine to deal with her was the biggest joke in the world. Although he knew that the little senior sister was safe and sound, Yang Kai's heart still burned with anger. That old man was already merciful when he crippled you. If it were me, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai grinned fiendishly. "Boy, what did you say?" The big man's expression became cold as he sternly asked. The young man looked at Yang Kai with interest. "If it were you, what would you do?" Kill. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, they all burst out in laughter. "Boy, you're really crazy, daring to say such words in my Cheng family. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death? In this blue water city, my Cheng family is—" The big man's face was full of ridicule. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. A faint smell of blood filled the air, causing the big man's eyes to widen and his face to turn red. He felt his meridians and blood continue to swell, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress them. Kong. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. No one knew what happened, but the big man suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of red blood where he stood. Those who were close to him were covered with bits of flesh. This hellish scene stunned everyone, and they stood there stupidly, unable to react. The young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned, unable to believe what just happened. "I'll ask you one last time, do you know where that old man and that little girl went? If you know, hurry up and tell me and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Yang Kai swept his gaze around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Kill him." The young man's face paled as he finally recovered and shouted angrily. The remaining cultivator also seemed to have awoken from a dream and began to move. Wind blew and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai stood in place, not moving, but the Yuan Qi in his body burst forth. The wind and thunder wings didn't appear, but the wind and thunder force contained within them converged into a territory of slaughter in the garden. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator who was caught in this whirlpool didn't even have the chance to resist and was cut into countless pieces, dying horrible deaths. The young man sitting in the chair was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that he would provoke such a demon this time. Because Yang Kai looked very young, he had sent someone to bring him back, but he didn't know that this young man's strength was not something he should possess at his age. Transcendent realm? Impossible. The young man's eyes bulged as panic filled his heart. Being able to kill so many immortal ascension boundary cultivators so easily without even moving, only a transcendent could do so, but was there such a young transcendent in this world? Looking at the cold expression on Yang Kai's face as he slowly approached him, the young man screamed, "Don't come here. I don't know the whereabouts of those two, don't come here." "Then you're dead," Yang Kai grinned, and after confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he smashed his fist into the young man's head. Inside the garden, the smell of blood filled the air, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. This kind of battle, for him, could be said to be no battle at all. The other party daring to provoke him was simply courting death. The two scantily clad women weren't injured, but they seemed to have been frightened. At this moment, they were staring blankly at Yang Kai, their tender bodies trembling, not daring to move. Yang Kai glanced at them, his eyes gradually softening. He didn't want to find trouble with these two women. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became cold as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. Chapter 724. From that direction, a fierce aura rose up, obviously indicating that a master was flying over. The Cheng family was a powerful force in Blue Water City, so naturally it had a transcendent realm master. Feeling the fluctuations of the battle in the garden, they immediately rushed over to investigate. Before they even arrived, a loud shout rang out, "Who dares act so atrociously in my Cheng family?" Yang Kai raised his brow and stood in place, waiting quietly, not showing any intention of running away. The person who had just arrived was a first-order transcendent, the same cultivation as Yang Kai. Although there were two of them, Yang Kai didn't fear them at all. In a battle of the same realm, no one could beat him. A moment later, two old men arrived at the same time from the left and right. One of them was wearing a yellow robe, while the other was wearing a light blue robe. When they saw the tragic situation in the garden, their expressions turned cold. Yang Kai's brow furrowed because he discovered that both of these old men were missing limbs, one of them missing an arm while the other had a broken left leg. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact had been used to replace their missing arms and legs, but they looked lifelike and gave off a cold metallic aura. "Little brat, did you kill these people?" The yellow-robed old man immediately shouted angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not denying it. "Why did you kill my Cheng family people? What grievance does my Cheng family have with you?" The blue-robed old man roared angrily. "No grievance, no enmity. Then why did you act so viciously? Do you think my Cheng family is easy to bully?" As they spoke, the two old men condensed their yuan qi, apparently preparing to take action to avenge the dead. Yang Kai's calmness made them realize that he obviously had some skill, and when they tried to probe him with their divine senses, they found that he was like a bottomless pit, unable to detect any clues at all. This made them somewhat wary, wondering just where this little brat came from, possessing such unfathomable strength at such a young age. "If you don't give us an explanation today, my Cheng clan will never coexist with you." The yellow-robed old man's face turned red as he clenched his teeth and roared. "Sworn to be enemies?" Yang Kai sneered in a low voice. "Very well, let's fight first. I still have some things to ask you." The dead youth didn't know where Meng Wuya and Xianxia went, but these two old men might know. While speaking, a scorching hot divine sense suddenly burst out, rolling up the intent domain that could burn everything, and without a trace, it bombarded the two old men. The other party was not young and had been cultivating for a long time, so the defenses of their knowledge seas were naturally not so fragile. What's more, they were all wearing defensive soul-type artifacts. But it wasn't until the soul-type artifacts on their bodies began to glow that they finally reacted. Feeling the scorching hot aura, all of them paled in fear. With Li Lao's guidance, Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of how to use the conflagrated knowledge sea. The conflagrated knowledge sea was not only extremely useful in alchemy, but also in battle. This was Yang Kai's first battle after breaking through to the transcendent realm, and his opponents were two cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, he wanted to test his current combat strength. So he didn't show any mercy. But what he didn't expect was that the two old men would be so weak, their knowledge sea defenses easily torn apart. If it weren't for their two defensive artifacts, Yang Kai would have been able to incinerate their souls with just this one blow. Even so, the two old men still broke out in a cold sweat and quickly used their own methods to protect their bodies. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated knowledge sea and his figure flashed like lightning, arriving in front of the two old men. With two palm strikes, the two old men's bodies were sent flying like paper kites. coughing up blood as they flew through the air. Falling to the ground, before they could even get up, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared in front of them. Like an insurmountable mountain, his figure blocked the sun above their heads, causing their vision to darken. Unable to resist, the two old men couldn't accept such a result at all. Yang Kai was also somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that he had made a mistake by trying out a cultivator of the same level. A dangerous aura enveloped the two old men, making them unable to move at all, only able to lie on the ground, a chill creeping into their hearts, as if they had fallen into an abyss, unable to even see their own fingers in front of them. "Who the hell are you?" The yellow-robed old man was still stubborn, suppressing the fear in his heart as he tried to inquire about Yang Kai's origins. Yang Kai shook his head. "You don't need to know who I am, I just want to ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you go. If not, your Cheng family will be destroyed here today." These cold and ruthless words made them tremble in fear, quickly nodding their heads. From the means Yang Kai used to deal with them, he really did have the ability to destroy the Cheng family. 2 years ago, did your Cheng family receive an old man and a veiled woman? Yang Kai looked straight into their eyes, asking in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two old men's faces suddenly paled, as if they had recalled something terrifying, their eyes overflowing with panic. The yellow-robed old man said, "So you were with them?" "Little brother, the Cheng family's unfilial son made a mistake. He also paid the price. Even the two of us were punished. Now that it's been 2 years, why do you still want to exterminate them?" The blue-robed old man also quickly nodded. "Our Cheng family has already been taught a lesson. This matter should be over, right?" Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. He found that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. His eyes flashed, saying, "Your hands and legs were chopped off by that old man?" The two old men nodded, their faces filled with lingering fear, somewhat unwilling to recall what happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned, the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Treasurer Meng disappearing greatly. Someone daring to drug Xia Ningchang, with Meng Wuya's personality, he wouldn't have simply broken the young man's legs. It turned out that the two transcendents of the Cheng family had also been punished. The yellow-robed old man spoke. "That senior seems to have some friendship with one of my Cheng family's ancestors. When he came to Blue Water City, he immediately entered my Cheng family. During the few days he was a guest, my Cheng family treated him with courtesy, but, my Cheng family's unfilial son actually had designs on his disciple, spiking her food with drugs. In a fit of anger, that senior made a move. At that time, if it weren't for an elder from Water Spirit Temple intervening, my Cheng family would have been exterminated long ago. Even so, we still paid a heavy price. In the end, that senior spared our lives out of consideration for his friendship with my Cheng family's ancestor." "Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "You mean Water Spirit Temple? What's wrong?" The yellow-robed old man looked confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked so excited. "Did that old man and the veiled woman go to Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai asked eagerly. "It should be, because it was that elder from the Water God Temple who led them to Blue Water City. Moreover, this city is the territory of the Water God Temple. My Cheng family can be considered a vassal force of the Water God Temple," said Cheng. Yang Kai patted his head and stood in place in a daze, his expression constantly changing. Observing the changes in his expression, the two old men couldn't help trembling in fear. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. "So that's how it is." At this moment he suddenly saw the light. This was truly a case of, when the cart reaches the mountain, there is a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. "Little brother, the yellow-robed old man asked with trepidation, fearing that Yang Kai would really destroy his Cheng family in a fit of anger. "It's none of your business. Since that old fogey didn't destroy your family, your ancestor's relationship with him must be quite deep. So it's not appropriate for me to overstep my authority, but I killed so many of your subordinates, and one of them looked like a young master. What do you say about this? That unfilial son deserves to die." The yellow-robed old man suddenly snorted coldly. If it weren't for his blind dog eyes, How could the two of us have fallen into such a situation? As he spoke, his face filled with anger. Obviously he was quite angry. Yang Kai nodded lightly, putting away the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, lightly asking, "Which direction is Water Spirit Temple? Point it to me." "Over there, in the Endless Sea territory, the islands are the foundation of Water Spirit Temple." The yellow-robed old man quickly pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Kai shot out like a bolt of lightning. After waiting for a long time and confirming that Yang Kai had gone far, the two old men glanced at each other and slowly got up, their faces alternating between red and blue. Being so easily defeated by a little brat was simply too shameful. Fortunately, no one had seen this scene, otherwise, they would likely have killed him to silence him. What a sin! After leaving Water Blue City, Yang Kai hurriedly flew forward, not caring about Yuan Chi's consumption of energy. Water Spirit Temple was the force Shui Ling belonged to. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Kai and Shui Ling had arrived in Tong Xian Realm through the Void Corridor in the Abandoned Earth. When they parted ways in Bold Independent City, Shui Ling had invited him to visit Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had refused. If only he hadn't refused at that time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some regret. Yang Kai was sure that Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang had gone to Water Spirit Temple to find Shui Ling. Perhaps Treasurer Meng had left behind some kind of message for Shui Ling to pass on to him. After all, when they were in the central capital, Meng Wuya had learned about Shui Ling's origins and had also guessed that Yang Kai might have come here but couldn't find him, so he could only go to Water Spirit Temple. This was Yang Kai's speculation, but it was likely to be the truth. The words of the two old men from the Cheng family also confirmed this to Yang Kai. At that time, an elder from Water Spirit Temple had led Meng Wuya to Water Blue City, which meant that he had already been to Water Spirit Temple and seen Shui Ling before that. Seeing Shui Ling meant that he indeed knew he had arrived in Tong Xian Realm. Burning with anxiety, Yang Kai shot across the sea like a bolt of lightning, creating a strong wind that seemed to split the sea in half. After a day and a night, some vague traces of islands appeared in the distance. These islands were scattered, and as far as the eye could see, they were like chess pieces, scattered irregularly on the chessboard of the sea. These islands were both large and small, the small ones only a dozen kilometers in diameter while the large ones occupied an area of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that this was definitely the place where Water Spirit Temple was located. Close to the islands, large and small ships were sailing in and out, transporting supplies to Water Spirit Temple, a magnificent scene that clearly demonstrated the extraordinariness of Water Spirit Temple. Chapter 725. Dark Clouds Island was one of the many islands under the jurisdiction of Water Spirit Temple. No one knew what kind of changes had occurred here, but the sky above the island was cloudy all year round. 8 out of every 10 days, it would be drizzling and the air would be humid. Although Hipu only had a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivation, he was good at managing interpersonal relationships. Although his cultivation wasn't high in Water Spirit Temple, he had taken on the role of steward. Today, he was in charge of managing the operations of Dark Clouds Island. The drizzle continued, and the weather was as bad as ever. Hipu cursed the heavens as he directed his subordinates to transport the supplies delivered by the ships. These supplies were to be delivered to Water Spirit Island for the elite disciples of Water Spirit Temple to cultivate and use in their daily lives. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Hipu quietly took 2 crystal stones from the pile and stuffed them into his pocket before pretending as if nothing had happened and continuing to direct his subordinates to transport the supplies. Steward he. Suddenly, a shout came from the side. Hipu turned his head and saw a disciple named Cuttlefish calling out to him. "What do you want?" Hipu snapped back. At this moment he was feeling guilty, so hearing someone call out to him like this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. Water Spirit Temple had strict rules, so even if he was the steward of Dark Clouds Island, If he was caught stealing, he would be expelled from the temple or even have his hands and feet broken. Steward, there's a suspicious little black dot over there. Is someone flying over? That disciple was born with the head of a deer and the eyes of a mouse. Cuttlefish was not his real name, but a nickname that everyone gave him. However, it was inadvertently passed down. Now, no one remembered what his name was. Usually, they would just call him Cuttlefish Cuttlefish. Someone's here? Pooh narrowed his eyes and looked over carefully, a moment later grinning meaningfully. This fool probably doesn't know about the mysteries of our Dark Clouds Island, right? Don't worry about him, we'll let him have a taste of our heavenly prestige. What if he dies? Cuttlefish asked worriedly. If he dies, then he dies. What does it have to do with me? Pooh coldly snorted. He didn't even know about the mysteries of Dark Clouds Island, so he obviously isn't an acquaintance of ours. Even if 1,000 of such people died, it wouldn't matter. Saying so, he looked up at the cloudy sky and cursed, "This damned heavens, they really don't let us live." Hearing what he said, the squid also felt that it was very reasonable. At that moment, he was no longer worried about that person. Instead, he raised his head and looked forward to seeing how miserable this person would die. Flying all the way here, the first thing Xianxia saw was Dark Clouds Island. The dense dark clouds covering the island were quite strange to him. Faintly, he felt that there was something unusual about this place, but after carefully inspecting it, he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Transforming into a streak of light, Xianxia quickly approached Dark Clouds Island. There were many people on the shore who seemed to have noticed him and were pointing at him, all of them saying something, but because they were too far away and the strong wind was blowing and the waves were rolling, Xianxia couldn't hear them clearly. A moment later, Xianxia arrived above Dark Clouds Island. The cultivator on the shore suddenly went silent, all of them looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Xianxia frowned, not knowing what they wanted to do, but he also didn't sense any hostility from them. Just as he was about to descend, he heard a cracking sound above his head. Immediately, Xianxia felt a surge of electricity fall from the sky and hit him directly on the top of his head. The force was so great that Xianxia almost fell into the sea. His whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted, his hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver as an unparalleled sense of comfort filled his heart. The wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed a lot of lightning energy and stored it in his right shoulder blade. The crowd below let out a cry of alarm but soon stopped, each of them showing a look of disbelief as they stared at Xianxia in a daze. Being struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, besides his hair standing on end, this little brat was completely unscathed. This was something they couldn't accept. Dark Clouds Island was special not only because it was covered in dark clouds all year round, but also because these dark clouds contained a huge amount of lightning attribute energy. Normally, these dark clouds wouldn't release any lightning, only when living creatures approached them would they be stimulated. Therefore, Dark Clouds Island, which was located at the outermost edge of Water Spirit Temple, was not only a place for material exchange but also a natural defensive barrier. If someone who didn't know the inside story rashly flew over, they would only suffer a baptism of lightning. This kind of heavenly pressure was something even Water Spirit Temple's elders couldn't bear. Every half a year, the elders of the Water God Temple would use some special methods to release the accumulated lightning energy in the dark clouds. Otherwise, if too much lightning energy was accumulated, it might erupt one day and destroy the entire island. Pooh remembered that the last time the elders had released this lightning attribute energy was a few months ago. After such a long period of accumulation, the lightning attribute energy in the dark clouds should have reached a level that even transcendence would have to retreat. So why was this little brat completely unscathed? While he was in a daze, the dark clouds continued to release lightning bolts one after another, like snakes emerging from their lair, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. No matter which direction they fell from, they would always accurately strike Xianxia. The cracking sounds were incessant, and the light was as bright as day, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Pooh narrowed his eyes, trying to see what was going on, but he couldn't see anything. This scene continued for who knows how long until the lightning bolts emerging from the dark clouds became sparse and their power greatly reduced. Only then was everyone able to clearly see the situation in the sky again. Exclamations rang out again as everyone found that the guy who had intruded into Dark Clouds Island was actually still standing firmly in midair, not only unharmed, but also with a strange expression on his face. Steward, was that person struck dumb? Cuttlefish came over and asked in a low voice. Pooh was at a loss. He didn't know how to interpret the scene in front of him. If the other party was not struck dumb, then his strength was so profound that he could ignore the lightning attribute energy. But how was that possible? The elders had said that even a third-order transcendent wouldn't be able to escape from such heavenly might, so how could this little brat be so young, only about 23 or 24 years old? While everyone was in a daze, the young man in the sky actually slowly shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment before straightening his clothes and flying down towards Dark Clouds Island. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they all raised their guard towards Yuan Qi, secretly raising their guard. Perceiving their vigilance, Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and a harmless smile as he steadily landed on the island. Who are you? Pooh asked coldly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, quickly discovering that this person really was unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. Everyone who entered Water Spirit Temple would first arrive at Dark Clouds Island, so if this person really was an acquaintance, Pooh would definitely have an impression of him. Excuse me, is this Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai didn't answer, instead glancing around and quickly discovering that there wasn't a single transcendent realm master on this island, most of them just immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Pooh nodded. This is Water Spirit Temple's Dark Clouds Island. Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Pooh feel that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare act presumptuously, but since it was his duty, he naturally had to inquire about the other party's identity and purpose. Don't misunderstand, I have no malicious intent, Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'm here to find someone. Find someone? Pooh frowned. Who are you looking for? A girl named Xue Ling. If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of your Water Spirit Temple's temple master. Looking for Xue? You're looking for the little princess? Pooh's eyes bulged as a strange expression appeared on his face, grinning meaningfully. Everyone else also directed an ambiguous look towards Yang Kai. Yes, I'm looking for your little princess. Yang Kai nodded. If it's convenient, can you tell me where she is? It would be best if you could take me to see her. Little brat. Pooh smiled, a playful expression appearing on his face. Although I don't know which great force you belong to, I can see that you have some ability, so I won't embarrass you. Go back to where you came from. The little princess isn't someone a person like you can approach. Saying so, Pooh waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain appearing on his face towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, thinking for a moment before asking, Are you misunderstanding something? Pooh curled his lips. That's what everyone who comes here says. Don't you want to pursue my family's little princess? I won't waste time with you. My little princess is a beautiful woman. It's normal for young people like you to think about her. This brother is also a man of experience. Saying so, a look of regret appeared on his face. However, although I understand your intentions, I won't make an exception. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. Yang Kai let out a light sigh as he smiled wryly, feeling that this group of people really misunderstood him. Although Xue Ling really wasn't bad-looking and she was also quite charming, from beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't have many thoughts about her. When they were in the central capital, the two of them had gone from being enemies to friends, and after returning to Tongxian realm with her, their friendship had improved greatly. Yang Kai felt that Xue Ling didn't have any romantic feelings for him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out something from the black book space and handed it over. Take a look at this. Pooh glanced at him for a moment before taking it, but after looking at it carefully, he couldn't help exclaiming, The little princess token? Where did you get it? Nonsense, of course it was given to me by your little princess, Yang Kai snorted. Given to you? He Poo widened his eyes and slapped his head, as if he had remembered something. Oh right, so you're the person the little princess mentioned? This is really rude. Brother, please don't blame me. Brother, please don't blame me. If you had taken out this token earlier, I wouldn't have made things so difficult for you. It's fine. Yang Kai shook his head and asked curiously, what did your little princess say to you? 3 years ago, when the little princess returned, she told me that if a young lord came here with her token, I was to treat him with courtesy. Chapter 726. 3 years ago, he and Shui Ling had parted ways in bold independent city. After learning that Yang Kai was the young lord his little princess had spoken to him about, He Poo's previous indifferent attitude immediately became enthusiastic. This person was also a lively person, and his mouth was quite eloquent, constantly praising Yang Kai for being young and handsome, his strength tyrannical, and so on. Yang Kai let him talk for a while before interrupting his chatter. I want to see your little princess. Can you take me to where she is now? He Poo suddenly looked a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, with the little princess's instructions, brother would have taken out this token and this He Poo would have led you there. But now, the little princess doesn't seem to be on her island. How about this? I'll have my brothers inquire about where the little princess is, then I'll take you there. Good. Yang Kai nodded. He had already come to Water Spirit Temple, so as long as he could see Shui Ling, he would know what message Meng Wuya had sent her. As for Su Yen and the old demon situation, he wasn't in a hurry. Then I'll have to trouble you. No need, no need. Brother, please sit down, I'll be right back. He Poo said respectfully before withdrawing, ordering some people to serve him wine and fruit platters before leading a group of people away from Dark Clouds Island. Dark Clouds Island was the outermost natural barrier of Water Spirit Temple, and it was also a place where goods and materials flowed. With so many people coming and going, it was extremely lively. Yang Kai waited here for half a day before He Poo hurriedly returned, a big smile on his face as he said, Brother, I didn't disappoint and found the little princess. The little princess seems to want to see you very much, so she asked me to take you there quickly. Do you want to leave now? Yang Kai stood up and walked out with He Poo. Normally, when Water Spirit Temple's people entered and left Dark Clouds Island, they had to take a boat because once they left the ground, the lightning accumulated in the clouds above the island would strike them down, but today, Yang Kai had just finished absorbing the lightning, so He Poo boldly led Yang Kai away. Along the way, He Poo introduced Water Spirit Temple to Yang Kai. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there were thousands of large and small islands, all of which were properties of Water Spirit Temple. These islands were rich in world energy and rich in spirit grasses and medicinal herbs. The environment for cultivation was quite good. Because these islands were so widely distributed, it was usually quite troublesome to find a single person. As the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling naturally had her own island, and that island was one of the best among all the islands of Water Spirit Temple, but today, she wasn't on her own island but had instead gone to a place called Wind Cloud Island. Water Spirit Temple's foundation was on the sea, far away from the chaos of the mortal world and the hustle and bustle of the city. The environment was elegant, but there was only one place that made Water Spirit Temple's people angry. From time to time, sea beasts would come to these islands to wreak havoc. The monster beast of the sea was very different from the monster beast on land. Sea beasts generally had large bodies and were proficient in water attribute mysteries, making them very troublesome to deal with. If it was some weak monster beast, it would be easy to deal with, but once it encountered a powerful monster beast, even a cultivator of Water Spirit Temple would have to spend a lot of effort to expel or kill it. At this moment, on Wind Cloud Island, Shui Ling was commanding a group of cultivators to fight a sea beast the size of several houses. The reefs around Wind Cloud Island were smashed to pieces and the waves were tumbling, creating an extremely dangerous scene. The sea beast had 8 long fleshy legs, and it moved back and forth nimbly. Its ferocious mouth was constantly shooting out water arrows with imposing auras that carried extraordinary lethality. Although Shui Ling had gathered a lot of masters under her command, the vitality of this sea beast was extremely tenacious, and if she couldn't kill it in a single blow, it would be impossible to drive it away. When she heard He Pu's report just now, Shui Ling almost couldn't believe it. Her mind was in chaos and she had no idea how to give orders, causing the actions of her subordinates to become chaotic, almost resulting in a loss of life. Lu Zhuo, you take command. Shui Ling's mind was in a mess, the monster beast no longer in her eyes, replaced by a look of pleasant surprise and expectation. Standing in place, she stood on her tiptoes, constantly looking towards the distant sky, as if she was waiting for something. The cultivator named Lu Zhuo heard this and nodded heavily, taking over command and issuing various orders in an orderly manner. The chaotic scene soon settled down. Quietly turning his head, Lu Zhuo found that the little princess' mood seemed to be fluctuating, seemingly very happy, so he couldn't help asking, "Young lady, what kind of person is the person He Pu spoke of? Why does young lady care so much about him?" "A friend." The image of Yang Kai appeared in Shui Ling's mind, and remembering all the rude things he had done to her in the central capital, she suddenly grit her teeth and replied, "A very hateful friend." Lu Zhuo was stunned. If this person was a friend, why was he so hateful? Shaking his head, he didn't know what the little princess was thinking. However, as the little princess's retainer, it wasn't appropriate for him to inquire about the other party's private affairs, so he couldn't help feeling curious about this person. He had been with the little princess for several years now, but he had never seen her show such a varied expression like today. About half an hour later, 2 small black dots appeared in the sky, causing Shui Ling's expression to shake. Quickly looking over, she saw He Pu leading a group of people towards her. Approaching closer, Shui Ling was finally able to see the appearance of this person. Her heart trembled, and her eyes quickly became misty. Just like a few years ago, he hadn't changed much, but he seemed to have matured a bit and his body was a lot sturdier. While still in midair, Yang Kai discovered Shui Ling and suddenly increased his speed, leaving He Pu behind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Shui Ling. "Beauty, long time no see." Yang Kai greeted her with a smile, his expression friendly. Shui Ling could be said to be one of his few friends. "You bastard!" Shui Ling bit her lip as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai whole, suddenly rushing up and kicking Yang Kai. He Pu, who was following behind, and Lu Zhuo, who was directing the battle, were both stunned. Neither of them had ever seen their little princess flirt with a young man like this before, so they were both dumbfounded. "What?" Yang Kai didn't dodge, letting Shui Ling hit him a few times before asking in surprise. "Didn't you die? How did you come back to life?" "Who said I died?" Yang Kai shouted angrily. "That beauty from Bold Independent Union said so." Shui Ling angrily snorted. "When I went to Bold Independent Union to find her last time, she told me you were taken away by someone and then disappeared without a trace, most likely dead. There were too many people here, so Shui Ling didn't directly mention the name coffin-carrying man, obviously afraid of bringing trouble to Yang Kai. "Oh, that's true," Yang Kai nodded, not denying it. "Then how did you escape?" Shui Ling was shocked. "My luck was good, he let me go," Yang Kai casually replied. "Really, good people don't live long, scourges live for 1,000 years. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully. When that beauty told me about it, she was crying so hard that she didn't want to die. Is there something fishy going on between the two of you? Otherwise, why would she be so sad when you died? When I left, your relationship wasn't so good. Tell me, what happened between the two of you? Did you do something to her?" Seeing Yang Kai come back from the dead, Shui Ling seemed particularly happy and didn't stop talking, asking him a lot of irrelevant questions. "A little girl, why ask so many questions?" Yang Kai glared at her. "I knew it." Shui Ling said with a disdainful expression, "You pervert, wherever you go you pick up flowers and grass. I shouldn't have let that woman get close to you, I really did harm to her." "It was an accident, a pure accident," Yang Kai said awkwardly. At that time, He had been poisoned by the charm monster's divine sense and couldn't help himself. Who would believe you? Shui Ling snorted, suddenly straightening her expression and saying, in any case, many people will be happy that you're still alive. You're also happy? Yang Kai raised his brow, a perverted expression appearing on his face. I can't wait for you to die. Shui Ling curled her lips, her face blushing red. When He Pu and Lu Zhua saw this scene, they were even more surprised. It seemed that the relationship between the little princess and this young man was not shallow. What was this guy's background? He actually made the little princess forget her usual etiquette. It was really unbelievable. It's quite lively here. Yang Kai glanced around and found that in the coastal territory near the island, a group of cultivators were fighting a huge monster beast. The strength of these cultivators wasn't low, with one of them being a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. However, this monster beast seemed to be a 7th order one, its 8 long, meaty legs moving about wildly in the sea, its lethality tyrannical as it slapped the water into the sky. The cultivators inflicted large and small wounds on its body, but were unable to destroy it completely. Pale blue blood flowed out from these wounds as its flesh wriggled, and after a short time, it was completely healed. Yang Kai only observed for a moment and understood that with the strength of these people, it was impossible for them to kill this monster beast. Its vitality was simply too tenacious. This beast seems to have set its eyes on a kind of spirit grass on Wind Cloud Island and has eaten a lot of it. Shui Ling was also a little annoyed as she stared hatefully at the monster beast. Young lady, I'm afraid we'll have to find more people to help. Lu Zhua also saw that the situation was not good and quickly said. Shui Ling nodded heavily. Why don't you go up? Yang Kai glanced over at Lu Zhua in amazement. This person was a first-order transcendent. If he cooperated with the others, although it would take some effort, they should still be able to kill this sea beast. But instead of helping, he chose to remain here and take command, not showing any intention of helping. Lu Zhua glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly snorted, If I go up, who will protect young lady's safety? Yang Kai was surprised and didn't say anything more. Shui Ling seemed to still be a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, unable to break through to the transcendent realm. When she separated from Yang Kai, her cultivation was at this level, but now 3 years had passed and she still hadn't broken through to the transcendent realm, showing just how difficult it was to break through. Chapter 727. Shui Ling's identity was very noble, so it was natural for Lu Zhua to have such concerns. Yang Kai wasn't in a position to comment on this matter. This was someone else's territory. If he were to speak out of turn, it would only be annoying. Shui Ling spat out her tongue at Yang Kai before turning to Lu Zhua and saying, You go, the sooner you can deal with that guy, the better. But young lady. Lu Zhua frowned, obviously not willing. His duty was to protect Shui Ling, everything else was secondary. If I tell you to go, then just go. What are you nagging about? I'm in a hurry to talk to that bastard. Shui Ling glared at him before softly comforting him. Don't worry, I'll hide here, and with this bastard here, even if that monster beast rushes over, I'm afraid it won't be able to do anything to me, right? Her last sentence was directed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai just chuckled and didn't answer directly. A 7th order monster beast. Although it was huge and its strength wasn't weak, Yang Kai was confident he could kill it. However, he didn't want to incur the wrath of others, so he didn't want to attract too much hatred. Go, what are you still standing here for? Shui Ling saw Lu Zhua not moving and couldn't help urging him. Lu Zhua shot a cold glare towards Yang Kai and bitterly said, Little brat, look after the young lady carefully, don't let anything happen to her. Don't worry, Yang Kai nodded. Lu Zhua then activated his movement skill and flew towards the sea. With his participation, the situation of the battle really changed. With the 2 transcendents joining forces and the other immortal ascension boundary masters assisting them, they quickly seized the initiative, causing the sea beast to wail in pain as all 8 of its legs were damaged. Yang Kai stood in place for a while, and after determining that there was no problem, he smiled faintly. Then he smiled and said, "These people seem to be very loyal to you." "They're all my people. Of course they're loyal to me," Shui Ling said proudly. "Do you think this young lady is still the same as when I was in the central capital? I'm warning you, if you dare bully me again, I'll have them cut you into pieces." "I haven't bullied you, right?" Yang Kai was stunned. Shui Ling snorted, "Whether you've bullied me or not, you know in your heart. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown quite a bit. What's your current cultivation?" Yang Kai wrinkled his nose. "Why do you want to know this?" It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything from Shui Ling's heart. When they first met, Shui Ling was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master, while Yang Kai was just a peak true element boundary cultivator. After a few years, Yang Kai's cultivation had completely surpassed Shui Ling's. Was simply too fast. Of you is something I'm's right. Use a person's, no matter where you, to be, hi. A you to say to be at 80 is a one to be expected. T. After leaving the water god temple. You can't do anything. You're a girl, why do you need such a high cultivation? I won't talk to you about that. How about it? After seeing the riches of my water spirit temple, do you want to join us? My offer is still the same. As long as you join, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Right, I have a lot of islands under my control. As long as you take a fancy to them, you can pick one, and from now on, that island will be yours. 3 years ago, Shui Ling had tried to win over Yang Kai, and now that they had met, she still had the same idea. Because there had never been a person who could make Shui Ling's eyes light up. Only Yang Kai had done it. Although this person was hateful, his ability and aptitude were unquestionable. If I join here, it'll be the same as ruining myself. Yang Kai smiled and declined Shui Ling's offer. The water attribute energy here is so rich, how do you want me to cultivate? Of course, my water spirit temple has a suitable place for you to cultivate. There are several volcanic islands nearby. The climate is quite hot. No, I already have a place to settle down. What place? Shui Ling suddenly became interested. It actually caught your eye. Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened in Soaring Heaven sect to Shui Ling. Hearing that the ancestral founder was the one who had founded High Heaven Pavilion, Shui Ling suddenly felt relieved. High Heaven Pavilion was Yang Kai's sect, so it was reasonable for him to choose Soaring Heaven sect. On top of that, Soaring Heaven sect was one of the great forces in Tongxian realm. Even Shui Ling had occasionally heard of it. While they were talking, the battle over there was already over. After Lu Zhuo joined the battle, the sea beast was no match for him and managed to escape with heavy injuries. Although it was a pity that they weren't able to kill it, it was still good news that they hadn't suffered any losses. Shui Ling ordered her subordinates to deal with the situation on their own before leading Yang Kai off in a certain direction. Water Spirit Island was one of the larger islands in the sea region, and it had dense spirit chi. It was one of the islands under the water spirit's name, and the name of the island came from the water spirit. Usually, Shui Ling lived and cultivated on this island. Most of the residents on this island were disciples of Water Spirit Temple as well as the families of those disciples. On the island, a number of houses were arranged in picturesque disorder with crowds of people coming and going, making it quite lively. At the highest point of the island, there was a row of palace-like buildings, Shui Ling's palace. Leading Yang Kai to this place, a young and beautiful maidservant immediately greeted him, offering him fine wine and delicacies, as well as various exotic delicacies, all of them enthusiastically entertaining Yang Kai. Yang Kai had something on his mind, so even though he ate and drank, he didn't feel like eating or drinking. Shui Ling seemed to have noticed this as well, so after dismissing the servants, she said, "I know why you're here, and I can tell you that I have the information you want." Yang Kai's breathing quickened slightly as he stared at Shui Ling. "Meng Wuya really came here and left you a message. And 2 years ago, he suddenly came to Water Spirit Temple with your little senior sister who was proficient in alchemy. After leaving behind a few words, he hurriedly left and told me to pass on his message to you when I saw you. I originally wanted to go to Bold Independent Union to look for you, but when I arrived, I heard from Yun Xian that you were probably already dead. Shu Ling sighed faintly. Fortunately, you're safe. The heavens help the worthy. What did Treasurer Meng want you to pass on to me? Yang Kai asked eagerly. He said, after that old demon arrived here, he separated from them and said he wanted to go to the demon land to develop his forces there while waiting for young master's arrival. Shu Ling smiled. That old bastard? Yang Kai also shook his head and smiled bitterly, but the old demon's ambitions really did have a chance of being realized. He was different from ordinary people. Possessing the body of a demon general was his greatest asset. If he used it well, he would definitely be able to progress smoothly in the demon race. What about Su Yan? Where is Su Yan? Shu Ling glanced over at him and said, Can I not tell you where she is? But I can tell you that she's fine. Senior Meng and your little senior sister seem to have an important matter to attend to, so Senior Meng entrusted Su Yan to an old friend of his, allowing her to temporarily cultivate there. The location of that force is very suitable for Su Yan. Not only is she not in any danger, but she will also be able to benefit immensely. Then why don't you tell her where she is? Yang Kai was stunned. Because if I told you, you would definitely go find her. That force is not a place anyone can casually join. The people there are somewhat unreasonable and their influence is much larger than my water spirit temples. There are countless masters in that sect, and with your temper, if you don't see Su Yan, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. Really? I'm just going to see my senior sister. Why would they make things difficult for me? I already said that the people there are somewhat unreasonable and can't be measured by common sense. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered, whispering softly, Treasurer Meng entrusted Su Yan to that force before coming to Water Spirit Temple to leave a message for you, so that force is very likely to be near your Water Spirit Temple. As for my senior sister Su Yan, she cultivates the Ice Heart's secret art, so the only suitable environment for her would be an extremely cold zone. There is a sect in the extremely cold zone near your Water Spirit Temple that is even stronger than your Water Spirit Temple. Enough, enough. Shu Ling was speechless. With just a few words, Yang Kai had almost deduced Su Yan's location, so she knew that even if she tried to hide it, it would be useless, so she could only glare at him hatefully. You're so smart. Then just tell me, so that I won't have to think about it for a long time and still have to find someone to ask around. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. He didn't know much about this world's great forces, otherwise, he would have already guessed. Ice sect, Shu Ling said helplessly. Have you heard of it? Yang Kai shook his head. About a few thousand kilometers to the west of my Water Spirit Temple, there is a world of glaciers. Ice sect is located in that world of ice. They have very little contact with outsiders and almost live an isolated life. That's why I said they were unapproachable. The closest place to them is my Water Spirit Temple, and because of this, I have some understanding of them. Occasionally, my Water Spirit Temple will have some business dealings with them, but every one of them, whether male or female, old or young, is as cold as ice. Your Ice Doll senior sister really found a suitable place to enter. Why would Treasurer Meng take senior sister to such a place? Yang Kai frowned. It seems that because Senior Meng has some friendship with Ice Sect's sect master, he felt relieved to entrust Su Yan to her. After Shu Ling finished speaking, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, You're going to Ice Sect, right? Yang Kai nodded. He had been searching here for several years now, and now that he finally had some definite news, of course he wanted to see how Su Yan was doing. If Ice Sect was really suitable for her, it wouldn't hurt to let her stay there and cultivate, but if she wanted to go with him, Yang Kai would take her to Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Xiao was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so naturally he was Su Yan's ancestral founder. When are you leaving? We're leaving now. Do you know where it is? Shu Ling rolled her eyes. Wait a few days, I'll find you someone familiar with the route so you don't have to waste time blindly looking for it. Yang Kai nodded, not refusing Shu Ling's kindness. having someone to lead the way was naturally better than wandering around by himself. Chapter 728. Above the endless sea, a huge iron ship sailed through the wind and waves at an extremely fast speed towards the west. This ship was full of cultivation materials, and the crew were all Water Spirit Temple disciples. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship, gazing towards the west, his thoughts wandering. Ever since he had dual cultivated with Su Yen, the two of them had never been separated for such a long time. The deep yearning in his heart was like an aged wine. The more it was stored, the more fragrant it would become. After staying on Water Spirit Island for about half a month, Yang Kai decided to take advantage of the trade between Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect to come to this island. During this half-month, Shui Ling had taken good care of Yang Kai, enjoying all kinds of conveniences while constantly persuading Yang Kai to join Water Spirit Temple. Unfortunately, even until the end, Yang Kai refused to budge. When he left, Shui Ling was still sulking and didn't even appear to say goodbye to Yang Kai. Taking advantage of this half-month, Yang Kai also used Shui Ling to find the herbs needed to refine the Saint Pill. There was no such herb in Water Blue City, but for Water Spirit Temple, it wasn't too difficult to find it. Although the speed of the ship's navigation wasn't as fast as Yang Kai's flight, it was definitely not slow. Moreover, this iron ship seemed to have been refined using some kind of secret technique, as there were traces of artifacts on it, so even if it was attacked by a monster beast in the middle of the sea, it wouldn't be destroyed so easily. The ship was also equipped with several Transcendent Realm Masters to guard it in case of any accidents. He Pu of Dark Clouds Island had also come this time and was mainly responsible for the trade with Ice Sect. Although Ice Sect was powerful, had many masters, and was known for its ruthlessness, because of this, it was very honest when it came to trading. Water Spirit Temple and Ice Sect had been cooperating for more than a year, and both sides trusted each other. When the time came, as long as they brought the goods, they could exchange them for a large number of ice attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines. On top of that, Ice Sect was rich in ice attribute ores, which were also good things Water Spirit Temple needed. Young Master Yang. He Pu appeared beside Yang Kai with a flattering smile on his face. In another half a month, we should be able to reach that glacier. After that, we'll have to disembark and fly over. The person you're looking for is in that world of ice. Ice Sect, what kind of sect is it? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I'm not too sure either. He Pu smiled awkwardly. You don't know either? Don't you often trade with them? We do have some dealings, but I've never been to Ice Sect. Every time we trade, it's always been on a glacier, some distance away from Ice Sect. Those from Ice Sect. It was one thing for them to be unreasonable, but every time they put on a sour face, as if we owed them money. On top of that, they were quite wary of outsiders, believing that Ice Sect was a pure land and that outsiders would only bring filth to that pure world. They won't be polite. So you don't know where Ice Sect is? Yang Kai frowned. He Pu shook his head and lightly coughed. Young lady has instructed that if things do not go well this time, young Master Yang should return to Water Spirit Island. Young lady will be waiting for you there. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. That little girl, she even has ideas about me. He Pu's mouth twitched. He had never heard anyone call the young lady a little girl before. This young Master Yang's tone wasn't ordinary. Moreover, his relationship with the young lady was also unusual. The wind is strong outside, let's go in, He Pu said with a smile. My brothers have prepared some food and drink and would like to invite young Master Yang to join us. Good, Yang Kai nodded and followed He Pu into the cabin. Although He Pu and the others didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was, they could still guess. Shui Ling treated Yang Kai differently than others, so naturally she wanted to establish a friendship with him. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to make the most of it, quickly becoming one with the crew, exchanging toasts and toasting each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the days passed, the air became noticeably colder, as the iron ship sailed forward, they gradually arrived at a world of ice. The waves on the sea were also much weaker than before, and the ship was surrounded by a thin layer of ice. As time passed, this situation became more and more serious. Yang Kai knew that they were getting closer and closer to the world of ice, his heart filled with infinite expectation and excitement. Half a month later, the ship came to a stop. The sea in front of them was completely frozen, snow falling like goose feathers, and the ice on the sea was several meters thick. The ship could no longer move forward. He-Pu skillfully directed the crew to pack the ship's supplies into universe bags and prepare to board the glacier. After a short period of work, everything was ready. Leaving behind a few people to look after the iron ship, the rest of the crew jumped off and braved the biting cold, heading west. The temperature here was extremely low. Even a cultivator like He-Pu wore a lot of winter clothing. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing thin clothes, but not only did he not feel cold, his face was rosy, causing He-Pu and the others to be amazed. They couldn't help wondering what kind of cultivation Yang Kai had, but in this harsh environment, he was actually completely fine. What entered their eyes was a snow-white world, seemingly without any impurities, as pure as a newborn's eyes. The group of several people flew forward at full speed for several days before the transcendent in the lead suddenly made a hand gesture. Everyone stopped and squinted their eyes towards the front. In this world of falling snow, there seemed to be several figures in front of them, all of them wearing snow-white robes, but against this pure background, they were impossible to detect. Yang Kai actually felt the life auras of these people, but he didn't point it out. After observing for a while, the transcendent in the lead finally confirmed it was them, a look of joy appearing on his face as he hurriedly flew forward. A moment later, they finally arrived at the location of these people. These people should be the disciples of Ice Sect. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Although these people didn't smile, their expressions were indifferent, and they were indeed a bit unreasonable, but no matter how high or low their cultivation was, their true essence was extremely pure. From head to toe, they exuded a chilling aura that penetrated the heart. The harsher the environment, the more powerful the cultivator would be. This was a well-known fact. Living an isolated life in this world of ice, it was difficult for Ice Sect's disciples not to be strong. It seemed that Treasurer Meng had spent a great deal of effort in entrusting Su Yan to this place. With Su Yan's temperament, this place was indeed very suitable for her. Both sides were familiar with each other, but even so, when the Ice Sect leader saw the people from Water Spirit Temple, he still showed some impatience on his face and asked indifferently, "How come you're so late this time?" He-Pu quickly smiled, Sorry, some matters delayed our trip, sorry to keep you waiting." "It's best if there isn't a next time," the man coldly snorted. He-Pu was almost choked speechless, rolling his eyes and not saying anything else, quickly gathering the universe bags so the people from Ice Sect could confirm the goods. After a short while, the Ice Sect leader nodded faintly, expressing his satisfaction with the materials sent by Water Spirit Temple this time, taking out 2 more universe bags from his sleeve and handing them to He-Pu. After checking them, He-Pu smiled and said, "Good, this time the handover went smoothly, it was a pleasure to cooperate." The people from Ice Sect turned around and left, not even exchanging a single word of courtesy. "Everyone, please wait," He-Pu hurriedly called out. The leader of the group turned around and asked unhappily, "What else do you want?" "It's like this, I want to inquire about a certain person from you." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Inquire about a person? Who are you inquiring about?" The leader frowned, his expression quite impatient. "A woman named Su Yan, she should be in your Ice Sect." "Su Yan? She entered your Ice Sect 2 years ago, if possible, I hope to see her." "Ice Sect doesn't have such a person, you've come to the wrong place." The leader didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking, waving his hand and interrupting him before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was slightly angry, but he didn't act on the spot, instead just coldly staring at the departing backs of this group of people. Soon, these people disappeared into the snow and wind. "Young Master Yang this?" He-Pu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. Although he had long known that people from Ice Sect weren't easy to get along with, this group of people was simply too indifferent, not even giving him a chance to speak. You go back first, tell Shui Ling that this time I must thank her. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will personally thank her in person. But young lady said that if things didn't go well, we had to bring you back no matter what, lest you be bullied here. He Pu frowned. I appreciate her kindness. Go back and tell her that it was I who insisted on staying. Yang Kai chuckled and patted He Pu on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work this time. He Pu was flattered and quickly smiled. Young Master Yang is too polite. This he wishes young Master Yang success. If things don't go well, please leave as soon as possible. These people from Ice Sect are not easy to provoke. I know. Everyone will meet again someday. Yang Kai cupped his fists before chasing after the Ice Sect disciples and quickly leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, He Pu sighed and could only lead the others back the way they had come. Yang Kai released his divine sense subtly and locked onto the group of Ice Sect disciples, tracking them as they left. He was certain that this group of people knew Su Yan. Although the person who had spoken had kept his mouth shut, when the young woman next to him heard Yang Kai mention Su Yan's name, her beautiful eyes flashed and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Although she quickly restrained herself, Yang Kai still saw this. Yang Kai didn't know why they were denying Su Yan's existence, but if he didn't meet her personally, he couldn't feel at ease. A faint uneasiness lingered in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. It stood to reason that Su Yan was entrusted to Ice Sect by Meng Wuya, and Treasurer Meng and Ice Sect's sect master had some friendship, a very good one at that. If not for this, Meng Wuya wouldn't have done this. Yang Kai believed in Treasurer Meng. Since that was the case, Su Yan wouldn't be wronged in Ice Sect, but this faint uneasiness made Yang Kai vigilant, vowing to find Su Yan and see how she was doing. Chapter 729. Atop the glacier, a few Ice Sect disciples wearing white robes were running, the group who had made a deal with He Pu and the others. This group of people, under the leadership of a middle-aged man, swayed left and right in an erratic manner. There were many large and small icebergs atop the glacier, and these people all wore white robes. Their method of concealing their auras was quite exquisite, so if one didn't carefully investigate, it would be impossible to detect them. The middle-aged man leading this group of disciples frowned as he led them forward, feeling like they were being followed, but when he released his divine sense to investigate, he found nothing, causing him to feel somewhat restless. After running for half a day, not only were they not approaching Ice Sect, they were actually getting farther and farther away from it. A young woman next to him finally couldn't help asking, "Marshal Uncle and Iron, why are we running in this direction?" The middle-aged man didn't answer, as if he hadn't heard her. The young woman pouted and asked again, "Also, that person just now said he was looking for junior sister Su Yan. Why did you tell junior sister she wasn't in Ice Sect?" "She was obviously here, I saw her a year ago." Only then did an Iron look at the woman coldly. Being stared at like this, the woman immediately became terrified and quickly shut her mouth. A young man next to the young woman comforted her, "Junior sister, don't ask, Marshal Uncle naturally has his reasons for doing this, it's all for our own good. Outside, people's hearts are sinister, that guy looks like a rat, at first glance it's obvious he's not a good person. Coming to our Ice Sect to look for someone, I don't know what kind of intentions he has." The young woman nodded, although she didn't agree with Marshal Uncle and Iran in her heart, she didn't dare ask any more questions. Another disciple who looked somewhat steady picked up his pace and approached an Iran, asking softly, "Marshal Uncle, are we being followed?" An Iran frowned and said lightly, "I don't know, maybe it's just my imagination. Among that group of people, there shouldn't be anyone who has the strength to follow me without being detected. To be on the safe side, let's take a detour." An Iran's brow wrinkled as he recalled Yang Kai's appearance, shaking his head, wondering if he had been a bit too cautious. Although that young man had an extraordinary temperament and wasn't a mediocre member of the younger generation, in the end, with his age, his cultivation shouldn't be too high. However, what Niren cared about was that the person he was looking for was actually Su Yen, the woman who had inexplicably entered Ice Sect 2 years ago. Not long after joining the sect, this woman had already blossomed into a dazzling radiance. Even the sect master and several elders had said that she would one day reach the peak of the Third Order Saint Realm. On top of that, her performance was truly amazing. When she first joined the sect, she was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage cultivator, but in less than a year, she had successfully broken through to the Transcendent Realm, her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. According to Elder Qianyu, over the past year, this woman named Su Yen had been in retreat inside the Ice Snow Cave, so no one knew what her current cultivation was. Ice Sect's secret scriptures and various secret skills, she had only needed a single glance to become proficient in them. This was something no one in Ice Sect's history had ever been able to accomplish. Her aptitude was not far from the legendary special physique, the Ice Crystal Body. Unfortunately, the Ice Crystal Body was too rare. No one had ever found anyone with such a special physique. Niren had only been in contact with Su Yen a few times, but he had learned from Elder Qianyu that a woman like Su Yen was the best talent to cultivate Ice Sect's secret skills. Originally, it was the sect master who had reluctantly accepted her into the sect, but after discovering her amazing talent, Elder Qianyu had the idea of accepting her as a disciple. Not only had she opened her secret scriptures and martial skills to her, she had even allowed her to freely enter the Ice Snow Cave. Unfortunately, this girl didn't seem to be very willing to join Ice Sect, causing Elder Qianyu to both hate and love her. As soon as Yang Kai mentioned Su Yen, Niren became vigilant. If it were any other disciple, Niren probably wouldn't have tried to conceal this matter, but since it was related to Su Yen, Niren felt that he should first report this matter to Elder Qianyu and see what she thought. Thinking so, Niren continued to shuffle through the world of glaciers and ice mountains. Yang Kai, who was following in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly as a sneer appeared on his face. The other party seemed to be aware that he was following them, but couldn't be sure, so he was circling around in an attempt to throw him off. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, all of Niren's efforts were in vain. 3 days later, Yang Kai noticed that the group of people had suddenly disappeared into an ice mountain, their life auras strangely disappearing without a trace. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and walked over to the ice mountain territory. After carefully investigating for a long time, Yang Kai didn't gain anything, only able to determine that there was some kind of mystery hidden inside these ice mountains. However, what excited him though was that he felt Su Yan's aura. Because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, as long as both parties were within a certain range, they could sense each other's existence. Moreover, the yin-yang monster ginseng's energy flowed through each other's bodies, greatly enhancing this invisible spiritual connection. Su Yen wasn't far from him. Somewhere inside this ice mountain, her aura was even, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai tried to communicate with her with his divine sense, he couldn't get the slightest response from her. Yang Kai's face instantly became gloomy. Su Yen must have had some kind of accident. Otherwise, if she had noticed his arrival, she would definitely have run out excitedly. In an instant, Yang Kai's anger surged as murderous intent filled his eyes, his gaze becoming even more hostile. Inside these ice mountains, everything was crystal clear. The foundation of Ice Sect was located in this stretch of ice mountains. Many years ago, Ice Sect was one of the largest great forces in Tongshan Realm, but because of an accident, Ice Sect was forced to relocate and live in seclusion here, no longer contacting the outside world or accepting outsiders. Every 10 years or so, the elders of Ice Sect would go out to find some disciples with excellent aptitude and bring them back to supplement Ice Sect's fresh blood. These people were all orphans who had no father or mother and were now wandering the outside world. The stringent selection of disciples allowed every disciple of Ice Sect to have the qualifications and strength to be proud of. Ice Sect didn't have many people, from the sect master down to only a little more than 500, but there were many masters, several Saint Realm masters, and 20 to 30 transcendence. It was clear from this that Ice Sect's talent and vision for finding new disciples was extraordinary. At this moment, in the center of an ice mountain, inside an ice room, Niren was reporting to Elder Qianyu about this transaction. Qianyu was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and although she didn't look very old, she was actually a first-order saint. Like Feiyu, she was skilled in retaining her youthful appearance. After listening to Niren's report, Qianyu nodded lightly. "You've done well, thank you for your hard work. Take those disciples to collect some materials and cultivate." "Many thanks, Elder Qian," Niren said respectfully, but didn't immediately withdraw, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. "Is there something else?" Qianyu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over him, keenly aware of something, and asked lightly. "It's like this, Elder Qian, during this transaction, something happened that caught Disciple's attention." "Tell me about it." "There was a young man who asked Disciple about Su Yan's whereabouts. I don't know where he obtained this information, but apparently he knew Su Yan was in our ice sect." "He was looking for Su Yan?" Qianyu's pretty face froze, her brow furrowing slightly. "What kind of man was he?" Niren quickly described Yang Kai's appearance, adding, "He wasn't very old, but there was something strange about him. Disciple was incompetent and wasn't able to see through his strength, but he gave me a feeling of oppression." "He oppressed you?" Qianyu looked surprised, thinking about it for a moment before muttering, "Could it be the person that old man mentioned to sect master before? How did he find her so quickly?" When that old man brought Su Yan to Ice Sect and handed her over to the sect master, he had said that one day a young man would come looking for Su Yan. At that time, he had asked the sect master to let him go, otherwise, it was very likely he would cause great trouble. The sect master and Qianyu hadn't known Su Yan's aptitude was so outstanding at that time, so naturally, they had agreed without hesitation, but now, after witnessing Su Yan's intelligence, Qianyu really didn't want her to leave. As long as she remained in Ice Sect, with her talent, she would definitely inherit the position of sect master and become a powerful leader. What made Qianyu feel most helpless was that Su Yan was currently in a difficult situation, so it wasn't time for her to see anyone. The relationship between that young man and Su Yan was definitely very close. If he were to see Su Yan's current state, there was no telling what kind of trouble would ensue. Qianyu couldn't help rubbing her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, asking, "Did that young man come to Ice Sect?" Niren shook his head. Disciple felt that this matter should be reported to Elder Qian first, so he didn't tell him the truth. "Good, you did well," Qianyu nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to offer a few words of praise though, her expression suddenly changed and she released her divine sense to investigate, coldly snorting, Niren, you really are incompetent. That young man followed you to our ice sect, yet you didn't even notice?" "Ah." Niren was shocked. "That's impossible. I deliberately circled around outside for several days to determine there was no problem before returning. How could he, Qianyu coldly snorted. "I said he came, so he naturally came." Moreover, this little brat seems to be very dissatisfied with our ice sect. His aura is somewhat violent at the moment. "Elder, please calm your anger. Disciple will drive him away." Niren quickly said, a trace of annoyance appearing on his face. When he returned, he had been vigilant enough, but he had still been chased all the way to his doorstep, causing him to lose a great deal of face. "Go, bring more people with you. This little brat isn't easy to deal with. Just teach him a lesson. Don't take his life," Qianyu ordered. After all, this young man had some kind of relationship with that old dog. If she really killed him, it would be difficult to explain to that old dog and the sect master. Because of Su Yan's accident, the sect master had already reprimanded her once. Qianyu didn't want to be reprimanded again. Niren quickly complied, bowing and retreating, his expression extremely cold. Chapter 730. Outside the ice mountain, Yang Kai's expression was also quite ugly, closing his eyes and probing his surroundings. From Su Yan's aura, he could infer that her life wasn't in danger, but for some reason she didn't respond to his divine sense call, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Several powerful life auras suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's perception and flew towards him at a rapid speed. Yang Kai opened his eyes, a cold light flashing across his pupils as he stared at the several ice sect disciples who had suddenly appeared. A moment later, these people arrived in front of Yang Kai one after another. "Sure enough, it's you, brat," Ren shouted as he saw the gloomy expression on this little brat's face and thick murderous intent. At a glance, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. Towards this kind of person, Ren didn't have the slightest goodwill. "You dare follow me? Your courage isn't small." Ren coldly snorted, saying in a displeased tone, "I'm going to ask Water Spirit Temple about this." Is Water Spirit Temple the kind of place that cultivates such insidious villains? He had seen Yang Kai act together with Water Spirit Temple's disciples before and thought Yang Kai was from Water Spirit Temple. "Water Spirit Temple doesn't care about me." Yang Kai snorted heavily. Ren frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai, calmly saying, "I don't care which force you're from, this place belongs to my ice sect. Go back where you came from, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Before I see the person I want to see, I don't want to go anywhere." Yang Kai glared at Ren, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy clearly knew about Su Yen, but before this, he hadn't even given him a chance to ask questions. Now that he had found this place, this guy actually wanted to drive him away. His attitude was arrogant to the extreme. Yang Kai was furious in his heart, but he still endured. After all, Ice Sect's sect master had some kind of relationship with Meng Wuya, and Meng Wuya entrusting Su Yen to him was obviously out of good intentions. If Ice Sect could give him a reasonable and acceptable explanation, Yang Kai didn't want to make things worse. Right now, he just wanted to know how Su Yen was doing. Yang Kai didn't get angry, but Ren did and shouted, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In my Ice Sect's territory, you're the first one to dare speak to me like this. If you dare provoke me again, I'll teach you a lesson." "You can try." Yang Kai sneered. Ren nodded slightly. "I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. A junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me, you simply don't know your place. Today, I will let you know who is the master here." As he said this, Ren's eyes suddenly lit up. A pure white light suddenly burst out from his eyes. In this pure white world, it was extremely difficult to detect such a light. The light mixed with the cold aura was like a sharp sword, piercing into Yang Kai's head and tearing apart the defense of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. It seemed to want to destroy him in one blow. A divine sense attack. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly shook his head. "I thought Ice Sect's people were more powerful, but it turns out you're just so. If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Although Ren's divine sense attack easily pierced into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, it was quickly incinerated by the scorching waves. Ren's complexion changed, and the other Ice Sect disciples around him also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Ren was a first-order transcendent master, and although he didn't cultivate his spiritual energy, his soul was still relatively powerful. Dealing with such a junior, not only was he not injured in the slightest, he was even able to leisurely speak, a result that was difficult for all of them to accept. "Junior brother, this little brat is a bit strange." Beside Ren, another transcendent quickly said. Ren nodded solemnly. Just now, when Elder Qianyu had asked him to bring more people to drive this little brat away, Ren felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he had found his other brothers to help him. Otherwise, if he had come out alone, he would have suffered a big loss. Thinking so, Ren stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and quickly said, "Boy, it seems you have some skill. I won't embarrass you, you can leave now." I said, "Before I see the person I want to see, I won't leave." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his attitude firm, his expression becoming cold as he declared, "If you don't let me see her, I'll flatten your 3,000 ice mountain world." Arrogant. Ice Sect is not a place you can act so atrociously. Ren roared. "It seems that talking to you is useless. Your status in Ice Sect isn't high. Since that's the case, I'll go find someone I can talk to. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, his figure leapt up and flew straight towards one of the ice mountains. From this ice mountain, Eniren could vaguely sense a tyrannical divine sense, as if someone was spying on him. Wishful thinking. Eniren shouted angrily, his yuan qi bursting out. Ice seal world. The biting cold wind became even colder at this moment, and an inexplicable energy suddenly appeared around Yang Kai's body, surrounding him. From this energy, icicles quickly formed and shot towards him from all directions, each icicle as sharp as a knife and filled with an imposing aura. In an instant he was submerged in this ice mountain. Eniren's expression, however, did not relax and instead became even more solemn. Xio xio xio. Icicles continued to shoot out, but at the center of the ice attribute energy, a blazing flame erupted, spreading at an unimaginable speed. Soon, the red flame became as dazzling as the sun. Kong. The ice seal world collapsed and Yang Kai stood midair, his body covered in a fiery red light and exuding a scorching aura, staring down at Eniren indifferently. Transcendent realm. Eniren's complexion changed greatly as his eyes lost focus. Feeling the fluctuations of Yang Kai's yuan qi, Eniren immediately understood what the other party's cultivation was. This young man, just like him, was actually a first-order transcendent master. On top of that, this young man's yuan qi was several times more powerful than his own. What made Eniren even more uneasy was that this young man's yuan qi attribute was the opposite of his own yuan qi attribute. Junior brother, be careful. While Eniren was in a daze, his brother beside him suddenly shouted and hurriedly pulled him back. Xio. A fiery red spear brushed past Eniren's body and pierced into the ground, creating a giant hole a few thousand meters deep in the ice seal world. Feeling the power of this spear that was purely condensed from Zhenyuan, everyone's face paled. All of them were transcendent realm masters, but none of them had the confidence to resist such an attack with their bodies. If they were struck, they would likely die instantly. An unbearably hot yuan qi aura spread out, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Within this range, everyone's ice attribute secret arts were suppressed to varying degrees, and the flow of yuan qi within their bodies seemed to slow down significantly. Yang Kai stepped out of the void, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he faintly asked, "I'll ask you one last time, what happened to Su Yen?" "Little brat, if you want to fight then fight, we don't know who Su Yen is." Eniren braced himself and shouted, "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly, no longer speaking. A drop of yang liquid seeped out from his fingertip and flew out with a flick of his finger. This drop of yang liquid flew through the air and suddenly turned into thousands of tiny droplets that shot towards Eniren's group. Ice Curtain. Ice Crystal Beast. Eniren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters all attacked at the same time, all kinds of ice attribute martial skills blossoming. A barrier filled with ice energy suddenly rose up in front of them, and at the same time, a white energy chain shot towards Yang Kai. Accompanied by the roar of a monster beast, a giant, ferocious battle beast suddenly appeared above the glacier. These battle beasts were all composed of pure energy and looked like carefully carved ice sculptures, lifelike and lifelike. Some ran on the ground, some flew in the sky, all of them fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Chi. The 10 million droplets of yang liquid effortlessly pierced through the ice barrier, causing Eniren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters' faces to go pale as they summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of them. The ice lock that had suddenly appeared directly bound Yang Kai, but before the ice lock master could rejoice, he was shocked to discover that this martial skill, which was powerful enough to bind any first or second order transcendent, was directly melted by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. It didn't even have the slightest effect on him, not even slowing him down. Yang Kai quickly rushed forward to meet the ice crystal beast's head-on. The beast's soul seal that had not been used for a long time was once again used, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox both appearing, their golden bodies burning like suns as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk all the ice crystal beasts that rushed forward were no match for Yang Kai and these two beast phantoms, all of them shattering and disappearing one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of these people, his surging true chi and overwhelming momentum causing their hearts to tremble. They had never thought that among cultivators in the same realm, there would actually be someone who could single-handedly fight against all of them. Not only did he not show any signs of being defeated, he even seemed to be able to fight back with ease. Feeling the power surging through his body, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling refreshed. The combat power of these people from Ice Sect was far greater than any cultivator in the outside world. The two first-order transcendents from the Qing family that he had dealt with in Blue Water City were on a completely different level from these people. Although their cultivations were the same, their understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao was different, so the combat power they could transform into was naturally different. In this regard, Yang Kai had reached the pinnacle. These people from Ice Sect were also doing a good job, but they were nowhere near as profound as Yang Kai's. Striking out one deadly blow after another, Yang Kai's anger seemed to be released along with these attacks, his mind gradually calming down. He had not come to Ice Sect to fight, nor to kill, he had come to find Su Yan. Thinking so, Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, but showed no mercy. Ni Ren and the others tried their best, but not only were they unable to stop Yang Kai, they were also forced to retreat, showing signs of exhaustion. This scene caused them to feel fear in their hearts, and their attitude towards Yang Kai also quietly changed. Chapter 731. Outside the Ice Mountain, the several Transcendent Realm Masters from Ice Sect had joined forces to resist Yang Kai. All of them had thought that Yang Kai was just a young boy and that any one of their brothers would be able to easily defeat him, but Ni Ren and the others hadn't expected that Yang Kai's strength would be so outstanding. As soon as he took action, he was able to overwhelm all of them. Such a huge contrast made all of them jump in fright. Although everyone's Yuan Qi attributes were mutually exclusive, in comparison, it was undoubtedly the other party's Yuan Qi that was purer and denser. When their Yuan Qi collided, the martial skills they displayed were like snow under the scorching sun, melting away before they could even touch the other party's body. Today, whoever dares to stop me will die. While attacking, Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient expression and shouted coldly, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Ni Ren's heart trembled and he suddenly felt uneasy, subconsciously wanting to retreat and assume a defensive posture. Under the threat of Yang Kai's murderous intent, Ni Ren finally felt a sense of foreboding. Yang Kai's performance was completely beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that this young man could rely on his own strength to completely suppress his brothers. "This is my Ice Sect. It's not your place to act presumptuously." Ni Ren clenched his teeth and roared. "You just said the same thing." Yang Kai glared at him coldly. "So what if you're from Ice Sect? I'll show you how presumptuous I am." As soon as these words fell, the wind and thunder began to rumble as a killing field formed around Ni Ren and the others. Wind blades were everywhere, and lightning bolts quickly wrapped around them. The wind and thunder forces wreaked havoc in this killing field, causing the defensive artifacts in the hands of these people to flicker and lose their auras. In just a moment, they had lost their effectiveness. The ice attribute Yuan Qi that had been protecting them was also unable to resist the erosion of the wind and thunder forces, ripping apart their clothes as numerous wounds appeared on their bodies. Feeling the aura of death approaching them, Ni Ren and the others all went pale. They couldn't even escape after being imprisoned by the killing field. Yang Kai slowly extended a hand and slammed it down in their direction. Suddenly, a huge golden palm print appeared in the sky. It was as if the sun had fallen, bringing with it a scorching, destructive energy. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. Before the palm print arrived, the world of ice had already started to melt. Waves of mist rose into the air. And Ren and his several brothers all went limp and almost knelt on the ground. Their eyes trembled violently as they stared blankly at the huge palm print that was slapping down from the sky. "Stop!" A delicate shout entered everyone's ears, and a white figure suddenly flew out from inside the iceberg. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ren and the others, and raised a jade palm to meet Yang Kai's attack. The dazzling golden palm print directly collapsed, and Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. His face paled, and some blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. However, Yang Kai was not surprised and instead smiled happily as he stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared. This woman was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a white dress. Her figure was full and mature, but her expression was cold as she stared at Yang Kai with a look of fear and disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that such a young man had so easily defeated Ren and the others. Ren and his brothers were all first-order transcendents, and their strength in Ice Sect wasn't low. Despite outnumbering them, such an outcome was really difficult for her to accept. When had such a powerful young man appeared in Tongxian realm? Finally, someone who can take charge, Yang Kai lightly snorted. "Elder Chen Yu." Ren and the others seemed to have seen their savior, their eyes filling with joy as they quickly called out. "You can withdraw." Chen Yu waved her hand. And the slaughterhouse of wind and thunder surrounding Ren and the others was broken. Yang Kai's expression became dignified. This woman was a Saint Realm master, so it wasn't surprising that she had such means. The reason why he had put on such an appearance of wanting to kill Ren and the others and created such a huge commotion was to draw this woman out. This woman was the one who had spied on him from inside one of the ice mountains just now. Ren and the others couldn't take charge of Ice Sect, but this woman probably could. "Which force do you belong to? Why are you proficient in 3 different types of energy?" Qian Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai solemnly, trying to discern some clues from his clothes but failing to do so. "You don't need to worry about that, I only came here to see one person." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "I ask your Ice Sect to open its doors. If she's safe, I'll take her away and this matter can be considered over, but if she isn't, your Ice Sect can only wait to pay the price." "Arrogant." Qian Yu slowly shook her head, a look of ridicule flashing across her beautiful eyes. "Ice Sect has been in seclusion for a long time and doesn't have much of a reputation, but that doesn't mean just anyone can bully it. The person you're looking for isn't here. Go back to wherever you came from, otherwise don't blame me for taking action against you." "You don't need to play dumb with me. Su Yen is in your Ice Sect. You and I both know this." Yang Kai's eyes remained indifferent, not wavering in the slightest because of Qian Yu's words. "I said, the person you're looking for isn't in Ice Sect." Qian Yu's face became slightly angry, her expression becoming somewhat ugly. "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled mockingly. "Do you want me to show you where she is?" Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. "About 10 kilometers from here, inside one of the ice mountains, the person I'm looking for is currently sleeping." Qian Yu's beautiful face paled as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. This little brat's words were so accurate that Qian Yu couldn't understand how he knew. "Am I right?" Yang Kai saw the change in her expression and coldly said, "I just want to see her and see what's going on with her." "I don't know what you're talking about." Qian Yu's expression turned cold. "If you insist on not letting me see her, then I can only force my way in." Yang Kai's expression suddenly became violent as he roared, "I hope your Ice Sect can afford the price. If you dare act wildly here, be careful you won't be able to protect your own life." Qian Yu grit her teeth and threatened. Yang Kai gently nodded and no longer spoke, his powerful Yuan Qi suddenly erupting. Qua. His wind and thunder wings unfurled, causing everyone to stare blankly, not understanding whether this was the power of a martial skill or an artifact. In the next moment, Yang Kai disappeared from where he stood. Qian Yu's complexion changed as her tender body flickered and she hurriedly chased after him. Kong. Asterisk, a 1,000-meter-high iceberg suddenly let out a loud bang and, under the force of a tremendous force, broke off at the waist, the upper half of the iceberg shattering into ice shards. Asterisk, hong hong hong, star. A series of loud noises spread throughout the iceberg. And Ren and the others were all dumbfounded as they couldn't see Yang Kai's figure at all. After opening his pair of strange wings, this young man's speed seemed to have reached an unimaginable limit. Even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't lock onto him. Yang Kai's figure flickered and one iceberg after another was damaged. He was like a blazing fireball, smashing straight into the iceberg, using his body and Yuan Qi to directly smash a hole in it. In just a few breaths of time, 5,000 or 6,000-meter-high icebergs were destroyed. Many of the ice sect disciples who had been cultivating inside these icebergs were caught in the crossfire, cursing as they tried to escape, but just as they were out of danger, their vision went dark and they fainted. And Ren and the others were also the same. After observing for a while, they suddenly fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Qianyu didn't notice this at all. The moment Yang Kai shot out, she immediately chased after him, but even with her First Order Saint Realm cultivation, wanting to catch up to Yang Kai with his wind and thunder wings was somewhat unrealistic. The wind attribute was agile while the thunder attribute was swift. The wind and thunder wings provided Yang Kai with a speed bonus that couldn't be described with words. Above the iceberg world, two figures flashed, one chasing the other running. As they chased, large holes were constantly smashed open in the iceberg, causing it to collapse. From the very beginning, Yang Kai didn't intend to confront a Saint Realm Master head-on. Yang Kai's current strength was indeed extraordinary, and he was able to fight across realms. Dealing with an Ren and the others was a piece of cake, but he still had some self-awareness. A Saint Realm Master was not something he could contend with right now. The energy flowing through every Saint Realm Master's body was very different from that of a Transcendent Realm Master. The martial skills and moves they displayed were not something a Transcendent Realm Master could compare to. The Saint Realm was a level above the Transcendent Realm. If one wanted to fight against a Saint Realm Master, they would need to break through to the Third Order Transcendent Realm at the very least. Fighting with such a beautiful woman, Yang Kai had no chance of winning, so he could only use this method to force her to submit. He was going to turn this world upside down. Little brats, stop. Qianyu was furious, but unable to catch up to Yang Kai. She could only shout at him. I said, if I don't see Su Yen, I'll destroy this 3,000 iceberg world. Yang Kai coldly snorted, not only not slowing down, but instead increasing his speed greatly. His powerful physique wrapped in his blazing hot Yuan Qi slammed straight into the iceberg. Not a single iceberg was able to withstand the force of his crash, and wherever he passed, it was destroyed, leaving behind a mess. Qianyu's eyes went bloodshot as she watched Ice Sect's 1,000-year-old foundation being destroyed, her heart filled with both pain and anger. Encountering such a stubborn young man who didn't know the meaning of death, she felt she was really unlucky. Chasing after him, Qianyu suddenly came to a stop, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards Yang Kai's figure and shouted, "Provoke!" The world energy around him suddenly became strange, causing Yang Kai's expression to change greatly, his body coming to a halt as he hurriedly turned around. However, from all directions, the ice attribute energies suddenly shot towards him, leaving him no place to dodge. Facing a Saint Realm Master's heaven-defying methods, Yang Kai didn't even see what was going on before he was struck. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the ice attribute energies struck Yang Kai, causing him to tumble through the air, blood spraying everywhere as a faint golden light glowed around him. Unable to control his body, Yang Kai plummeted to the ground. Chapter 732. Today, seeing Yang Kai suffer such a heavy blow, Qianyu's face couldn't help relaxing slightly. This time, she knew she was in the wrong. Denying Su Yan's existence and not allowing Yang Kai to see her was all out of selfishness, so even though Yang Kai had destroyed more than a dozen icebergs, She hadn't killed him. She had only wanted to force him to retreat. Su Yan, it was impossible for her to hand her over so easily. It was not easy for her to encounter such an outstanding person, so Qianyu wanted to accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Su Yan's current state wasn't good and she couldn't see anyone right now. Injuring him and driving him away was one thing, Qianyu thought to herself, but before she could fly over to check Yang Kai's condition, her expression changed again. Down below, Yang Kai, who should have been knocked unconscious, once again rushed up with the golden yuan qi wrapped around him. Impossible! Qian Yu's beautiful eyes trembled violently. She was well aware of how much strength she had used just now. A mere first-order transcendent youth shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But now, her opponent only seemed to be slightly injured, and his momentum not only hadn't weakened but had instead become even more violent, as if he wouldn't give up until he razed Ice Sect to the ground. How tough was his physique? How could he withstand such a blow without fainting? Hong hong hong. One iceberg after another continued to collapse as Qianyu hysterically roared like a mad woman. Little brat, you're courting death, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yang Kai laughed wildly. If you can kill me, then do so. Let's see if I die first or if your Ice Sect's foundation is destroyed. If you won't let me see Su Yan, I'll bury you all with me. Impudence! Qianyu shouted. Seeing that a tenth of Ice Sect's foundation had really been destroyed, she finally decided to kill this boy. If she didn't kill this little brat now, with his current rate of destruction, it wouldn't even be an hour before Ice Sect had to find another place to relocate. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed everyone else in Ice Sect. One by one, masters emerged from the various icebergs and gathered together. Qianyu, what happened? Where did this barbaric brat come from? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression asked coldly. Big brother, help me catch this little brat first, we'll talk about this later. Qianyu hurriedly shouted as he chased after Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat reluctant to deal with this young man, seeing him so violently destroy Ice Sect's foundation, the middle-aged man couldn't help feeling angry, nodding in agreement. Good. As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yang Kai. He coldly shouted, Kid, let's stop here. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai had already swept past him like a gust of wind. With a loud rumbling sound, an iceberg behind the middle-aged man shattered in an instant. How arrogant! The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Without any apparent movement, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai and pointed his finger towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai's face went pale and his speed suddenly decreased. At the same time, an extremely cold energy spread through his body, causing the circulation of his yuan qi to slow down. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his hair was frozen solid. A second-order saint. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he twisted his body, quickly avoiding this middle-aged man. The yuan qi in his body rushed out violently, quickly dispelling the chill in his body and mind, restoring his freedom in the next moment. Su Yan had an accident, Qianyu said somewhat awkwardly. An accident? Qianhao was shocked. What happened? Although Qianhao was an elder of Ice Sect, he had been in retreat for the past few years and didn't know much about the sect's affairs. If it weren't for Yang Kai making such a big ruckus today, he wouldn't have been alarmed. Let's not talk about this for now, I'll explain it to you later. It's just that now is not the time for Su Yan to see anyone, and this little brat is ruthless and cruel. He's obviously not a good person. How can I let Su Yan come into contact with such a person? He's an old acquaintance. Qianhao sighed heavily. I think it's more like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, Qianyu coldly snorted, glaring at Yang Kai with even more disdain. Seeing his sister's poor impression of this little brat, Qianhao didn't say anything more. In any case, although his sister was in the wrong this time, this little brat didn't put Ice Sect in his eyes at all, destroying so many icebergs at once. If Xianhao really tried to turn this big issue into a small one, then a small one, he wouldn't be able to explain himself in front of the sect's disciples. Considering all this, Xianhao coldly said, "Just because of this, you're willing to go to such lengths and even destroy my ice sect's property? If I'm not happy, no one will be happy. Little brat, you're quite arrogant, but I don't know if you can afford the consequences. I won't kill you, but I'll give you two choices. Either you join my ice sect as a slave and pay for the losses you've caused this time, or I'll cut off your hands. Choose for yourself." Saying so, Xianhao stared coldly at Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. "I won't choose either." Xianhao smiled and shook his head. "That's not up to you. And, seeing that your aptitude is quite good, I'll choose the first option. Although your secret art is contrary to my ice sects, you can still be considered a talent. It's a pity to destroy you like this." Saying so, an invisible energy suddenly burst forth and directly imprisoned Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of dodging and simply allowed himself to be bound. Not only did he not panic, he instead wore a look of victory as he sneered lightly. "What are you laughing at?" Xianhao frowned. "From now on, you'll follow me and take care of me. Rest assured, I won't treat you badly. Once you enter Ice Sect as a slave, you'll eventually be able to see the person you want to see, but that's only if you behave yourself, otherwise you'll suffer." "You want me to take care of you?" Yang Kai laughed. "I'm afraid you don't have that kind of luck." Xianhao coldly snorted. "Allowing you to serve me is an act of kindness. Don't fail to appreciate it." Another Saint Realm Master also chimed in. "That's right, little brat, Brother Xianhao is being generous. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness." The last person also chimed in. "Angering Brother Xianhao won't do you any good." Xianhao looked at Yang Kai with interest and smiled. "I don't care what you came to Ice Sect for, nor do I care what kind of grievances you've suffered, but the fact that you've acted so atrociously here is a fact. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy I can give you. Now tell me, what qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Do you think with your strength, you can escape from my hands? Look around yourself." Yang Kai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he lightly reminded her. Hearing this, the four Saint Realm Masters all showed strange looks as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The next moment, the expressions of the four saints all changed greatly. From the beginning, they had felt something was off, but all of their attention had been focused on Yang Kai, so they hadn't been able to investigate carefully. But now, under Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that their surroundings were completely silent. Almost all of the Ice Sect disciples who had been forced out of the Ice Mountain were completely silent. Moreover, all of the Ice Sect disciples had pained looks on their faces and were unconscious. Chapter 733. After a cursory examination, Qian Kai found that more than 200 people were in such a situation, regardless of their cultivation or age. Each one of them was the same, their life auras somewhat chaotic. Even the sect's transcendents weren't able to avoid this. It was impossible for the sect's disciples to become like this for no reason, so the only explanation was that this little brat had done something to them. But what kind of skill did he possess to do such a thing under the noses of four saints? Qianhao and the others couldn't help feeling suspicious. "Did you do this?" Qianhao winked at the other two Saint Realm Masters while glaring towards Yang Kai coldly. "Guess. What did you do to them? Why are they all in such pain?" Qianhao asked sternly. Yang Kai laughed heartily, his smile extremely carefree. The two masters who had been instructed by Qianhao to investigate were shocked to find that there were no wounds on these disciples at all, nor were there any signs of poisoning. Looking at each other, both of them wore looks of confusion. If they weren't poisoned or injured, how could their disciples all become like this? Not thinking too much about it, the two of them quickly released their divine senses, wanting to carefully investigate what had happened to their disciples. But not long after they released their divine senses, both of their faces changed as they called out in alarm, "What is this?" While screaming, they began fleeing in panic, as if there was something powerful chasing them from behind. Seeing this scene, whether it was Qianyu or Qianhao, both felt a chill run down their spines as a chill ran down their spines. "What's wrong with you?" Qianyu asked. "Don't come over, don't use your divine sense to investigate." One of them went pale as he ran and shouted, "There's something that targets our divine sense, we can't get rid of it if we touch it." At the same time, the other man let out a miserable scream, his face filled with pain. The two First Order saints both looked like they had encountered a great disaster, both of them panicking. Qianyu wanted to help but didn't know where to start. Qianhao glanced over at Yang Kai coldly, a thoughtful look appearing on his face, a deep sense of dread flashing across his eyes as he quietly stared towards Yuan Qi. This little brat's methods were too strange, even a First Order saint had suffered a calamity, so he didn't dare not be on guard. After a while, the two Saint Realm Masters gradually stabilized, but both of their faces were still pale, their brow furrowed, a look of lingering fear on their faces. "Brat, what did you put here?" One of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and no longer looked at him with contempt. He endured the pain in his spirit and asked, "Worthy of being a Saint Realm Master, you can still maintain your consciousness." Yang Kai's expression was relaxed as he praised. Not only were they able to maintain their consciousness, but their combat strength was also not damaged. In other words, they were not much different from before. They just had some worries. "What's going on?" Qianyu asked in horror. She was well aware of the strength of these two elders. If even they were affected, she would not have been able to escape either. Some kind of imperceptible insect has spread throughout the knowledge seas of those disciples. When we used our divine senses to investigate, we were also infected. One of them glared at Yang Kai with resentment and slowly explained, "Although we were able to temporarily suppress these insects, it will take some time to get rid of them. With the disciples' current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to do so." "Exotic insects?" Qian Yu's beautiful face paled. "What kind of insects?" "I don't know, we'll have to ask him." Qian Hao took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before releasing the shackles on Yang Kai and saying lightly, "Boy, you win." "I'll let you go first to show my ice sect's sincerity. Now answer our questions obediently. A wise man submits to circumstances." Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. The faces of the four elders sank. 4 saints against a single First Order transcendent. But not only were they unable to do anything to him, 2 of them had also fallen victim to his underhanded tricks. Ice Sect's foundation had been destroyed and hundreds of its disciples were still alive. This time, they had lost a great deal of face. Although Yang Kai's sarcasm had angered them greatly, none of them dared to act out. "What kind of insects are they?" Qian Hao asked in a deep voice. "Since you released them, you should know better than anyone else, right?" Yang Kai gently nodded and said, "Soul-devouring insects, haven't you heard of them before?" Hearing this, the 4 elders' expression became solemn. Naturally, they had heard of the soul-devouring insects. These exotic ancient insects were so small that they were almost imperceptible and specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once infected, they would rapidly multiply, making them extremely difficult to eliminate. However, these were only exotic insects they had heard of in legends. Who would have thought they were still alive? "Little brat." One of the elders who had been infected by the soul-devouring insects coldly snorted. "Although my ice sect is isolated from the rest of the world, we are not ignorant. These soul-devouring insects are indeed powerful, but to think they can devour the soul of a Saint Realm cultivator is simply a fantasy. These can't possibly be soul-devouring insects." Soul-devouring insects were something a Saint Realm cultivator could easily deal with and avoid harming themselves. Powerful spiritual energy could easily kill these exotic ancient insects in an instant. So when Yang Kai reported the name of these insects, his first reaction was that he was lying. Yang Kai grinned. "Sorry, my soul-devouring insects may not be the same as the ones described in legends, they are actually a bit more powerful." It had been almost 2 years since Yang Kai had followed Songyin and Feiyu into the ancient mansion and obtained these exotic ancient insects. During these 2 years, the soul-devouring insects had been living on the five-colored island in Xianxia's knowledge sea and had been greatly nourished. Xianxia could also feel that they had become even more powerful. While Xianxia was entangled with Qianyu, he had destroyed many of the ice mountains and scattered countless soul-devouring insects along the way. All the ice sect disciples who had been forced out had fallen victim to these insects, without exception. You say they're soul-devouring insects? Why are you safe and sound? How did you release them? The man asked coldly. You ask too many questions, I have no obligation to answer them. Xianxia glanced at him contemptuously. I can only tell you that your ice sect disciples won't be in danger for half an hour, but after half an hour, I can't guarantee that. These little insects aren't very obedient. You're digging your own grave. If even a single one of my ice sect disciples dies, you can prepare to die. Xianxia laughed. You want to bury hundreds of people with me? As long as you're willing, I don't care if I die. The four people suddenly went silent, feeling a headache coming on. Ice sect didn't have many disciples, at most 500. If 200 to 300 of them were to die at once, the loss would be too great. This little brat was simply an unscrupulous demon, a piece of meat on the chopping block, hateful to the extreme. The four people hated Xianxia to the bone, but for fear of breaking the vases, they didn't dare act rashly, although they had absolute confidence they could kill this little brat in one blow. But after killing him, what would happen to those soul-devouring insects? But if they had to admit defeat now, none of them would be able to swallow this insult. Just as they were silently cursing in their hearts, a woman's voice suddenly floated over. Little brat, is your surname Yang? Xianxia's face changed dramatically because he hadn't noticed anyone approaching, but when he looked towards the source of the voice, he was shocked to find that not far away, a graceful figure had appeared. This woman looked extremely young, at most about the same age as Su Yan, but her cultivation was unfathomable and her aura was stable, like an ancient well without any fluctuations. Xianxia felt great pressure from her. This kind of pressure was something he hadn't felt from the four elders of Ice Sect. Standing there, she seemed to be one with this frozen world, omnipresent. Third Order Saint. Xianxia took a deep breath, his expression becoming vigilant. Although he knew this was a powerful enemy, after listening to this woman's words, the violence and anger in Xianxia's heart actually weakened significantly. Her voice seemed to contain a mysterious power that seemed to be able to dissolve the resentment and injustice in his heart. It was soft and gentle, like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant to the ear. Greetings, Sect Master. Qian Hao and the others also bowed respectfully. The woman smiled lightly. There's no need to be polite. Isn't the noise you've made a bit too big? Although her tone didn't reveal any trace of blame, Qian Hao and the others couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, as if they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Their faces flushed red. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he asked, Are you the sect master of Ice Sect? I am the sect master of Ice Sect, Xianxia. The woman nodded gently, her face filled with a faint smile. The woman gently nodded with a smile on her face. Her aura was extremely pure, like a glacier without the slightest impurity. Just looking at her would make one feel refreshed. Her voice was soft as she asked again, Is your surname Yang? The hostility on Xianxia's face was greatly reduced and his expression relaxed as he nodded slightly. Then there's no mistake, the person Meng Wuya was talking about was you, right? You're even more outstanding than he described. I hadn't expected you to find this place so quickly. Xianxia smiled lightly. I also didn't expect Ice Sect's sect master to be so young and beautiful. I thought Treasurer Meng's friend was a white-haired old woman, but seeing you today is an eye-opener. Xianxia looked her up and down, a look of amazement filling his face, but his eyes were clear and filled with amazement, without the slightest obscenity. What do you think? Xianxia seemed to be very happy, her smile becoming more and more cheerful. Smelly brat, smooth talking. Qianyu curled her lips. Sure enough, you're not a good person. Treasurer Meng actually knows someone like you. It seems I've underestimated him. Xianxia nodded seriously. Xianxia giggled. Yang Kai's flattery was so subtle that it made her feel quite happy. Qian Hao and the others were secretly watching from the sidelines, their hearts filled with a bitter taste. They hadn't seen their sect master smile like this for a long time. None of them had expected that a little brat who had popped out of nowhere would be able to tease their sect master to such an extent. This little brat is definitely a womanizer, otherwise, how could he have such a clear understanding of women's thoughts? All of them cursed in their hearts, their expressions filled with disdain. After walking for about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the three of them arrived in front of a huge ice room. Xianxia glanced back at Yang Kai and said, "Su Yan isn't here, but you have to promise me that you won't get too excited." "I know," Yang Kai responded faintly. Xianxia nodded lightly, pushed open the door of the ice room, and was the first to walk in, Yang Kai and Qianyu following closely behind. Inside the ice room, there was nothing but an ice bed. On this ice bed, Su Yan's eyes were closed, her body wrapped in ice, seemingly in a deep sleep. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a monstrous anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and slowly walked towards the ice bed. Qianxia and Qianyu both stared at him, the two of them strangely discovering that the moment this arrogant and insidious young man saw Su Yan, his ferocious face calmed down and his pair of eyes filled with a deep sense of longing. So gentle it was almost as if water would drip from them. The expression on Yang Kai's face constantly changed, seemingly a mix of fear and expectation as he slowly approached the ice bed. As he walked, his expression gradually calmed down. Arriving in front of the ice bed, Yang Kai stared at the jade figure on the bed, his mouth curling into a slight smile. Su Yan was lying on the bed, her life was not in danger, but her whole body was wrapped in an extremely strange ice, as if she was sealed in ice, completely unresponsive to Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai stretched out his hand but couldn't touch her. Quietly observing, Su Yan's expression was calm, her two hands naturally resting on her flat stomach. Before she was sealed in ice, she seemed to have a high level of awareness and didn't feel the slightest pain. Moreover, at this moment, the yuan qi in Su Yan's body was still circulating rapidly, and the secret art she cultivated was still operating at a faster rate than usual. Knowing that Yang Kai's mood was fluctuating, Qianxia and Qianyu tactfully kept quiet and didn't disturb him. As time passed by, Qianxia's expression didn't change, but Qianyu was becoming impatient. More than 200 ice sect disciples had encountered a great disaster. If Yang Kai didn't take back his soul-devouring insects after half an hour, they would all die. So Qianyu couldn't help urging, "Little brat, how much longer are you going to watch? No matter how much you watch, you won't be able to wake her up." Not only has she frozen her body, but she has also frozen her consciousness. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and stared at her coldly. Qianyu unconsciously averted her gaze, as if she had a guilty conscience. "Is this a martial skill?" Yang Kai turned to Qianxia and asked. Qianxia nodded lightly. This is one of my ice sect's secret arts, ice body sealed heart. After using this secret art, one's yuan qi will condense, sealing one's body and mind in ice, causing one to lose all sensation in an instant. Then why is senior sister's secret art still operating? Yang Kai frowned. Qianxia smiled lightly. Ice body sealed heart is a secret art that assists one's cultivation. When my ice sect's disciples use this technique, they can force themselves into a state of complete selflessness. Cultivating in this state allows them to cultivate much faster than normal. Many disciples use this move when they are in seclusion. Depending on the amount of true essence and comprehension used to use this martial skill, the duration of the frozen body-locked heart is also different. How long does my senior sister's secret art last? Yang Kai asked. Qianxia's expression became gloomy as she slowly shook her head. I can't say, it could be a dozen years, it could be a few decades, it could also be forever. Su Yan is currently using the yuan qi she cultivates to maintain the frozen state outside her body. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Why does she want to freeze herself? Did she suffer some kind of grievance in your ice sect? Was she abused? Saying so, he turned an unfriendly look towards Qianyu. Smelly brat, what are you looking at me for? I like her so much, how could I abuse her? Qianyu suddenly became annoyed. Little brat, don't worry, Elder Qianyu won't mistreat Su Yan. She still wants to accept your senior sister as her disciple. Qianyu quickly tried to persuade him. I'm afraid she won't have that kind of luck. Yang Kai hated this beautiful woman Qianyu from the bottom of his heart. However, this matter really has something to do with Elder Qianyu. Qianyu sighed softly. Su Yan becoming like this is partly her responsibility. Qianyu's expression also became gloomy as she said bitterly, I didn't expect her to be like this. Nor did I know when she learned the ice body sealed heart. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have forced her like this, huh? Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly said, Boy, I won't deny this, but I did it for her own good. I didn't mean to harm her. What happened? Yang Kai's eyes spat fire. Although Qianyu had said so, it was still just her side of the story, so he still had to ask her clearly about the situation. Qianyu, tell me. Qianyu rubbed her forehead. Qianyu nodded slightly and began recounting what happened after Su Yan entered Ice Sect. 2 years ago, Meng Wuya suddenly brought Xia Ningchang and Su Yan to Ice Sect and found Ice Sect's sect master Qianyu, entrusting her with the task of taking care of Su Yan temporarily. Ice Sect lived in seclusion in this ice world and generally did not accept outsiders, but Meng Wuya had some friendship with Qianyu after all. Unable to resist this old man's shameless coaxing, Qianyu had no choice but to agree. After entrusting Su Yan to Ice Sect, Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchang left. That old man said that what he was going to do was very dangerous. Taking his disciple with him was one thing, but he couldn't bring Su Yan along and put her in danger, so he secretly left Su Yan here. It wasn't until that old man left that Su Yan learned the truth and had no choice but to temporarily live in Ice Sect, Qianyu explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Treasurer Meng's actions were understandable. He definitely hadn't told Su Yan his purpose in coming to Ice Sect in advance, otherwise, with Su Yan's personality, she would definitely have followed Treasurer Meng and helped him instead of staying in Ice Sect to live a comfortable life. And then? Yang Kai asked. Then Sect Master handed Su Yan over to me. At first, I didn't pay much attention to her. Although her strength wasn't low when she came here, it wasn't too high either. But soon, I discovered that this child's talent was unparalleled and her cultivation speed was incredibly fast. What was most commendable though was that the secret art she cultivated was in line with my ice attribute secret art. I think that old man must have had a premeditated plan to entrust Su Yan to Ice Sect. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, thinking that it would be strange if Meng Wuya didn't have a premeditated plan. Meng Wuya definitely knew many powerful masters on Tongxian realm, and Chu Lingxiao was an old acquaintance of his, yet he had sent Su Yan here. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Ice Sect's heritage. Meng Wuya's move was obviously to get Ice Sect to help teach Su Yan for free. If it were Yang Kai, he would have done the same. Chapter 735. After witnessing Su Yan's extraordinary aptitude, Qianyu had gradually taken a liking to her and wanted to test her. How could she have imagined that Su Yan would be able to learn all of Ice Sect's martial skills and secret scriptures so quickly? Qianyu was pleasantly surprised, thinking she had picked up a treasure. From then on, she began to carefully teach Su Yan, taking great care of her. Ice Sect's restricted area, the Ice Cave, was even open to her, allowing her to freely enter and cultivate. After a few days like this, Qianyu proposed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, but to her surprise, Su Yan did not agree, causing her to feel a little disappointed. However, cherishing Su Yan's aptitude, Qianyu didn't blame her and instead continued to take care of her. Su Yan was very grateful to her, and although she didn't call her master, she still treated her as a junior. This child's aptitude is unquestionable, and her physique is very pure. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter she had, but it seems to be very close to the legendary ice crystal body, Xianxia slowly said. Her face filled with doubt, but after carefully reading some ancient books, I found that her physique is not the ice crystal body. Yang Kai snorted lightly. He had given Su Yan so much myriad drug liquid and myriad drug milk at the time. After so many years of consuming it, it would be strange if her physique wasn't pure. Moreover, I often see her alone in contemplation, and every time she does so, a happy smile will appear on her face. Xianxia glanced at Yang Kai coldly. There will also be a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Yang Kai sniffed. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, quietly sizing up Yang Kai, also somewhat puzzled, wondering what was so special about this little brat that he could actually make Su Yan so moved. My ice sect's disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts, so they must be pure of heart and few desires in order to achieve great success. This child often shows such a look of yearning. It's all because of you. Xianxia said, her anger rising as she glared hatefully at Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that it was this guy who was hindering Su Yan's future development. Yang Kai curled his lips and said with disdain, "You old woman, how would you know the beauty of female love?" Xianxia was so angry that her body started to tremble. Her face turned pale and her yuan qi started to surge. It was as if she wanted to slap Yang Kai to death to vent her anger. "This child, what are you talking about?" Xianxia rebuked as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Okay, go on." Xianxia clenched her teeth tightly, her chest heaving up and down. It seemed that she was quite angry, and her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred. After a long while, she finally calmed down under Xianxia's comforting words. She turned her head and said, "I'm not in the mood, let's not talk about it anymore." Yang Kai sneered and looked towards Xianxia with a questioning gaze. The ice master sighed helplessly and slowly said, "I'll tell you. Originally, Su Yan's aptitude was excellent and her progress was gratifying. Elder Xianxia wanted to accept her as a disciple, but after being rejected, he didn't pay her any mind. He only thought that one day he would be able to convince her with sincerity and one day she would willingly enter my ice sect and become a disciple. Unfortunately, good times don't last." Xianxia frowned slightly. "After coming here for a year, Elder Xianxia and I both discovered a problem with Su Yan." "What problem?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "She seems to be cultivating more than one kind of secret art. Inside her body, there is another kind of secret art that coexists with her original ice attribute secret art." Xianxia slowly shook her head. If she didn't have this kind of secret art, Su Yan would have no hidden dangers if she only cultivated the ice attribute secret art, but this unknown secret art seems to be hindering the progress of her original secret art. Hindrance? Although there is no problem for the time being, if this situation continues for a long time without proper guidance, not only will Su Yan's strength not make any progress, it will instead be in danger of regressing. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai. "Since you and this child are senior sister, and she is so devoted to you, you should know what kind of secret art she cultivates, right?" "I know," Yang Kai nodded. "What kind of secret art?" Xianxia and Xianxia both asked quickly. "A dual cultivation secret art," Yang Kai said bluntly. The two women blushed at once, Xianxia cursing in disdain. "You bastard, you really are the culprit behind Su Yan's misfortune. If you hadn't taken her virginity early on and allowed her to maintain her natural body, how could she have achieved so little now?" "What do you know?" Yang Kai snorted disdainfully. This woman seemed to want to put all the blame on him, causing Yang Kai to be very dissatisfied. From the time he had met Su Yan until now, cultivating the joyous unification art had not only brought her no harm, it had instead brought her many benefits. The reason why Yang Kai and Su Yan's strength had progressed so quickly was because of the joyous unification art. "A dual cultivation secret art?" Xianxia frowned. "How could you cultivate such a vulgar secret art?" Although a dual cultivation secret art can allow one to grow quickly, generally speaking, one's foundation will not be stable, sooner or later it will become a hidden danger on your path to growth. How is a dual cultivation secret art? Isn't your thinking too conservative? Yang Kai glanced at her. Besides, Su Yan and I both have a stable foundation, you should be clear about this. Xianxia's expression suddenly became suspicious. Indeed, if she had really cultivated a dual cultivation secret art, it would have been impossible for Su Yan to have her current foundation and cultivation. With her strength reaching such a level, all the hidden dangers she had buried in the past should have erupted long ago. But she was still outstanding. This little brat in front of her was also the same. Being able to contend with a master like Qian Yu with just a first-order transcendent cultivation was not something just anyone could accomplish. The only explanation was that the dual cultivation secret art these two were cultivating was definitely very high-end, and not only was it not harmful to the two of them, it also had various benefits. It wasn't that such a secret art didn't exist in this world, but when people heard of a dual cultivation secret art, it was inevitable that they would think it was some kind of dirty trick. Let's not talk about this for now. After all, we haven't seen a dual cultivation secret art, so it's not appropriate for us to comment on it. Xianxia's face flushed red as she changed the subject. But when Elder Qian Yu discovered this problem, she hoped that Su Yan would abolish that unknown secret art and devote herself to cultivating her ice attribute secret art. If she abolishes that secret art, my ice sect's other supreme secret art can also be cultivated, which will only bring her benefits, no harm. My senior sister refused, right? Yang Kai stared at her coldly. Qian Yu and I didn't know why she refused so bluntly, but now it seems that this secret art should be the connection between you and her, so she refused to abolish it. Xianxia sighed faintly. This child can be considered an infatuated person. Unfortunately, some people aren't worthy of her. Qian Yu's words were laced with sarcasm, her face filled with disdain. If you dare speak any more nonsense, I'll have your ice sect's 200 disciples die right now. Yang Kai glared at Qian Yu coldly, causing Qian Yu to grit her teeth, a ferocious expression appearing on her face as if she wanted to swallow Yang Kai alive. Xianxia continued. Elder Qian Yu tried to persuade her several times, but she refused. In the end, Elder Qian Yu tried to forcibly abolish her secret art, but unfortunately, she seemed to be aware of this, and before Elder Qian Yu could act, she used her ice body sealed heart and sealed herself in ice, not giving Elder Qian Yu a chance to act. Yang Kai grinned maliciously. So, the reason my senior sister became like this is all this woman's fault? As he spoke, his yuan qi surged violently, overflowing with murderous intent. Xianxia's expression changed as she quickly said, "Don't be angry. Although I also feel that Qian Yu's approach was somewhat wrong, wanting to act without Su Yan's consent. In truth, she had good intentions. My ice sect's secret art isn't something anyone can learn. It can only be said that her good intentions led to the wrong thing and harmed Su Yan. That is truly a great kindness. I thank you on behalf of my senior sister." Yang Kai grit his teeth and coldly snorted, his voice as cold as the wind blowing from the depths of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end. Qian Yu surprisingly didn't refute Yang Kai and instead wore a look of shame and indignation, her eyes darting around as she wore a pained expression. If she continued to argue, Yang Kai really might not be able to restrain himself and attack her here. Seeing her regretful and ashamed appearance, Yang Kai's murderous intent suddenly lessened. This woman was certainly hateful, but it seemed that she genuinely cared about Su Yan. Based on this point, Yang Kai didn't want to tangle with her anymore. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai calmed the monstrous anger in his heart and slowly said, "I understand what happened." Xianxia frowned and softly said, "In fact, this isn't a bad thing. The ice body locked heart isn't harmful to Su Yan. In fact, if she remains in this state, she will be able to rapidly improve her strength. When she wakes up again, her cultivation will have greatly increased." Wait for her to wake up? Yang Kai sneered. When will she wake up? 10 years? 20 years? Or even longer? Xianxia and Qian Yu remained silent. Yang Kai's question was too tricky for them to answer. There had never been an ice sect disciple who had used the ice body sealed heart to such an extent. Su Yen hadn't even considered whether or not she would be able to wake up. If she didn't find a way to solve this problem, perhaps she would remain in this state forever. Now that I've explained the situation to you, my ice sect's 200 disciples, Xianxia asked. You can rest assured, in the name of Ice Sect's sect master, as long as those 200 disciples are out of danger, no one here will embarrass you again. Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. Once again following Xianxia and Qianyu out, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense, covering a large area and retrieving all the soul-devouring insects he had released. However, the two Saint Realm elders of Ice Sect who had been struck by these exotic ancient insects didn't ask Yang Kai to help them and instead returned to their own residences to enter retreat. They were confident that with their powerful cultivation and spiritual energy, they could kill the insects that had invaded their knowledge seas, so naturally, they didn't want to owe Yang Kai a favor. Qianyu and the others carefully examined the disciples and after confirming that they weren't in mortal danger, they relaxed. Chapter 736. Half a month had passed since Yang Kai arrived, and during this time he had been accompanying the sleeping Su Yen in her ice room, not leaving her side at all. In another ice room, the Ice Master and the 4 Saint Realm elders were gathered together, seemingly in a heated discussion. The 4 of them were each expressing their own views while the Ice Master, Xianxia, sat silently on a crystal-clear ice chair. One of the Saint Realm Masters whose knowledge sea had been invaded by those soul-devouring insects shouted angrily, "That little brat doesn't seem to be anything good. I don't know what kind of special method he used to control those exotic ancient insects, but from the way he acted against my Ice Sect disciples, it's clear he is a vicious and merciless brat. Such a person needs to be expelled as soon as possible." Another Saint Realm Master who had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai also nodded quickly, "I agree." Saying so, he turned to Qianhao and asked, "Brother Qianhao, what do you two think?" "He must leave." Qianhao hesitated for a moment before quickly saying, "My Ice Sect is a pure land. The moment he arrived here he brought so much strife. Such a person is always a scourge and cannot be allowed to remain." Qianyu didn't say a word, but from her expression, it was obvious she didn't want Yang Kai to remain in Ice Sect. "Sect Master." Qianhao looked up at Xianxia. "It's time for him to leave. Staying in my Ice Sect all this time isn't proper." Xianxia smiled lightly. "Why are you in such a hurry to drive him away?" Although his previous methods were indeed a bit extreme, from his standpoint he was forced to do so. On top of that he showed mercy to my Ice Sect disciples. The souls of those disciples who were injured weren't damaged and will only need to rest for a few days to recover. We can't just burn the bridge after crossing the river. Qianyu's beautiful eyes flashed as she sighed. Besides, he came here looking for his senior sister. Now that Su Yen has fallen into a deep sleep and we don't know when she will wake up, if we insist on driving him away, I'm afraid it will only backfire and force him to release those exotic ancient insects again. Then what do we do? Do we just let him stay in my Ice Sect forever? There's no harm in letting him take Su Yen away. Qianhao proposed. When that old man came here, didn't he say that if someone came looking for Su Yen, we were to let them pass? We wouldn't embarrass them, nor would we bother with their previous mistakes. How about we just let him take Su Yen away? Qianyu frowned. Big brother, with Su Yan's current condition, if you let that little brat take her away, I won't feel at ease. Although she hated Yang Kai, she still loved Su Yen from the bottom of her heart. Naturally, he had to do everything in his power to protect him. He shook his head decisively. I won't agree to this. All right. Xianxia waved her hand and said, let's not talk about this for now. From what I can see, that brat is also an infatuated person. For the past few days, he has been staying in the ice room without moving at all. How about this? I'll go talk to him first and see what he thinks. Perhaps he doesn't intend to remain in my Ice Sect forever. When the 4 elders heard this, they could only nod. The 3 male elders quickly left, but Xianyu stayed behind. Sect leader, I'll go with you. Xianxia lightly nodded. The two of them got up and walked towards the ice mountain where Su Yan was. A short time later, the pair arrived in front of the ice room and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside, but Xianxia felt some unusual energy fluctuations. Frowning, Xianyu pushed open the door and entered. At this moment, inside the ice room, not only was there a biting chill, but there was also a scorching heat. Glancing forward, Xianxia couldn't help covering her mouth. Yang Kai's hands were actually covering the layer of ice around Su Yan's body, his yuan qi surging. "You idiot, what are you doing?" Xianyu immediately shouted, her figure flickering as she arrived in front of Yang Kai and waved her hand towards him. Yang Kai didn't try to resist, instead just turning his head and staring at her coldly. Xianyu's heart clenched and the palm that was about to hit Yang Kai suddenly stopped, grit her teeth and shouted, "What are you doing?" "It's none of your damn business." Yang Kai snorted. Xianxia also hurriedly walked over and worriedly said, "Don't do that, you'll hurt Su Yan." "I know what I'm doing." Yang Kai responded faintly. He didn't want Su Yan to be hurt more than anyone else, so naturally he would be careful when he acted, making sure no accidents would occur. "Are you trying to contact Su Yan?" Xianxia asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai nodded. He and Su Yan both cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. The joyous unification art had 3 stages. At the very beginning, one's body had to be merged before they could dual cultivate, but at the second stage, there was no need for physical contact. One only needed to be close to each other and not too far away from each other to be able to fuse their yuan qi and sublimate their mind and soul. Whether it was cultivation or battle, this was greatly beneficial to both parties. Currently, Su Yan's body was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, so there was no hope for the first stage. This layer of ice was extremely solid and had been condensed from Su Yan's yuan qi, so Yang Kai didn't want to break it. He only hoped to use the second stage to dual cultivate with Su Yan and see if he could use this opportunity to communicate with her. However, even after trying for so long, he still hadn't made any progress. Su Yan's yuan qi didn't respond to his calls. The two simply couldn't merge. "Don't waste your energy. I don't know what kind of dual cultivation technique you're cultivating, but the ice body locked heart is one of my ice sect's secret arts. Once you use it, you'll lose all sensation. I don't think your dual cultivation technique will be any better than the ice body locked heart and be able to break through this shackle." Xianyu splashed cold water on Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her words, his brow furrowed. He had been experimenting for half a month but hadn't made any progress, so now it seemed that he could only try using the 3rd stage of the joyous unification art. If it still didn't work, then Yang Kai would be helpless and could only wait for Su Yan to wake up on her own. Yang Kai didn't expect to wake Su Yan up right now. Using the ice body locked heart wouldn't do her any harm and would instead benefit her, so there was no need to wake her up now. Yang Kai just wanted to be able to communicate with her and see what she was thinking right now. Constantly calling out to Su Yan with his divine sense, Yang Kai's true qi also burst forth from his hands, penetrating the thick layer of ice and entering Su Yan's body, pouring it into her meridians. There was no response, as if Su Yan had really lost all consciousness. Not only was there no movement from her body, but even her consciousness was also completely still. At this moment, she was simply a sleeping ice doll. Yang Kai didn't become anxious, nor did he feel discouraged, constantly repeating this monotonous action. He believed that with the deep bond between him and Su Yan, there was a high chance he could break through the ice body locked heart and achieve resonance with Su Yan's consciousness. His soul avatar set foot on the path he had not set foot on for a long time, passing through the various paths in the sect and arriving at the coiling dragon stream behind High Heaven Pavilion. Beside the huge coiling dragon stream, there were several fruit trees swaying in the wind, with several red fruits hanging from them. These fruit trees were personally planted by Yang Kai. When the demon lord escaped from the coiling dragon stream, these fruit trees had been destroyed, but now they reappeared in Su Yan's spiritual world. Standing beside the fruit trees, Yang Kai reminisced for a while before suddenly jumping down. Once he was in midair, he quickly turned around and drilled into an immortal's cave on the cliff face of the coiling dragon stream. This was Kai Yang's secluded cave mansion. When he was very weak, he had spent a great deal of effort to carve out this secluded cave mansion. Every piece of rock in this secluded cave mansion was carved out by him using his true chi. The cave mansion was not big, only about the size of 2 rooms. The outer room was where Yang Kai usually meditated and cultivated, while the inner room had a stone bed where he rested. Little senior sister Xianxia often took a nap on this stone bed. Passing through the outer room, Yang Kai came to the inner room and saw a familiar and beautiful figure lying on the stone bed. Even in her spiritual world, Su Yan was still asleep. After using Ice Sect's secret art, she had even sealed off her divine sense. If not for this, she would have been able to sense Yang Kai's existence. Slowly walking over, Yang Kai stopped beside the stone bed and slowly squatted down, looking at the sleeping beauty, his face filled with tenderness. Seemingly aware that someone had arrived, Su Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly and her brow furrowed slightly, but after a moment, a smile appeared on her face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her long eyelashes trembled even more, and suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was squatting beside her bed. Yang Kai was stunned. Staring at each other, he still seemed to be in disbelief. Su Yan, on the other hand, pursed her lips and giggled, the surrounding chill quickly reducing by a lot. Su Yan. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Breaking into someone's knowledge sea without their permission, junior brother, your courage isn't small. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai reproachfully and gritted her teeth. How did you wake up? Yang Kai was extremely excited. Didn't you use the ice body-locked heart? Su Yan slowly sat up and smiled. Yes, but when I used it, I placed a seal. What seal? Yang Kai asked. If your divine sense breaks in and finds me, I will wake up for a moment. Wake up for a moment? Yang Kai frowned. Su Yan gently nodded. Only my divine sense will wake up. My body will remain in the state of ice body-locked heart. This, I'm afraid Elder Qianyu doesn't know. Ice body-locked heart, Su Yan had thoroughly comprehended it and had many advantages when using it. Qianyu had only thought that Su Yan could use the lowest level of ice body-locked heart, but she had not expected that she had already thoroughly comprehended this secret skill. Why do you want to do this? Yang Kai was puzzled. It's faster to cultivate like this. Su Yan swept her eyes over Yang Kai. You seem to have become stronger. If I don't cultivate properly, won't I become a burden to you in the future? Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly, only now understanding why Su Yan had gone to such great lengths. What if someone breaks into your knowledge sea? Yang Kai suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. Su Yan was sleeping here, unaware of the outside world, so if someone broke in with bad intentions, she wouldn't be able to resist. What others can't do, only you can. Perhaps those powerful masters can break through my divine sense defenses, but if that's the case, I will take them down with me and won't let them get away with anything, Su Yan said resolutely. You're making trouble. Yang Kai couldn't help reprimanding her in fear. Su Yan didn't care, reaching out her hand and gently stroking Yang Kai's cheek, softly saying, You seem to have suffered a lot. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No, I haven't. I've been taken care of all this time. That's good. How long has it been outside? Only about a year has passed since you fell asleep. Only a year? You found me so quickly. Saying so, Su Yan's face was filled with a happy and sweet smile. Then shouldn't senior sister give me a reward? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. What kind of reward do you want? What do you think? Su Yan's white neck instantly became flushed red, and her pair of beautiful eyes became watery. We haven't tried the third stage of the joyous unification art yet. Yang Kai stared at Su Yan with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with a strong sense of aggression. Junior brother? Su Yan couldn't bear it and became extremely shy. The third stage was the fusion of their souls. Su Yan naturally understood this point. Although she and Yang Kai had already done the deed of husband and wife, if their souls really merged, she still couldn't let go. Once their souls merged, it meant that they would open up all their secrets to each other, no longer hiding anything from each other. Su Yan. Yang Kai unceremoniously grabbed Su Yan's small hand and kept stroking it, his eyes like a wolf hunting for food in the snow, glowing with a green light. Su Yan struggled to break free but didn't move, biting her red lips and sitting on the stone bed without saying a word, her face still red. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and directly jumped onto the stone bed, sitting down cross-legged facing Su Yan, his hands pinching her soft hands as he grinned meaningfully. Soul intercourse, he had only heard about it in rumors, Yang Kai had never tried it before. It was said that it could provide a more pleasurable feeling than physical contact, and it was also very easy to become addicted to it. Once you tried it, you would never be able to get rid of it. Let's begin, Yang Kai said in a serious tone. Su Yan nodded gently. The two of them simultaneously circulated the joyous unification art, and in the next moment, their soul avatars suddenly turned into fluorescent light and dissipated into the stone room. These fluorescent lights intertwined and chased after each other. Faintly, a kind of erosive sound resounded between the heavens and earth. Yang Kai was drunk. He felt as if he had fallen into a honeypot and was unable to extricate himself. The comfort and pleasure that came from his body and mind caused him to rise up and down. This kind of carefree feeling was almost impossible to describe with words. Although there was no physical contact, this kind of pleasure was just like the legends, countless times more intense. He could perceive that Su Yan's soul was wrapped around him, and as their souls collided, neither of them could control themselves. Both of them had penetrated deep into the depths of the other's soul, but neither of them spied on the other's secrets, even though both of them had opened their hearts to each other. No matter who it was, both of them were completely immersed in the feeling of soul intercourse, experiencing the beauty of transcending the physical body. As their souls merged, both of their soul avatars underwent delightful and subtle changes. Chapter 738. The Art of Yin-Yang Joyous Unification. During dual cultivation, not only would it allow a man and woman to fuse and converge their yuan qi, but even their divine sense would undergo earth-shaking changes. While experiencing this sensation, Su Yan also felt a profound and mysterious energy being transmitted from Yang Kai's soul avatar to her. Yang Kai shared all of his insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao with her. Su Yan didn't dare neglect and opened her heart to accept this energy, imprinting it into the depths of her soul. Yang Kai's soul also benefited greatly. Although Su Yan's insights were no longer of much use to him, under this fusion he could clearly feel that his soul was rapidly becoming stronger and his spiritual energy more condensed. Inside the ice room, as the two souls converged, the yuan qi in their bodies also involuntarily burst forth, fusing and interacting, flowing through each other's bodies according to the art of yin-yang joyous unification. Every time it flowed, the yuan qi would become purer. This time's dual cultivation allowed both of them to obtain unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, behind Yang Kai, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared. At the same time, on the surface of Su Yan's body, the phantom of an ice phoenix also appeared. The two ice phoenixes absorbed the two's yuan qi and rapidly expanded, filling the entire ice room in just a moment. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and a resonant phoenix's cry echoed. The 3,000 glacial worlds shuddered, and the icicles hanging at the bottom of the ice peaks instantly turned into fine powder. Ice cubes rustled as they fell down. Asterisk Hong Hong. Two sensational energies of diametrically opposed nature burst out from inside the ice mountain and soared into the sky. From Ice Sect's Ice Master Xianxia to the ordinary disciples, all of them were alarmed, their expressions changing greatly as they rushed out of their respective ice mountains. Xianyu was also startled. She had been meditating in her own ice mountain when she felt these two unusual energy fluctuations and naturally rushed out to see what was happening. As far as the eye could see, the other 3 elders of the sect were all standing in the void, staring up at the sky with dignified expressions, their eyes trembling. Even Ice Master Xianxia's pretty face was solemn. "Sect Master!" Xianyu hurriedly approached them and called out, but she didn't get any response. Looking in the direction they were looking at, Xianyu's beautiful eyes narrowed. In the sky, there was a giant dragon that was more than 1,000 feet long and shone with golden light like a blazing flame. It was a magnificent and bizarre scene, and beside the giant dragon, there was a huge ice phoenix that was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was ice blue in color. It spread its wings and fluttered in the air. A dragon and a phoenix chased each other playfully, creating a grand scene. From the body of the dragon and phoenix, everyone could feel a pressing heat and a biting chill. This kind of heat and chill was not something that anyone present could underestimate. What shocked Xianxia and the others the most was that there were 2 somewhat familiar auras coming from the golden dragon and ice phoenix. These were the auras of Yang Kai and Su Yan. Just when everyone was shocked, the chasing dragon and phoenix suddenly changed direction and flew straight towards Xianxia and the others. The several Saint Realm elders all paled and quickly condensed their yuan qi, secretly raising their guard. The golden dragon and ice phoenix flew 1,000 meters in front of the group and slowly came to a stop, the golden dragon in front and the ice phoenix behind, the 2 closely intertwined, as if they were husband and wife. The golden dragon's 2 gong-sized eyes stared at Xianxia and the others with interest, giving off a human-like aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling nervous. Looking at these 2 eyes, they couldn't help feeling inexplicably small, as if they could be destroyed at any moment. This was especially true for Xianyu. She always felt that when this golden dragon stared at her, there was a strong sense of warning. Xianxia frowned as she circulated her yuan qi to resist the oppressive aura coming from the golden dragon and ice phoenix, tentatively asking, "Yang Kai?" A hint of astonishment flashed through the golden dragon's eyes. It suddenly turned around and left with the ice phoenix. Amidst the resounding dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, the dragon and phoenix gradually moved further and further away. Soon they disappeared. It wasn't until they had left that everyone from Ice Sect couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. As the cold wind blew, everyone discovered that their backs were soaked with cold sweat. Looking at the disappearing backs of the dragon and ice phoenix, Xianxia fell into deep thought. She could feel that they hadn't simply left, but had instead decided to play around in this ice world for a bit. Sure enough, a moment later, a rumbling sound came from the distance, obviously caused by the dragon and ice phoenix. Xianxia shook her head and smiled bitterly before waving her hand. "Let's go back, it's fine." "Sect Master, could this have been caused by that little brat?" Qian Hao frowned and asked uncertainly. When the dragon and ice phoenix first appeared, it was indeed above the ice mountain where Yang Kai and Su Yan were, but with the strength of these 2 juniors, how could they have created such a huge disturbance? "Probably," Xianxia smiled lightly, "they'll come back." "They'll come back?" Qian Hao's expression changed. "Didn't you notice? The souls and consciousnesses of those 2 children are inside that dragon and ice phoenix. That dragon and ice phoenix are manifestations of their condensed yuan qi. Their bodies are still in my ice sect. If they don't come back, where can they go?" So he woke Su Yan up. Xianyu heard this and asked happily. "I don't know, we'll ask them when they come back," Xianxia smiled. "That little brat is really hateful, making such a big disturbance. Is he trying to warn my ice sect not to mistreat Su Yan?" Xianyu ground her teeth, thinking back to the warning look in the golden dragon's eyes when he looked at her just now. She couldn't help feeling angry. But Sect Master, with their cultivations, their bodies can't store such a huge amount of true essence, right? Qian Hao was puzzled. If what Xianxia said was true, and the dragon and ice phoenix were manifestations of Yang Kai and Su Yan's Yuan Qi, how much Yuan Qi would that have cost? Did they really have such a huge amount of Yuan Qi in their bodies? Su Yan cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so if her body didn't have enough Yuan Qi, she could easily supplement it by mobilizing the surrounding ice attribute energy. So how did Yang Kai do it? Unable to understand, Qian Hao shook his head. In the distance, while the dragon and ice phoenix were chasing each other, Yang Kai and Su Yan's consciousnesses were constantly communicating. During their recent dual cultivation, it seemed that every time a dragon and ice phoenix would appear, but Yang Kai and Su Yan had never thought that their souls would be able to enter this dragon and ice phoenix. But this time, because their souls were fusing, they were able to achieve such a feat. This inadvertent discovery made Yang Kai realize that the dragon and ice phoenix diagrams engraved on his and Su Yan's backs were not just simple diagrams, they also contained a huge amount of energy that could be transformed into powerful soul skills. Deliberately running over to ice sex people was indeed what Yang Kai's intention was, as Qianyu had guessed, to deter and warn ice sex people not to meddle in Su Yan's affairs in the future, lest they make a mistake again. Regarding this, Su Yan seemed to feel a little apologetic and scolded Yang Kai, saying that he shouldn't have acted like this. While chasing after each other, the pair continued to communicate. After transforming into the dragon and ice phoenix, the world they saw was very different from before, as if the entire world was under their control, causing their state of mind to sublimate greatly. Somewhere, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared at a towering iceberg in front of him. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of enormous energy inside this iceberg. If it were any other time, even with his divine sense, it would have been impossible for him to sense this, but at this moment his soul had entered the golden dragon's body, so his senses were particularly sharp. Su Yan apparently also noticed this and stopped beside Yang Kai, staring at the iceberg in a daze, transmitting her divine sense to him. I've heard that some ancient icebergs are prone to producing precious treasures. Senior Ice Master once obtained one. Qian Hao and Elder Qianyu also obtained one. Could it be there is such a thing inside this iceberg? What is it? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Cold ice jade crystal. It's a saint-grade material that is of great help to those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts. Yang Kai's spirit shook. Whether or not there is one, we'll know when we see it. Saying so, the golden dragon's body slammed straight into the iceberg, exuding a scorching heat that seemed capable of melting all things. Kong. The iceberg shook a few times, and the giant iceberg that had existed for who knows how many millennia cracked open, spreading out like a spider web across its surface. Although the iceberg was damaged, its sturdiness still exceeded Yang Kai's expectations and it did not collapse. Su Yan did not say a word as she stood beside Yang Kai, the four of them exchanging glances. In the next moment, the two of them exerted their strength at the same time and the golden dragon and ice phoenix disappeared like lightning. The two of them working together was several times more destructive than Yang Kai's single attack. Without the slightest sound, Yang Kai and Su Yan passed through the iceberg and arrived on the other side. After waiting quietly for a moment, a rumbling sound rang out and the huge iceberg collapsed. At the same time that the iceberg shattered, the energy fluctuations Yang Kai felt before also became clearer. But before he could search for them, his vision suddenly shook and a strong sense of fatigue spread out from the depths of his soul. Not only did he feel this way, but Su Yan also seemed to feel the same, her ice phoenix body constantly fluctuating, as if it could collapse at any moment. Junior brother, I seem to be a little tired. Let's go back first. Yang Kai hurriedly said. This was the first time they had merged their souls into their dragon and phoenix bodies, so it was inevitable that they would not be able to adapt. At this time, it was necessary to return to their bodies and recuperate for a while to avoid any serious damage to their souls. Hearing this, Su Yan nodded gently and quickly returned with Yang Kai. Ice Sect, after a short period of silence, once again became restless. As the two huge energy fluctuations approached, the golden dragon and ice phoenix really returned, and in a hurry, they disappeared into one of the icebergs. Looking at the position they disappeared from, Xianxia shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's them, those two children. Qianyu, come with me and take a look. Qianyu quickly responded. Chapter 739. Inside the ice room, Yang Kai and Su Yan's souls returned, and after a short conversation, Su Yan fell into a deep sleep again, sealing off her 5 senses. After receiving Su Yan's instructions, Yang Kai calmed down. This time, when she used the ice body locked heart, she would need to directly break through a minor realm before she would awaken. In other words, when she broke through to the second-order transcendent realm, Su Yan would voluntarily release herself from her current state. This was also one of the restrictions she had placed on herself when she used this secret technique. After learning the truth, Yang Kai was no longer worried about taking Su Yan away from Ice Sect. The environment here was very suitable for her cultivation, allowing her to stay here would be more beneficial for her. Moreover, Ice Master Xianxia and Qianyu were really good to her. Although Yang Kai somewhat disliked Qianyu, Su Yan had put in a lot of good words for her, so Yang Kai didn't hate her as much. After adjusting his breathing, the fatigue in his soul gradually faded. Feeling the 2 life auras outside the ice room, Yang Kai got up and opened the door to his room. Sure enough, Xianxia and Qianyu were standing outside, and after seeing Yang Kai, a complicated light flashed across the 2 women's beautiful eyes. Su Yan didn't wake up? Qianyu glanced over and asked in surprise. She woke up for a while then fell asleep again, Yang Kai explained faintly. Qianyu looked at him and frowned slightly. She found that this little brat's hostility towards her seemed to have reduced significantly, but she didn't know why. You should have talked about it in detail, right? Xianxia asked softly. Yang Kai gently nodded. We did. Then what was your decision? Su Yan will remain here. I ask Senior Sect Master to take care of her. Xianxia smiled lightly. Rest assured, although my ice sect does not accept outsiders, out of respect for Meng Wuya, I won't treat her unfairly. Many thanks, Sect Master. Yang Kai said solemnly. And, in fact, even I didn't expect that someone would be able to awaken a disciple who had used the ice body locked heart. You really are an eye-opener. This also proves that the feelings between you and Su Yan are not ordinary. Qianxia's pretty face flashed a look of admiration. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't explain further. Although part of the reason for this was because he had summoned them, the most fundamental reason was that Su Yan had set up a barrier in advance. If it wasn't for her restriction, Yang Kai reckoned that even if he was lucky enough to break into her spiritual world, he wouldn't be able to find her soul. I still have one more thing to ask you. Xianxia suddenly said with a solemn expression. Seeing her so serious, Yang Kai couldn't help but become serious and nodded. Sect Master, please speak. What kind of dual cultivation technique are you and Su Yan cultivating? What happened? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit strange. Ice Sect's disciples cultivated ice attribute secret arts, and they had always been pure-minded and few desires, so they had nothing to do with dual cultivation. Yang Kai didn't understand why Qianxia was suddenly interested in this. Even if she knew about this secret art, she probably didn't have anyone to dual cultivate with. Don't be so vigilant. I'm not trying to inquire about your secret art, I just have some concerns. Qianxia's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Do you know, a long time ago, there were several top forces in Tongxian realm. What kind of forces? Great forces that could cover the sky with a single hand. Qianxia quickly said, These forces were once the strongest in Tongxian realm. In their era, the demon race, the monster race and other races didn't dare act too presumptuously. That was the era when humans were the masters. Today's demon land, the territory of the monster race, was also human territory at that time. There were such forces? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. Xianxia nodded lightly. Xianxia nodded slightly. However, some kind of unforeseen event happened later on. All of these forces suffered a great loss in strength, and some of them even lost their most fundamental inheritances. After losing their inheritances, these forces were unable to recover from this setback and gradually declined. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although these forces have declined, there are still a few that have flourished to this day and have yet to be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Ice sect is one of them? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before revealing a wry smile and nodding. My ice sect is one of them. Back then, ice sect had tens of thousands of disciples and was prosperous for a time, but after that incident, our elders moved ice sect here and lived in seclusion, no longer paying attention to the disturbances of the outside world. Yang Kai was stunned. What kind of unforeseen event happened that caused such a great force to suddenly decline? Xianxia shook her head. I don't know, too much time has passed. All I know is bits and pieces of the past. Why is Sect Master telling me all this? Yang Kai asked curiously. These past events probably had nothing to do with him, right? Because I remember that at that time, there seemed to be a disciple of one of these forces who improved their strength through dual cultivation. The top masters of this force were known as the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. When the two of them joined forces, they were almost invincible. What's more, the two of them also held the most fundamental inheritance of that force. When they fought, a dragon and a phoenix would appear. Saying so, Xianxia stared at Yang Kai with a scorching gaze. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Sect Master means, Xianxia smiled softly, I'm just guessing, I don't know if it's true or not. However, a general dual cultivation secret art is one that neglects the fundamentals and focuses on the details. The dual cultivator's foundation is unstable and their true qi is impure, making it difficult for them to achieve great things. However, you and Su Yan are different. The secret arts you both cultivate are obviously extraordinary, and with the strange phenomenon that occurred today, I can't help but wonder if that legendary force is somehow related to you. I don't know. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Xianxia looked at him with a smile and didn't ask any more questions. What Yang Kai thought was his own business, asking any more questions would seem like meddling in other people's business. Sect Master, do you remember what that force was called? I remember, it was called the Dragon Phoenix Rift. It should still be active today. If you want to find it, it shouldn't be difficult. Just after arriving at the 3,000 glacial world, Yang Kai ran into the ice sect elder named Xianxia. This man frowned and stared at Yang Kai coldly, shouting in dissatisfaction, Boy, why are you still in my ice sect? I'm leaving soon. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of this man and replied coldly, tossing him the ice block he was carrying on his shoulder and shouting, Right, this may be one of your ice sect's disciples who encountered some kind of accident outside. Xianxia frowned and caught the ice block, but after glancing at it, his complexion suddenly changed greatly as his eyes trembled violently, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. The ice block that sealed this skeleton slipped from his hand and fell to the ground below. Hong, with a loud bang, Yang Kai stood midair, frowning as he stared at Xianxia, not knowing why he was showing such a fearful expression. Chapter 740. Above Ice Sect, Xianxia's expression fluctuated, appearing particularly complex while Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. Boy, where did you find this thing? Suddenly, Xianxia raised his head and asked Yang Kai. About half a day's journey from here, inside an ice mountain, Yang Kai replied casually. What's wrong? Xianxia didn't answer, his expression instead becoming more dignified. Suddenly, he lifted his head to the sky and let out a loud roar, one that conveyed a strong sense of warning. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake, Or perhaps he had inadvertently implicated one of Ice Sect's most sensitive nerves. What kind of skeleton was sealed inside that block of ice? Why did Xianxia look like he was facing a great enemy? While issuing this warning, Xianxia's divine sense was still locked onto the block of ice on the ground, seemingly not daring to relax in the slightest. Hearing his roar, Ice Sect's transcendent realm masters and above all rushed out under the leadership of Ice Sect's sect master Xianxia. What happened? Xianxia hurriedly asked as soon as she arrived. If it wasn't something important, Xianxia wouldn't be so nervous, so she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Come with me, Xianxia said before quickly flying down, his yuan qi quietly condensing, ready to erupt at any moment. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he too followed the Ice Sect group in confusion. On the ground below, everyone from Ice Sect was gathered around the block of ice that sealed the black skeleton, many of them frowning as they stared at it suspiciously, obviously just like Yang Kai. On the other hand, Xianxia and the other Saint Realm elders all paled when they saw the skeleton. All of you stand back, Xianxia quickly ordered. The Transcendent Realm Masters all glanced at each other but didn't ask any questions, simply following Xianxia's instructions and retreating. Soon, only Xianxia, the 4 elders and Yang Kai's group of 6 were left standing around the block of ice. Where did you get this? Xianxia asked solemnly, her pretty face dignified. This little brat found it, Xianxia pointed to Yang Kai and replied. Yang Kai, where did you find this? How did you find him? Xianxia hurriedly asked in detail. Seeing her serious expression, Yang Kai also knew that something was wrong. He quickly explained everything that had happened. As everyone listened, their expressions became heavier. What? Is he not a disciple of your ice sect? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Originally, he had come here with good intentions, but now he had brought trouble to Ice Sect, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat embarrassed. How could such a vicious beast be a disciple of my ice sect? Xianxia coldly snorted, a crazed hatred flashing across his face. Fierce ho! Yang Kai was stunned. I didn't know he had some kind of grudge with your ice sect. I just thought he was one of your missing disciples. How about this, I'll bring him back. Don't move. Xianxia hurriedly stopped Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Aren't you making too much of a fuss? No matter what kind of person he was when he was alive, he's dead now, what's the point of being so vigilant? Who said he's dead? Xianxia coldly snorted. The smile on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared as he frowned. What do you mean? He's not dead, he's still alive. Xianyu's pretty face went pale as she muttered in a low voice. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and turned to look at the others, quickly discovering that none of them had any intention of refuting, apparently agreeing with Xianyu's words. He's not dead? But this person doesn't even have a trace of flesh and blood, only bones and meridians, how? Xianxia took a deep breath before interrupting Yang Kai's words, softly saying, in this world there are many strange life forms, many of which you have never heard of. No one knows how they were born, but these strange life forms all possess tyrannical strength that surpasses that of flesh and blood. Yang Kai immediately thought of the Jade True Spirit. The Jade True Spirit was also a kind of life form. It didn't have a body of flesh and blood, but if it were to mature, it would possess the strength to destroy the world. Therefore, although Xianxia's words were a little difficult for him to understand, he was able to quickly accept them. But you don't need to be nervous. This one doesn't seem to be too strong, Xianxia smiled faintly. Hearing her words, Xianxia and the others relaxed. Yang Kai, you're the one who brought this thing back, you have to help me deal with it, Xianxia looked at Yang Kai. Please give your orders, sect master. Burn him, Xianxia pointed at the ice block in front of her. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply circulated his yuan qi, directly wrapping the ice block with a scorching hot energy. The ice block melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, the frozen skeleton was exposed. Just as Yang Kai was about to increase his strength and incinerate the skeleton in one fell swoop, an extremely fierce and violent aura suddenly spread out from the skeleton. Yang Kai was startled, his expression changing greatly because he discovered that the skeleton's two eye sockets were actually flashing a green light, like a pair of human eyes, giving off a dangerous light. At the same time, the skeleton began to move strangely. It seemed to be struggling. Xianxia's pretty face became cold and she quickly took action, sending out a few bursts of energy to fix the skeleton to the ground. Yang Kai's yuan qi surged out even more violently. In everyone's ears, there seemed to be a howling sound as a cruel and violent divine sense roamed around, penetrating everyone's minds in an attempt to interfere with their state of mind. Ice Sect's Saint Realm masters remained indifferent, and Yang Kai's expression also remained unchanged. This caused Xianxia, who had been paying close attention to him, to look at him in a new light. She had thought that Yang Kai would be somewhat affected by this, but he actually ignored it completely. The howling sound in their ears became more and more shrill, more and more urgent, giving off a strong sense of arrogance. Gradually, the howling sound weakened until it disappeared completely. The dark skeleton was finally ignited and was reduced to a fine powder, completely disappearing from this world. Looking at this bizarre scene, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit surreal. He had never thought before that without a body of flesh and blood, one could still exist and have their own consciousness. Sect Master, can you explain what this thing is? Yang Kai frowned as he looked at Xianxia, his own confusion making him feel very uncomfortable. Why ask so many questions? Xianhao coldly snorted. I won't covet the belongings of a junior. In any case, I'll have to trouble Sect Master to take care of Su Yan. Yang Kai cupped his fists sincerely. Seemingly aware of something, Xianxia asked, "You're not going to see her again?" "No, as long as she's safe and sound." Yang Kai shook his head. "Junior will take his leave." Saying so, he turned around and left. "If you see Meng Wuya, tell him for me that the favor he owes me will be repaid sooner or later." Xianxia's voice came from behind. Yang Kai waved his hand vigorously and said goodbye. Chapter 741. On the surface of the sea, a small iceberg the size of a room was drifting along with the waves. Atop this iceberg, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, feeling quite comfortable. After finding Su Yan and knowing that Meng Wuya and his little senior sister were safe, Yang Kai relaxed a lot. Although he had not been able to take Su Yan away and had instead left her in Ice Sect, with Xianxia and the others taking care of her, Su Yan would only grow stronger and stronger. The next time they met, Yang Kai estimated that Su Yan would be even more powerful. With such a good mood, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to continue his journey, simply sitting on top of this iceberg and circulating his yuan qi slightly, urging it to move in the direction he wanted to go. Now that he no longer had any worries, the only thing he needed to do was return to Soaring Heaven Sect and improve his alchemy skills as soon as possible. After refining the Saint Pill that could save the ancient demon clan, Yang Kai would then go to the Snow Mountain range to find Coffin Slave. After receiving some pointers from Li Lao, Yang Kai's understanding of alchemy had become much more profound. Using his conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was much faster and more convenient than using his yuan qi. Moreover, with the help of his soul fusion with Su Yan a few days ago, combined with the insights he obtained from the other masters through his demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai seemed to have gained some new insights. Sitting on top of the iceberg, Yang Kai felt as if he had been enlightened. The various truths of the heavenly way and martial Tao flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. His thoughts intertwined faster than a beam of light as Yang Kai comprehended his own Tao, his expression constantly changing. The sea was vast and boundless, so Yang Kai did not encounter any disturbances along the way. He also forgot the passage of time and even forgot where he was, simply immersing himself in this profound world, growing stronger little by little. Below the iceberg, occasionally a large sea beast would pass by, but Yang Kai concealed his aura so these sea beasts did not discover him, so naturally he did not cause any trouble. The clouds in the sky dispersed and the waves beneath his feet rose and fell. Since arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai felt for the first time that the world was so beautiful. After a month or two, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. A faint smile appeared on his face. This time's enlightenment had greatly improved his strength, but he also realized just how difficult it was to break through to the next realm after the transcendent realm. It could be said that every transcendent realm master had experienced all kinds of hardships, struggling on the edge of life and death, experiencing countless life or death battles in order to achieve a cultivation that transcended the mortal realm. Those who couldn't achieve these things would only be mediocre or die early. This deep enlightenment allowed Yang Kai to gain a considerable understanding of the wonders of the conflagrated knowledge sea. Conflagrated divine sense was a variant of divine sense. Whether it was used for attack or defense, it was much more useful than ordinary divine sense. Moreover, it could also be used to deceive others. Yang Kai's divine sense was already powerful enough. By using this powerful divine sense to cover his body, others would be able to misunderstand him and even underestimate his strength, allowing him to obtain some unexpected gains. After a little experimentation, Yang Kai found that this method was quite convenient. All he needed to do was restrain the circulation of his yuan qi and create some illusions with his divine sense to deceive others. However, Yang Kai estimated that this method of his wouldn't be able to deceive those with stronger divine senses than him. If their divine sense was stronger than his, they would be able to see through his disguise. Overall, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his gains this time. Standing atop the iceberg and stretching his muscles, Yang Kai gazed into the distance, but all he could see was the boundless ocean and nothing else. His face went black as he cursed silently. Although Yang Kai had consciously avoided the sea beasts and unknown dangers while he was comprehending, he had also become completely immersed in his divine sense, causing him to be unable to distinguish his bearings. His original plan was to first return to Water Spirit Temple and meet with Shui Ling. In any case, Shui Ling had helped him this time and was one of Yang Kai's few friends, so it was only right for him to meet her and say thank you in person. Then, using Water Spirit Temple as a transit point, he would return to Soaring Heaven sect. But now, his plans were a bit messed up. Standing atop the iceberg for a while, Yang Kai sorted out his mood and calmed down. As long as he could see someone alive and ask for directions, he would be able to figure out everything. Considering all this, Yang Kai simply sat down cross-legged and watched the rolling sea, his mood relaxed. Under the blue waves of the sea, schools of fish swam past, appearing to be full of vitality. Some colorful corals also opened Yang Kai's eyes. 3 days later, just as Yang Kai was looking at the clouds in the sky in boredom, the divine sense he released suddenly detected a life aura breaking into his alert range. Kai Yang's spirit immediately shook as he stood up and looked over. In the distance, there was a small black dot that was sailing a few dozen kilometers to the side. It was a large ship, and even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see how extraordinary this ship was. These ships sailing the sea were not ordinary ships, but rather ones that had been specially refined with some precious ores. These ships had traces of artifacts on them and their defensive power was comparable to that of precious artifacts. Only such a large ship could withstand the violent attacks of the sea beasts. There were many such ships in Water Spirit Temple. At this moment, this ship was even more magnificent than the one Yang Kai had been on before, its bow like a dragon's, cutting through the waves at an extremely fast speed. On this big ship, there were many brightly colored flags fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai slightly estimated the speed and direction of the big ship and the ice mountain he was sitting on and felt that after a while, the two would pass by each other a dozen kilometers apart. Immediately increasing the output of yuan qi, Yang Kai increased the speed of the ice mountain he was sitting on. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense. Although he didn't dare to carefully investigate, Yang Kai was basically certain that there were no Saint Realm Masters on this ship, only a few Transcendents and even a few Third-Order Transcendents. With his soul devouring insects in hand, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to stand up on the ice mountain and shout out loudly, trying to attract the attention of the other party. Sure enough, after a while, several figures appeared on the bow of the ship, all of them pointing towards him, apparently having noticed Yang Kai. However, looking at their indifferent figures, it seemed they didn't intend to pay attention to Yang Kai's shouts, the speed and direction of the big ship not changing in the slightest. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Such a big ship had finally passed by, so of course he wouldn't let it go so easily. Now that he was lost at sea, he really needed to find someone to help him find his bearings. Thinking so, the ice mountain he was sitting on suddenly increased its speed and slammed straight into the big ship. The faces of the people standing on the bow of the ship immediately changed as they shouted out. On the big ship, the crew who heard the commotion were all alarmed and quickly ran to the deck to watch, some of them even being transcendents. After figuring out what was going on in front of him, the Transcendent Realm Master immediately became angry and waved his hand. Where did this brat come from, acting so recklessly? Shatter the iceberg under his feet for me, actually daring to act against my Holy Land's ship. And let's keep him alive for now, capture him and interrogate him about the situation. Let's see what kind of person he is. Receiving the order of this Transcendent Realm Master, the disciples were immediately filled with righteous indignation, the several people standing at the bow of the ship immediately displaying their martial skills and artifacts. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk several energy beams shot out from the bow of the ship. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected the other party to be so impolite, quickly dodging into the sea. With a loud rumble, the iceberg that had been carrying Yang Kai on the sea for 1 to 2 months suddenly turned into dust. As the pieces of ice scattered on the sea, the people on the ship all looked around, carefully searching for Yang Kai's figure, but unfortunately for them, they couldn't help glancing around at each other. Where is he? The Transcendent Realm Master had also lost track of Yang Kai just now, and when he tried to search again, he couldn't find him, so he couldn't help asking with an ugly expression. Everyone shook their heads. Another disciple muttered, "Could it be he was smashed to pieces? From what I can see, he's quite young and his strength isn't high." Nonsense. The Transcendent Realm Master shouted, daring to wander the sea alone. How can his strength be bad? At the very least, he should be an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. If he was really smashed to pieces, why isn't there any blood on the sea? This little brat must be hiding somewhere. Search carefully for him. There's no need to search. A slightly annoyed voice suddenly came from the side of the ship, and in the next moment, Yang Kai climbed up and jumped directly onto the deck, frowning as he stared at the people on the ship, his expression ugly as he asked, "Everyone, we have no enmity between us. Why are you suddenly attacking me?" "We didn't want to attack you, we just wanted to break the iceberg under your feet." The Transcendent Realm Master coldly snorted, "If we really wanted to attack you, would you still be standing here calmly?" Yang Kai frowned but didn't say anything more. He had also seen the attacks just now and knew they weren't aimed at him, nor did they contain any killing intent. It was likely that his approach had caused some misunderstanding. However, Yang Kai didn't intend to let the iceberg hit their ship. Explaining this now was useless, so Yang Kai simply didn't mention it. "Little brat, I'll ask you a few questions, answer them honestly. If you dare to conceal anything, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish," the Transcendent Realm Cultivator said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded, circulating his yuan qi to evaporate the seawater on his body, putting on a docile appearance with no hostility. "Who are you? How did you end up on this iceberg?" "Junior is just a nobody. He accidentally lost his way at sea and had no choice but to land on this iceberg. Otherwise he would have drowned long ago." "Oomph." The man coldly snorted, Yang Kai not answering his question directly, obviously making him somewhat dissatisfied. "Then why did you come to my Holy Land's ship?" "I had no choice. I've been waiting for many days and only saw your ship, so I just wanted to come here and ask you for directions. And, if it's convenient, I'd like to ask you to take me away from the sea and find a place to settle down." Chapter 742. Don't worry, I'll pay you well, Yang Kai finished and added. The cultivator standing on the deck seemed to have heard a good joke and burst into laughter, each of them showing an amused expression as they stared at Yang Kai, a strange light flashing across their eyes. Even the Transcendent Realm Master couldn't help smiling and nodding. Boy, what kind of reward can you offer? How about 10 crystal stones? That's the price I can afford. Yang Kai tilted his head, simply pretending to be a country bumpkin. He could also see that the owner of the ship was either rich or powerful, so naturally he wouldn't care about such a small reward. The people around him laughed even harder. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator nodded lightly. I didn't expect you to have some spare cash, boy. However, you can keep those 10 crystal stones for yourself. Saying so, he waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, give him a small boat and tell him to scram. Yang Kai's previous answer had made him somewhat vigilant. Although Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai on the ship, only wanting to send him off as quickly as possible. That's fine. Yang Kai didn't insist, but can you point me in a certain direction? No matter where it is, as long as I can reach land as quickly as possible. What's the use of pointing you in a certain direction? The other man coldly snorted. With your cultivation, you won't be able to reach land, you'll just have to prey on the sea. You can consider yourself lucky to have met my 9 heavens holy land. If it were any other great force's ship, I'm afraid you would have already been chopped up and thrown into the sea. 9 heavens holy land? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Daring to use the word holy land, this great force was no small matter. After arriving in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had also seen a variety of forces, big and small, such as Bold Independent Union, Water Spirit Temple, Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, Soaring Heaven Sect, and so on. Among them, Bold Independent Union and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion were relatively weak, Water Spirit Temple was in the middle, and Soaring Heaven Sect was the strongest, but this 9 heavens holy land should be even stronger than Soaring Heaven Sect. As they spoke, a small boat that could accommodate several people was lowered from the ship and a cultivator called out, Uncle Qian, the boat is ready. The Transcendent Realm Cultivator called Uncle Qian was about to answer, but his brow furrowed as he quickly turned around and bowed. Young lady, why are you out here? The other cultivators standing on the deck also hurriedly saluted in that direction, their expressions extremely respectful. Following their gazes, Kai Yang's eyes lit up. From the cabin, a young woman wearing a white dress walked out. This woman was very young and extremely beautiful, her skin as white as mutton fat, her eyebrows curved like crescent moons, and her pair of beautiful eyes exuded a lively charm. Her figure was exquisite, tall, and straight, and her buttocks were round and supple. Her entire body exuded the aura of a noble young lady, pleasing to the eye. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's unbridled gaze, the woman couldn't help frowning slightly as she glanced over at him casually. Uncle Qian turned his head and sneered coldly at Yang Kai, his tone full of warning. Yang Kai responded calmly. It was a bit stuffy inside, so when I heard some noise outside, I came out to take a look. The woman's lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant as she glanced around and asked, "What happened here?" Uncle Qian immediately reported everything that had just happened, no matter how big or small. The woman couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some surprise before nodding lightly, indicating that she understood. Cheng Fei glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, coldly snorting, "Why are you asking about this?" "Nothing, I just thought she was very beautiful." Yang Kai showed an expression of gentleness and gentleness. "Hehe, Her Highness the Saintess is naturally beautiful." Cheng Fei's face flashed a trace of fanaticism, seemingly quite obsessed with Her Highness the Saintess, but soon he snapped back and angrily shouted, "Smelly brat, the next time you dare look at Her Highness the Saintess, this uncle will dig out your eyeballs. Do you think a toad can eat swan meat? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Her Highness the Saintess is gentle and kind, the one who can match her has yet to be born. Just you, Being able to look at her is a blessing left over from your previous life. This big man snorted disdainfully towards Yang Kai, his words causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had nothing left to hide. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking that although he couldn't compare to that little white boy Zhai Yao, he was still a heroic and extraordinary man. How could he be described as a wretched person by this guy? Immediately losing interest in talking, Yang Kai followed behind Qing Fei silently. However, this woman was actually the saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, a fact that surprised Yang Kai. It was said that saintesses were holy and noble existences. Under normal circumstances they would not appear in public. Yang Kai didn't know why this saintess of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was floating on a ship at sea. Soon, Cheng Fei led Yang Kai to a room at the bottom of the ship's cabin. With a look of annoyance, Cheng Fei said, "Go in until we arrive at our destination. You'll have to stay here. Your 3 meals a day will naturally be sent to you. You're not allowed to go out without permission. If you dare go out, you'll be thrown into the sea." Looking at the small space where even turning around would cause him to run into a wall, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. However, he didn't ask for too much and simply walked in without saying a word. Cheng Fei saw Yang Kai act quite meekly and was very satisfied, immediately closing the door after Yang Kai entered. This room wasn't really a room at all, it was probably just a small warehouse used to store things, covering an area of about 2 meters and emitting a strange smell. Yang Kai was extremely helpless. There was nothing in the room, so he could only sit cross-legged on the floor and open the window behind him, allowing the clear sea breeze to blow in. Only then did he feel much better. The big ship continued to sail on the sea, the entire journey uneventful. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so he didn't spy on the movements of the people on the ship. Every day, he just sat down in the cabin and cultivated, waiting for the big ship of Nine Heavens' Holy Land to dock so he could leave. During this period, Cheng Fei also delivered 3 meals a day, all of which were sea fish that Yang Kai didn't have much taste in his mouth. Uncle Qian, who was a transcendent realm cultivator, also came to inquire about Yang Kai's situation several times, and after seeing Yang Kai behave himself, he was very satisfied. Occasionally, some sea beasts would cause trouble, but under the siege of the ship's masters, they were quickly killed. After several battles, Yang Kai was secretly shocked by the heritage of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. There were at least 6 transcendent realm masters aboard the ship, 2 of which were third-order transcendents, Uncle Qian being one of them. The remaining 4 were all second-order transcendents. However, what made Yang Kai feel slightly strange was that there weren't any Saint Realm Masters here. Logically speaking, the status of the Saintess was very important, so if such a character was drifting on the sea, there should be a Saint Realm Master stationed here to guard against any accidents. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Inside a huge room in the ship's cabin, the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess sat at a table, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Compared to Kai Yang's room, this room was 1,000,000 times better. The room was lit with the highest grade of incense. The fragrance was pleasant and filled with warmth. The room's decorations were also incomparably exquisite, with a noble aura flowing through every corner of the room. Chapter 743. Young lady, what are you thinking about? A maidservant standing next to the Saintess saw her remain motionless for 1 or 2 hours and couldn't help asking. Nothing. The Saintess slowly shook her head, a faint trace of sadness appearing on her brow. Young lady, are you thinking about whether or not you can find the Holy Master this time? Bei Er smiled. I don't want to find the Holy Master. The Saintess sighed softly. But this is young lady's duty. Bei Er's face also became gloomy. I know, I'm looking for him right now, but he hasn't appeared. What can I do? It would be best if he never appears, that way young lady won't have to worry about anything. Shoo! The Saintess quickly raised a jade finger to her lips and quietly glanced outside, whispering, You can only say this to me, Don't say it outside, it won't be good if Uncle Qian and the others hear. I know, Bay Air stuck out her tongue. But young lady doesn't need to worry too much. My 9 Heavens Holy Land has a total of 4 saintesses. In addition to you, the other 3 are also looking for him. Perhaps they will be able to find him. No matter who finds him, it won't be good. The saintess sighed slightly, stood up, and said, I'm tired of sitting here, let's go out for a walk. Bay Air nodded quickly. Outside the cabin and looking around for a while, the saintess' mood improved greatly. Suddenly remembering Yang Kai, she quickly asked one of the disciples on the ship about him. Learning that Yang Kai had been hiding in the cabin and hadn't come out, the saintess couldn't help frowning. Because she was born with a special ability, she could basically spy on the true thoughts of others. When she met Yang Kai before, although she understood that he didn't have any hostility or malice towards her, she still felt that he was a bit strange, as if he was shrouded in a mysterious aura that made the saintess, who had always been good at observation, unable to see through him. After learning that he was safe, the saintess didn't have any intention of talking to him, and after resting for a while, returned to the cabin. Days passed, and the ship had been sailing on the sea for about a month when Yang Kai, who was meditating under the cabin, suddenly smelled a scent that made him feel nostalgic. It was the smell of soil. He hurriedly looked out of the window and saw that in the distant horizon, there were some irregularly arranged islands. Shocked, Yang Kai stood up. During this period of time, he had been cooped up in the cabin, and it had suffocated him to death. Now that he saw land, he could finally leave this small space, and his mood instantly became happy. Half a day later, the large ship stopped at the side of an island, and a wave of footsteps came from outside the door. Not long after, the robust man called Ching Fei pushed the door open and shouted, Kid, we've arrived, come out. Yang Kai nodded slightly and followed him out. On the deck of the ship, the disciples of 9 Heavens Holy Land were disembarking in an orderly manner. On the edge of the island, there were also some cultivators who seemed to be local tyrants who were respectfully greeting them, all of them wearing respectful smiles. When Yang Kai saw the saintess of 9 Heavens Holy Land on the deck, he thought for a moment before walking towards her. His movement immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Uncle Qian's yuan qi surged as he glared at Yang Kai. It seemed that as soon as Yang Kai made the slightest move, he would immediately be mercilessly killed. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and leisurely strolled over to the saintess, cupping his fists and saying, Many thanks for young lady's rescue this time, this one will remember it in his heart. I wish young lady eternal youth, health, and longevity. The saintess' eyelashes trembled slightly before she suddenly smiled. Yang Kai's words were quite different from others, causing her to be a bit surprised. Nodding lightly, she said, You're too polite. In the future, you should pay more attention to your surroundings, don't drift out to sea again. Many thanks for young lady's concern, farewell. Saying so, Yang Kai jumped off the ship and quickly left. Smooth talker. Uncle Qian seemed to dislike Yang Kai very much and couldn't help coldly snorting. I think he's quite sincere. The saintess looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back and smiled. Below the ship, many cultivators, whether old or young, were attracted by this smile and were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Uncle Qian let out a heavy snort that everyone recovered and couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Yang Kai got off the ship and walked around the island. There were also many cultivators coming and going on this island, but the world energy aura here was a bit thin, not as rich as the other islands occupied by Water Spirit Temple. Moreover, there didn't seem to be many masters on this island. Among the local masters who had come to greet 9 Heavens Holy Land just now, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, a white-haired old man with 1 foot in the grave. From the looks of it, the nearby islands weren't very good and should be occupied by some small forces, completely incomparable to Water Spirit Temple. From the scene of people coming and going, it was obvious that on Water Spirit Temple's side, outsiders were not allowed to enter, but on this island, there seemed to be many outsiders. After wandering around the island for a while, Yang Kai walked into an inn, chose a table by the window, and ordered the waiter to bring him some food and drink. The waiter nodded and soon returned with many exquisite dishes, but just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Yang Kai. "What other instructions does honored guest have?" the waiter asked with a smile. Yang Kai didn't say a word, simply taking out 2 crystal stones and placing them on the table. The waiter's eyes lit up and he immediately flattered, "Honored guest, these dishes won't cost more than 2 crystal stones. I'll ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, the extra is yours. If honored guest has any questions, please feel free to ask. This humble one will answer to the best of his ability." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Where is this place?" The waiter stared at Yang Kai in amazement for a moment before smiling. "Honored guest doesn't know where this place is? Then how did you get here?" Before he finished speaking though, he saw the look in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly stopped and explained, "This is Sea Green Island. Then what kind of forces are there here?" "Here, there is the Cheng family, Wang family, Hai family." The waiter reported one by one. After listening to the waiter's description, Yang Kai understood that these nearby islands belonged to a force called the Seven Family Alliance. There were about 20 to 30 islands nearby, and a total of 7 families occupied these islands. These families were all fairly equal in strength, but none of them were too powerful. As for the masters in these families, as Yang Kai had seen before, the most powerful one was only a second-order transcendent, and there weren't many transcendents, each family only having 4 or 5. After inquiring about the distance to Water Spirit Temple, the waiter's answer left Yang Kai dumbfounded. He seemed to have followed 9 Heavens Holy Land's ship in the opposite direction and was now several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Water Spirit Temple. Learning this, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that there was no way for him to return to Water Spirit Temple and thank Shui Ling in person, so he could only wait until they had a chance to meet. As for the mainland closest to these islands, it would take at least a month to reach by boat. "Is there an alchemist guild here?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The waiter shook his head. "What a remote place." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Even the alchemist guild headquarters didn't establish a branch here. Obviously this place was quite desolate. "Is little brother an alchemist?" The waiter was a shrewd man, so from Yang Kai's question, he was keenly aware of something. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "The Seven Family Alliance is vigorously recruiting alchemists and the benefits are first class. If little brother wants to make some money, you might as well apply." Yang Kai quietly curled his lips, obviously not interested in this. He didn't care about the benefits, all he wanted right now was to improve his alchemy skills. But looking at the Seven Family Alliance's forces, it was obvious they didn't have any good herbs for him to refine. "Right, what are the guests here talking about? Why do I see them all dressed up so well? Why do they look so elegant and elegant?" Kai Yang asked again. Since arriving on this island, Yang Kai had noticed this problem. Basically, as long as one was a young man, they would dress up like dogs. Not only were they particular about their clothing, but when they spoke, they were also very polite. It seemed like all of them were very well educated. Not only young people, but even some middle-aged people were like this, always paying attention to their manners, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes observing their performance. This made Yang Kai quite puzzled, not understanding whether this was the custom of this place or some other reason. "Little brother, you don't know?" Hearing Yang Kai's question, the waiter suddenly showed a smirk, his expression becoming ambiguous. "Should I know?" Yang Kai glanced over at him before taking out 2 more crystal stones and placing them on the table without any trace of politeness, saving this waiter from continuing to talk nonsense with him. The waiter's eyes were sharp and his hands were quickly grabbing the crystal stone and thanking him profusely. Sure enough, he didn't waste any more time, glancing around before whispering into Yang Kai's ear, "The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintesses are here today. All of them are deliberately showing off." Yang Kai frowned. What does the saintess coming here have to do with them? Of course it has something to do with them. The waiter saw that Yang Kai really didn't seem to know the inside story and couldn't help being surprised, quickly explaining, "The saintess is out on an inspection tour. She is looking for the next holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. If one can catch the eye of Her Highness the saintess, that person will be like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, flying to a branch and transforming into a phoenix." Just based on them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw all these crooked and pretentious people, causing him to feel nauseous for a moment before sneering disdainfully, "That saintess would have to be blind to take a fancy to this group of trash." "Shoo." The waiter's face changed as he became vigilant, whispering, "Honored guest, please don't say such things, you'll only provoke public anger. Besides, who Her Highness the saintess will choose, we don't know. Every time the 9 heavens holy land's saintess goes out on an inspection tour, it will cause such a disturbance. Half a year ago, 9 heavens holy land released news that the saintess was going out on an inspection tour, shocking the world. Countless young geniuses have been secretly preparing. Our Clear Sea Island has been lively since half a month ago. Everyone has been waiting for the saintess to arrive. If it were before, how could this place be so lively?" Since the arrival of the saintess, all the young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. Yang Kai stayed here for 10 days, running around the various large and small islands, appreciating the local customs and buying a lot of herbs. Unfortunately, the matter he had been paying attention to didn't appear. After the saintess arrived here, it was as if she had disappeared without a trace, so there was no way she could find the mysterious Saint Master. While Yang Kai was touring the archipelago, inside a palace on one of the islands, the Third Order Transcendent Uncle Qian respectfully came up to the saintess and asked nervously, "Young lady, is there still no response?" The saintess slowly shook her head. Uncle Qian's expression became gloomy as he sighed slightly. "This is already the 8th place we visited. It seems the Saint Master isn't here. In a few days we'll leave and head to the next place." The saintess nodded slightly, not refuting. She knew what kind of responsibility she shouldered since she was a child and had always strived towards this goal. Between her and her 3 sisters, one of them would eventually find the next Saint Master in this vast sea of people. "Uncle Qian, we've been here for a few days and haven't gone out yet. Today, I want to go out with her to enjoy the scenery. Is that all right?" The saintess suddenly asked. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Good. But young lady should dress up a bit first." "Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety." With Uncle Qian's approval, the saintess' mood seemed to improve greatly. After dressing up, the 2 women happily went out, 2 second-order transcendent masters quietly following behind them in case something unexpected happened. On the island, Yang Kai was searching for rare herbs in a shop when suddenly, a sensational energy fluctuation spread out from nearby, accompanied by a loud bang that seemed to shake the entire island. Everyone on the island paled, not knowing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he quickly rushed out of the medicine shop and flew up into the air to look in the direction of the source of the sound. Above the sea, a pillar of water was slowly descending, as if something terrible had happened in the depths of the sea just now. Some people were hurriedly flying back from the sea while many cultivators who didn't know what was going on were also rushing over. At the same time, Yang Kai noticed an aura that made him feel very comfortable. It was the aura of Yang attribute energy. Obviously, because of the accident just now, this aura had leaked out from the depths of the sea. Immediately shaking his spirits, Yang Kai rushed over. The water attribute aura in the sea was extremely rich, so under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anything with Yang attribute to form, but once it did, it meant it was extraordinary. Yang Kai really wanted to know what kind of thing could actually emit such an aura. But before he could approach, he was stopped by a group of people. These people should be cultivators from the Seven Family Alliance who had formed a line of defense on the coast, not allowing anyone to approach. Although there were many foreign cultivators, everyone adhered to the principle of not looking for trouble and didn't try to force their way in, all of them stopping a short distance away and staring towards the sea, whispering to one another. Yang Kai listened for a while but didn't hear any useful information, only that this accident had happened very suddenly. Soon, many masters arrived on the island. Yang Kai had seen these people before. They were the group of people who had come to greet the Saintess when Nine Heavens Holy Land's ship docked. They were all masters from the Seven Family Alliance. These people had gathered together and were discussing something in low voices, their expressions dignified, from time to time glancing towards the place where many outsiders were gathered. Yang Kai had been observing all this time and felt that the young attribute aura leaking out from the depths of the sea seemed to be getting richer and richer, causing him to become more and more curious. After waiting for half a day, just as Yang Kai was considering whether to sneak into the depths of the sea to investigate before nightfall, the masters from the Seven Family Alliance seemed to have come to a decision. One of the transcendent realm yellow-faced old men walked over to the crowd and stopped a short distance away before lightly coughing. I'm sure everyone has heard about the accident just now and has even seen it with their own eyes. My Seven Family Alliance won't hide anything from you. In line with the principle of sharing good news with all of you, we're guests from afar, so I'd like to inform you that below this island, somewhere in the sea, there seems to be an ancient ruin. Cries of alarm rang out. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly. Ancient ruin, these 4 words were like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, shocking them all. The yellow-faced old man glanced around and was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, smiling lightly as he said, "There's no need to doubt, that is indeed an ancient ruin. Before this, my Seven Family Alliance was aware of it and sent some people down to investigate. It was precisely because they triggered the spirit array that such a big commotion occurred. The people who returned have confirmed this." "Old man, what are you planning? Do you want us to go down and help you explore so your Seven Family Alliance can take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of us?" Immediately, some of the people who thought they were smart shouted. Hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help becoming a little vigilant as they stared at the yellow-faced old man vigilantly. With such a great opportunity, the Seven Family Alliance had no reason to tell these outsiders about it for no reason. Obviously, they were trying to entice them to go down and investigate. If that wasn't the case, then there must be a great deal of danger down there, otherwise, the Seven Family Alliance would have already gone down themselves. The yellow-faced old man chuckled and unexpectedly admitted, "I did have such an idea, but that's not all of it. My Seven Family Alliance knows our limits. If you want to forcibly go down and take a share of the loot, we can't stop you." "You old man, it seems you still have some self-awareness." Someone laughed loudly. Because of the arrival of the Saintess, there were too many outsiders here, and although most of them didn't have high cultivation, it was impossible for them to stop all of them. It was possible that as soon as they stepped foot down, someone would follow them. The yellow-faced old man's words were quite honest and won many people's goodwill. So, after some discussion, my Seven Family Alliance has a proposal. I hope you'll listen to it. Old man, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. My Seven Family Alliance will take the lead and go down to investigate what is hidden inside the ancient ruins. If there are any friends who want to come along, please register and register. When the time comes, if there are any benefits, my Seven Family Alliance is willing to share them with you. This way, everyone will benefit and avoid any unpleasantness. The yellow-faced old man shouted in a deep voice. However, this old master must remind you that we don't know what the situation inside the ancient ruins is like, but where there are benefits, there are also risks. If you want to act together with my Seven Family Alliance, please have a certain level of awareness. If you lose your life, we will not be responsible. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, a strange smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "Young lady, why are you here? Are you sure it's me?" The woman smiled faintly, seemingly a little surprised. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. There is a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Every woman's fragrance is different, although you've changed your appearance. And I don't know what method you used to conceal your original aura, but this fragrance can't be changed. You really have a dog's nose. The woman's face blushed slightly as she glared at Yang Kai. Seeing how experienced you are, you must have seduced a lot of women, right? Nope. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. I've always been a clean and honest person. I would never do such shameless things. The woman giggled and shook her head. I don't believe you. Yang Kai glanced over at her before glancing over at the two second-order transcendent masters who were hurriedly flying away. The two of them were releasing their divine senses and scrupulously, seemingly anxiously searching for someone, but after failing to find anything, they could only dejectedly leave. Isn't this inappropriate? No matter what, you're still a saintess. What are you doing here? Yang Kai quietly pointed in the direction the two masters had left. They seem to be looking for you. Don't look at them. They're still vigilant. If they discover you, it won't be good. The woman quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes. When he realized the true identity of this woman just now, Yang Kai was truly shocked. She was actually the Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess on that ship. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of exquisite method she had used to perfectly conceal her aura and even change her original appearance. If she hadn't taken the initiative to approach him, Yang Kai wouldn't have discovered her. The skills of this Nine Heavens Holy Land saintess were truly bizarre. No wonder she was able to escape from those two second-order transcendent masters and secretly hide here. You haven't told me yet, what are you doing here? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Joining in the fun. There are so many people here. This kind of fun isn't easy to join. If you make a mistake, you'll lose your life. Yang Kai snorted, shooting her a strange look. The saintess immediately became annoyed. Do you think I don't understand anything and will only die in vain? If an immortal ascension boundary 7-stage cultivator like you can go, why can't I? My strength is much higher than yours. Hey, don't you have the manners and upbringing of a saintess? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The woman in front of him at this moment was very different from the gentle and quiet saintess from before, as if she was the real her. Why do you care? In any case, I won't choose you as holy master. The woman snorted disdainfully. I don't want to be holy master. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. The woman suddenly frowned and said, Don't expose me, I only approached you because I believe you. Don't worry, I won't meddle in other people's business. Yang Kai nodded, but soon became vigilant again. Why would a saintess like you approach a nobody like me? The saintess' long eyelashes fluttered as she smiled and said, How do I say this? I always feel like you're hiding something, like there's a mysterious aura around you that I can't see through. I'm a bit curious. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he grinned meaningfully. Same here. What kind of cultivation did this woman have? Yang Kai couldn't see through her. Even if he was in close contact with her, it was as if there was some kind of mysterious power around her that prevented him from prying. Your smile is quite evil. The saintess looked at Yang Kai timidly before sighing. I grew up in the Holy Land since I was a child, and this was the first time I had ever left the Holy Land, but wherever I went, there were always people following me. It was so annoying. I just wanted to be able to be my own master for once, so I was able to shake them off. You don't need to explain yourself to me. Yang Kai said lightly, I have no interest in the affairs of outsiders. And, when we arrive at the ancient ruins, don't get entangled with me. If you really encounter any danger, you can only pray for yourself, don't expect anyone to come and save you. Chapter 746. Today, seeing Yang Kai's attitude suddenly become cold, the saintess snorted, I don't expect you to save me, just take care of yourself. Saying so, she angrily walked away, apparently unwilling to communicate with Yang Kai any longer. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what the situation below was, but perhaps there really was some kind of great danger. If this saintess had been by his side all this time, he really wouldn't have been able to act freely. It was far better to be on his own and not care about the life or death of others. Although this woman had allowed Yang Kai to stay on the ship, they were only strangers who had met by chance, so Yang Kai had no obligation to protect her safety. In Yang Kai's opinion, this was just a little girl who had grown up in a greenhouse and wanted to prove her ability just because she had some skill. He needed to make her suffer a bit so she would understand how dangerous this world was. After waiting for a long time, the cultivator from the Seven Family Alliance finally finished their discussion. Under the yellow-faced old man's command, the selected outsiders gathered into 7 teams. When Yang Kai had signed up before, he had also chosen a random family, but only now did he discover that the family he had chosen was actually the high family this yellow-faced old man belonged to. There were about 40 outsiders in this team, each one of them looking quite strong, with one of them even being a transcendent. The 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess was not in this team, instead she was with another family. The yellow-faced old man came to the front of the crowd, cleared his throat, and swept his eyes over them. This old man is untalented, but he is Hai Wang Gu, the protector of the 7 Family Alliance's High Family. This time, this old man will lead everyone into the ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. I ask everyone to listen to this old man's orders and not act rashly to avoid unnecessary casualties. And in addition to all of you, my high family will also send a dozen capable masters to cooperate with you. Since all of you have chosen my high family, then this high will definitely do his best to protect all of you. But let me warn you first, if any of you end up harming everyone's interests, then don't blame this high for being ruthless. Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd in a dignified manner, causing everyone to remain silent, not saying a word. Hai Wang Gu nodded with satisfaction, then, life or death is up to fate, let's go. While he was talking, he was the first one to fly out. More than 40 foreign cultivators gathered together with the dozen or so cultivators from the Fair family. They closely followed his footsteps and rushed towards the surface of the sea. At the same time, the remaining 6 families also made their moves. While flying, Yang Kai secretly observed the group of people dispatched by the Hai family. There were only a dozen or so of them, but if he counted Hai Wanggu, there were 3 transcendents while the rest were all peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Although their numbers were small, their overall strength was undoubtedly much stronger than this group of outsiders. The Fair family could be considered to have dispatched all of their elites. They had completely occupied the initiative. The other 6 families also had the same lineup. After a short while, everyone arrived at the surface of the sea. Hai Wang-gu waved his hand and summoned out a disc-shaped artifact. This artifact was shrouded in a silver glow and exuded a rich energy fluctuation, clearly a spirit-grade artifact. "Everyone, please come closer, this old man will take you down," Hai Wang-gu shouted to the crowd. Everyone hurriedly moved closer to him. Hai Wang-gu poured his true qi into the disc artifact, and suddenly, a silver light curtain appeared around him, wrapping up a 200-meter radius around him. Under his control, this light curtain quickly sank, bringing everyone down to the seabed. Seeing him reveal such a skill, many people's expressions became solemn. Although Hai Wang-gu did not display any powerful artifacts or martial skills, just his ability to bring dozens of people into the sea with him was enough to impress many people. Secretly observing everyone's expressions, Hai Wang-gu's face showed a faint smugness. All around them was blue sea water, and below them was a sea of darkness. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Many of the martial artists who had never entered the sea before couldn't help but gulp. They quietly moved closer to Hai Wang-gu, as if they could find more safety. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were bright lights all around. It was the cultivator from the other 6 families, all of them using different methods to rush towards the bottom of the sea. The silver light curtain created by Hai Wang-gu was extremely tough. Even when the sea water flowed outside, it was unable to penetrate. Around it, there were also a number of colorful fish swimming around. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help pointing at it curiously. As they dove deeper, the expression on Hai Wang-gu's face gradually became less relaxed. The depths of the sea were unfathomable, and the deeper they went, the greater the pressure. Even if he was a transcendent realm master, maintaining such a large-scale artifact required him to consume a huge amount of yuan qi. The silver light curtain also seemed to be under great pressure and was no longer as smooth as before, slowly shrinking in size. Noticing this, the cultivator's expression couldn't help changing, frowning as he stared at Hai Wang-gu, wondering if he could keep going. After diving for a while, Hai Wang-gu suddenly said, "Everyone, this old master would like to ask for your help. Can you use your yuan qi to help this old master maintain the operation of this artifact? If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the bottom of the sea." Hearing him say this, many people couldn't help cursing in their hearts. This old man clearly still had some strength to spare, but he was putting on an extremely difficult expression. Obviously, he didn't want to consume too much yuan qi and wanted to maintain his condition, so he wanted everyone to help. Seeing the silver light curtain shrink to the edge of their bodies, the cultivator had no choice but to act, all of them quickly circulating their yuan qi and sending it towards the artifact in Hai Wang-gu's hand. Hai Wang-gu smiled and nodded, accepting this yuan qi and transforming it into his artifact's power. Yang Kai also followed suit and sent out a few yuan qi bursts. Everyone snorted in their hearts. Everyone was holding the idea of saving yuan qi and was unwilling to contribute, hoping that others would waste their energy in order to gain the upper hand in the upcoming exploration. They hadn't even reached the bottom of the sea yet they were already scheming against each other. Who knew what would happen once they reached the bottom of the sea? After accepting everyone's yuan qi, the silver light curtain really did expand a lot. But after a while, Hai Wang-gu once again asked for help. After repeating this process many times, they still hadn't seen the so-called ancient ruins. Everyone's yuan qi consumption was too great, so they suddenly became impatient and began to ask questions. Hai Wang-gu calmly explained, "Don't worry, we're almost there. The depth of the seabed is not something you can imagine." This continued for about the time it would take to burn a stick of incense before someone suddenly exclaimed and pointed down, "Look down there." Following the direction he was pointing, everyone looked down and couldn't help shaking their spirits. Down below, there were flashing colorful lights, and surrounded by these lights, a huge and boundless ruin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ancient ruins. Everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "It looks like we've finally arrived." Hai Wang-gu smiled faintly, leading everyone down at a much faster speed. Not long after, the group arrived at the periphery of the ancient ruins. Looking from the outside, the ancient ruins covered a vast area, about a few dozen miles in radius. Inside the ancient ruins, it was desolate. There were many palace-like existences and neatly arranged houses, but most of them had already collapsed, leaving behind only broken walls and ruins. Moreover, the periphery of this huge ancient ruins seemed to be wrapped in an inexplicable barrier, so even at the bottom of the sea, the ancient ruins were abnormally dry, without the slightest trace of moisture. At the edge of the ancient ruins, countless corals swayed back and forth with the flow of the sea. These corals exuded a colorful light, illuminating the ancient ruins with a gloomy aura. Everyone couldn't help feeling frightened, not knowing if there was some kind of danger lurking inside. Hai Wang-gu, on the other hand, continued to maintain the operation of the artifact as he led everyone directly into the ancient ruins. The barrier around the ancient ruins blocked the sea and turned a blind eye to everyone's intrusion, allowing the group of a few dozen people to easily enter the ancient ruins. Hai Wang-gu took back his artifact and took a deep breath, his old face filled with excitement as his eyes flashed with expectation. "Since we're here, let's hurry up, the other 6 groups should also be here soon," Hai Wang-gu said. Everyone's face went black as they looked at Hai Wang-gu's relaxed appearance, realizing that they had all been fooled by this old fox. In order to maintain the operation of the artifact, most of the people here had consumed a lot of energy, but Hai Wanggu was still full of energy. Now that he had made such a proposal, it was obvious he didn't intend to give everyone time to recover. As they spoke from different corners, the other 6 groups of people arrived one after another. Not having the time to curse, these cultivators quickly took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, following Hai Wanggu's pace while secretly circulating their secret arts to dissolve the medicinal efficacies and replenish their yuan qi. In order to avoid suspicion, Yang Kai also put on an act and casually tossed a pill into his mouth. After entering this ancient ruin, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich yang attribute energy flowing out from a certain direction. This yang attribute energy filled the entire ancient ruin, causing it to not only not feel cold, but instead feel warm. However, Yang Kai didn't leave the group and head in that direction. The ancient ruins were mysterious and unpredictable, so he planned to follow the group and explore the situation first. As everyone walked, they couldn't help exclaiming in amazement. Because the things in this ancient ruins were extremely old, at least a few thousand years old. It was unknown which great force it belonged to, but in the end, it had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Everyone was paying close attention to their surroundings, releasing their divine senses to search for any possible treasures. As Hai Wanggu walked, he said, "If you find anything, please give it to this old master. Rest assured, after we leave this place and return to the surface, this old master will share everything with you. My Hai family will never take anything here for itself. Of course, the more effort you put in, the more benefits you will receive in the end. My Hai family is no exception." Hai Wanggu's words were righteous, but after suffering such a loss, no one dared to believe him. Chapter 747. After walking for a short time, a few people suddenly jumped out of the group and ran towards the collapsed houses on both sides. At the same time, many people noticed that inside the houses on both sides, there seemed to be something emitting energy fluctuations. Hai Wanggu waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop and wait quietly. The people who rushed out were the cultivators of the Hai family. After all, this was their territory, so even if a foreign cultivator noticed something unusual, he wouldn't act first. If there were benefits, the Hai family wouldn't mind drinking the soup, but if there was danger, the Hai family would be the one to test it out. That was what everyone was planning. A moment later, the Hai family cultivator quickly returned from the left and right sides. The 2 who returned from the left side were dejected and slowly shook their heads towards Hai Wanggu. Obviously, they hadn't gained anything. On the other hand, the one who returned from the right side had an extremely excited smile on his face as he handed over a seemingly simple object to Hai Wanggu. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into this object. Hai Wanggu took it and carefully wiped the dust off its surface, releasing his divine sense to investigate it, and couldn't help raising his brow as he nodded. It's an artifact, but with the passage of time, it has lost most of its spirituality. Now, it's only mysterious grade low rank. What a pity. If it was in perfect condition, I'm afraid it would at least be a spirit grade top rank artifact. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help showing a look of regret. What he said this time was the truth, because everyone's eyes were focused on this artifact. Under the prying of their divine senses, it was impossible for him to lie. However, they had only walked a short distance before obtaining an artifact, which could be considered a good thing, so everyone was looking forward to this trip. This artifact will be kept by this old master for now. When we return, I'll have an artifact refiner repair it. Perhaps it can restore some of its spirituality and improve its grade, Hai Wanggu said as he put the artifact into his universe bag. He had made it clear that everything he found would be kept by him and shared with everyone after they returned. On top of that, this thing was found by the Hai family cultivator. At this time, naturally no one said anything. With such a harvest, everyone became more focused on their search. Moreover, in order to expand the search range, Hai Wang Gu divided everyone into 3 small teams, each led by a transcendent from his Hai family, each of them heading off in 3 different directions. Yang Kai still followed behind Hai Wang Gu, but after the team split up, there were less than 20 people left. Besides Hai Wang Gu, only Yang Kai was a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Among the collapsed houses on both sides of the road, from time to time, everyone would find something that made their eyes light up. Most of these things were artifacts, although occasionally there were also secret arts and martial skills. But because too much time had passed, these martial arts manuals were not well preserved. The moment they entered the hand, they turned into fine powder, causing people to wring their wrists in pity. There were also some medicinal pills, but similarly, because too much time had passed, their medicinal properties had completely evaporated, and only some residue remained. They could no longer be used. Half a day later, the group only managed to obtain a few incomplete artifacts that had lost most of their spirituality. This made them somewhat dissatisfied. These gains were far from what they had expected. Yang Kai had been following the team from the beginning. Neither showing off nor deliberately concealing himself, only displaying the performance of an immortal ascension boundary 7th-stage cultivator, not attracting anyone's attention or suspicion. Among the dozen or so artifacts they had found, he had also contributed, but he wasn't interested in them. What made him slightly puzzled was that this ancient ruin should have belonged to a great sect from a long time ago. Such a sect should have many layers of barriers placed around it. Inferring from the barrier that blocked the seawater, these barriers should still be functional, but until now, no one had encountered any danger. This made him even more vigilant. As he was walking, a thin man suddenly approached him. Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at him casually, only to find that the other party was grinning at him silently and strangely. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Boy, you're quite smart." The man glanced over at Hai Wang Gu, who was leading the way, and determined that he wasn't paying attention to them before lowering his voice. "Am I?" Yang Kai suddenly felt interested. This man was also a foreign cultivator following Hai Wang Gu, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. He wasn't very old, probably only in his 30s, but his pair of small and narrow eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, giving off a shrewd and insidious aura. Him suddenly coming to find him for no reason made Yang Kai somewhat confused, not knowing what this man was planning. "I can see it." The man nodded lightly. "Although you're taciturn, your eyes are shining brightly, which is a sign of your shrewdness. You want to hide your true strength so you can make a big move?" "No, you're thinking too much." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't deny it, that's what everyone is thinking." The skinny man chuckled and said, "That old man kept all the spoils in his own Qianquan bag. Who knows what he's thinking? If we really go up there, he might not give us anything at all, or just give us a small profit. This is the territory of the 7-family alliance. In the end, it's up to them to decide. They eat the meat, I'll just drink the soup." Yang Kai chuckled. "My requirements aren't high. You don't look like someone who's so easily satisfied." The thin man curled his lips, his voice becoming even lower. "How about it? Are you interested in joining forces with me?" "Join forces for what?" The thin man's expression was one of utter disdain. "There doesn't seem to be any danger here, so we might as well leave this team and search for it ourselves. If we find something good, we can keep it for ourselves. Why follow behind them?" "Good idea." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, a look of interest appearing on his face. "You also think this is a good idea?" The thin man saw Yang Kai was tempted and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Let's act together, and if we really find something good, we'll split it evenly, no one will cheat the other. I've always been a fair person. Although the idea is good, I'll follow them, the more the safer." Yang Kai seemed hesitant and slowly shook his head. The thin man anxiously tried to dissuade him. Yang Kai stubbornly refused to budge, so the thin man couldn't help but scorn. "You stupid bird, If you follow them, sooner or later you'll suffer a great loss. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. This guy obviously wasn't a good person, so he was trying so hard to pull Yang Kai into his group. Obviously, he wanted to find someone to bolster his courage, so if they really encountered any danger, it would be easier for the two of them to deal with it together. Once they found the treasure, with his peak immortal ascension boundary strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Yang Kai? At least that's what he thought. Do you really think I'm stupid? Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Those few houses in front of us, send a few people to check them out. Hai Wanggu suddenly stopped and pointed to a few houses in front of them. Everyone nodded, and the team quickly dispatched a group of 3 to 5 people, heading towards the houses. Yang Kai also followed behind them, heading to the right. A total of 5 people had entered together, and outside the house, the 3 cultivators were rummaging through the cabinets. Yang Kai glanced around and felt that there wasn't much to gain here, so he lowered his head and walked inside. But before he could enter, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The thin man who had been talking to Yang Kai before had actually rushed in ahead of him. Yang Kai secretly shook his head but didn't care, following his footsteps into the house. Most of the things inside had already decayed into dust, but in a corner of the house, there were a few jade bottles scattered on the ground. At this moment, the thin man helplessly grabbed one of the jade bottles and casually opened it to take a look. Everyone had discovered many of these jade bottles before, all of which were used to hold pills, but the pills inside had long since lost their medicinal efficacies and were now nothing more than trash. But now, after the thin man took a look, his expression suddenly changed, a trace of fanaticism flashing across his eyes. Something good. Yang Kai's expression changed. The thin man seemed to recall that there was still Yang Kai next to him and quickly nodded, "Take a look." Saying so, he handed over the jade bottle. Yang Kai took it and lowered his head to look at it, but after seeing the somewhat different pill inside the jade bottle, he couldn't help feeling shocked. That medicinal pill was very different from ordinary medicinal pills. The round body of the medicinal pill seemed to be covered by a dense cloud, and this cloud was purely composed of spiritual energy. It was like a layer of transparent protective film that enveloped the entire medicinal pill. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many years had passed, the medicinal efficacies of this pill not only had not dissipated, but had instead become even richer. The fragrance wafting from it was enough to make one feel enlightened. With just a sniff, Yang Kai determined that this was a saint-grade pill. The grade of the pill was secondary, but what shocked him was the cloud-like world energy surrounding the pill. "Pill cloud!" Yang Kai exclaimed in a low voice. Now Yang Kai was also an outstanding alchemist, and when refining pills, he would often see lines similar to the human body's meridians appear. These were the meridians of a pill, known as pill veins. Once a pill formed pill veins, its value would increase several times over, and no matter how long it was stored, as long as the conditions were right, its medicinal efficacies would never dissipate. Every outstanding alchemist pursued the birth of pill veins and tried every means possible to make the pills they refined appear with pill veins, but unfortunately, there was no effective method to ensure that every pill would have pill veins. This had a lot to do with luck. Above pill veins was the legendary pill cloud. When Yang Kai was refining pills, pill veins would often appear, but pill clouds had never appeared. Now, for the first time, he finally saw what a pill cloud was. According to legend, when a pill cloud appeared, not only would it increase a pill's medicinal efficacies several times over, but it would also constantly gather world energy for the pill, nourishing it. It could be said that the longer a pill with pill clouds was stored, the greater its medicinal efficacies and value would be. Chapter 748. Yang Kai did not know how many years this saint pill in the jade bottle had been stored here. Throughout the countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, the pill cloud had been gathering world energy for this pill, nourishing it. Such a saint pill was no longer a simple pill, its value was immeasurable. Especially for an alchemist like Xianxia, it had great research value. If he could figure out the mystery behind the formation of pill clouds, Xianxia would be able to refine pills with pill clouds in the future. All kinds of thoughts quickly intertwined in Xianxia's mind, his expression fluctuating. Inside the jade bottle, the pill cloud exuded a subtle attractive force, drawing in the surrounding world energy. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and glared coldly at the thin man. The other party was also grinning at Xianxia, but the moment he turned his head, a green light suddenly burst out from the thin man's hand and in an instant, the entire room was wrapped in a poisonous mist. Heh, you stupid bird, don't blame father for being ruthless. The thin man saw Xianxia motionless as he was surrounded by his poisonous mist and chuckled in a low voice. Saying so, the thin man formed a blade with his fingers and sent out a surge of yuan qi, stabbing straight towards Xianxia's chest. At this moment, the thin man erupted with all his strength, vowing to kill Xianxia in one fell swoop. A saint pill with pill clouds, and one that had been stored here for at least 1,000 years, not only did Xianxia want such a treasure for himself, but the thin man also had the same idea. As long as he could obtain this saint pill, this trip to the sea would be a great harvest. Even if he could not obtain anything in the following journey, it did not matter. Inside the green poisonous mist, the thin man's face was filled with fanaticism and ferocity. Keng Chang. Xianxia's figure did not move, but a spark burst out from his chest, not even breaking his skin as he stared coldly at the thin man. The smile on the thin man's face quickly disappeared, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Soon his face distorted. He had used all of his strength in that attack, but not only did he fail to kill Xianxia, his finger was also fractured. The moment he poked Xianxia's body, he felt as if he was poking steel. His opponent's body was unbelievably hard. Idiot! Xianxia calmly patted his chest and smoothed out the creases on his clothes. If you don't do it, I have no reason to kill you. You're courting death, my friend. How did you? Even a transcendent can't resist my bone-eroding poison smoke. How did you manage to escape unscathed? The thin man's eyes trembled violently as panic filled his heart. Nothing is impossible. Xianxia smiled contemptuously. Seeing the thin man make a gesture of fleeing, his figure flickered and blocked his path, sending a palm strike towards the thin man's throat. The thin man's eyes bulged out as he covered his neck with both hands. His throat made some noises, but he couldn't say a single word. After staggering a few steps, he fell to the ground and died. A peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, Xianxia could easily deal with him now. Without waiting for the thin man to die, Xianxia grabbed the remaining jade bottles and hurriedly opened them, confirming that there were no pills with pill clouds inside before quickly rushing outside. What happened? What happened inside? The three cultivators outside just happened to rush in and ran into Xianxia, so they hurriedly asked. Although the confrontation between Xianxia and the thin man had been concealed, Yuan Qi's sudden burst of power had alerted them, so naturally they had come to investigate. Run! The barrier inside has been triggered. Xianxia's face paled as he shouted. The three cultivators glanced behind Xianxia and upon seeing the green poisonous fog, their expressions became solemn and they didn't dare to rush in, hurriedly following Xianxia. What happened inside? Hai Wanggu saw the four of them in a hurry and couldn't help asking. There was a barrier in that room. When my friend and I were investigating, he accidentally touched it, Xianxia quickly explained, his face turning green as he spoke. Where is he? Hai Wanggu's expression changed. He's dead. The group of people suddenly became horrified. After arriving here, everyone had been walking for more than half a day without encountering any danger. Originally, they thought that this ancient ruin was extremely safe, but now that one of them had inexplicably died, it made them feel slightly uneasy. How come you're fine? Hai Wanggu's pair of bright eyes stared closely at Xianxia as he asked in a deep voice. I was a little far away, but it seems that I was also poisoned. Xianxia coughed lightly, the green color on his face changing even more rapidly. As soon as they heard him say this, everyone quickly moved away from him, afraid that they would be implicated. Yang Kai secretly observed the situation and his heart suddenly calmed down. Just now, before the thin man had attacked, he had first released a cloud of poisonous fog, so it was likely that he had been prepared to give the same explanation as what Yang Kai had just said. Yang Kai was just borrowing his means to explain the cause of his death. The room was still filled with poisonous fog, so it was likely that no one would investigate it carefully. Moreover, Yang Kai had deliberately inhaled a little of the poisonous fog, making his explanation even more convincing. There must be a barrier inside. Hai Wang-gu muttered in a low voice before suddenly turning to look at Yang Kai. Did you obtain anything? Only these few jade bottles. I quickly brought them out before leaving, Yang Kai said as he handed the jade bottles to Hai Wang-gu. Everyone had a disappointed look on their faces. They had found too many jade bottles, but they had never found any useful pills inside. Hai Wang-gu's expression was also not very good, looking at Yang Kai with some distrust. They had not encountered any barriers along the way, but now that they had encountered one, it was very likely that there was some kind of treasure inside this room. Otherwise, why would the original owner have placed such a barrier? You didn't hide anything? Hai Wang-gu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have a universe bag, so even if I did, where would I hide anything? Hai Wang-gu swept him with his divine sense, and after confirming that he was telling the truth, he nodded lightly. Although a universe bag was a very convenient storage artifact, not everyone on Tongxian realm could possess one. When he was in Bold Independent Union, of all the people Yang Kai had met, only a few captains from Bold Independent Union were qualified to be equipped with universe bags. This time, most of the cultivators who had followed the Seven Family Alliance into the sea didn't have such a storage artifact. Does Senior not trust me? Yang Kai looked at Hai Wang-gu coldly. Hai Wang-gu explained lightly, it's just a routine question, little brother doesn't need to mind. Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead opened the jade bottles with some helplessness. Originally, he didn't expect to find anything in these jade bottles, but when he opened them, Hai Wang-gu couldn't help showing a shocked expression, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing, carefully inspecting one of the jade bottles. At the same time, everyone smelled a pleasant medicinal fragrance. Hai Wang-gu was surprised as he poured out all the pills in the jade bottle. There were about a dozen of them, most of which were already wasted, but there were still 2 pills that stood out from the rest. These 2 pills had pill veins on them and were filled with rich world energy. It was because of these pill veins that they had not lost their medicinal efficacies and were still in good condition. Spirit pills! Hai Wang-gu exclaimed. The group of people was also extremely excited as they stared towards the pills in Hai Wang-gu's hand, their eyes flashing with ecstasy. These 2 pills were not only spirit-grade pills, but also spirit pills that had formed pill veins, making them several times more valuable than ordinary spirit-grade pills. Yang Kai stood to the side, coldly observing the expressions of the crowd, his expression indifferent. He had also checked these jade bottles just now and knew what was inside, but he didn't take them away. To him, these spirit pills with pill veins weren't of much value, he could refine them himself, but the saint pill with pill clouds was something he needed to obtain. Throwing out these jade bottles successfully attracted everyone's attention, making them no longer pay attention to him. Hai Wang-gu's pair of old hands trembled as he quickly opened the other jade bottles. Sure enough, he lived up to everyone's expectations and found a few more pills with pill veins. There were spirit-grade pills and mysterious-grade pills, all of them perfectly preserved. Sure enough, there are good things in that house. Hai Wang-gu kept nodding as he laughed heartily. Their 7 family alliance was just a small family, they couldn't afford to hire powerful alchemists, so naturally they couldn't obtain spirit-grade pills with pill veins. Now that he had obtained a few, he couldn't be happier than ever. If you find more jade bottles later, don't turn a blind eye to them, there may be some pills inside. Hai Wang-gu said as he put away his harvest. Everyone quickly nodded, none of them had considered this aspect before, Only now did they remember the legendary pill veins. Little brother has done a meritorious deed. There was also a foreign cultivator who patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately, praising him. No one mentioned the thin man who had died. All of them had just met by chance, so even if he died, no one would cry for him. Yang Kai kept coughing, his expression pained as he said sadly, "It's a pity that the friend who went in with me didn't come out." Hai Wang-gu looked at him, and although he didn't agree in his heart, he still said, "Little brother can rest assured, after we return, we will give him a share. If we can find out where his friends and relatives are, this Hai will definitely send them his share. Let's not talk about this for now. Take this detoxification pill. This is a pill refined by my Hai family's chief alchemist. It should be of some help to your injuries." With this harvest, Hai Wang-gu not only no longer doubted Yang Kai, he even began to care about him, handing a pill to Yang Kai as he spoke. "Many thanks." Yang Kai took the pill and examined it a little to determine that it was indeed a detoxification pill, and that it had not been tampered with before directly popping it into his mouth. Sitting down cross-legged, he pretended to circulate his secret art and said, "You go first, I'll catch up later." Chapter 749. Although with Yang Kai's current strength, he didn't put these people who had come to the ancient ruins this time in his eyes. With his soul-devouring insects, anyone below the Saint Realm was no match for him. However, because he wanted to use the strength of this group of people to explore the situation inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai had concealed himself and followed behind them. Now that he had a good grasp of the situation, Yang Kai planned to leave this group and act on his own. He was very curious about the source of the Yang attribute energy and wanted to find out what it was. And right now, there was an opportunity. Yang Kai felt that with Hai Wang-gu's temperament, he shouldn't care about his own life or death. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Hai Wang-gu slowly shook his head. "That won't do. How can I leave you here alone?" It seemed that because of Yang Kai's performance just now, Hai Wang-gu had become somewhat concerned about him, his face filled with concern as he turned to one of the Hai family cultivators and ordered, "Fourth brother, stay here and take care of him. When his injuries are stable, catch up." The cultivator who was ordered quickly nodded and stood beside Yang Kai, assuming a defensive posture. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, only able to say, "Many thanks for senior's kindness." Hai Wang-gu gently nodded, "Good, heal yourself as soon as possible, then catch up with fourth brother, we'll rest up ahead and wait for you." Saying so, he led the others forward. Yang Kai was helpless and could only pretend to circulate his secret art. The cultivator called fourth brother also remained silent, standing not far from Yang Kai like a wooden stake. After half an hour or so, Yang Kai stood up again. "How is it?" Fourth brother quickly asked. "It shouldn't be a problem." "Then let's catch up," fourth brother quickly said, his face filled with urgency. Following the tracks left behind by Hai Wang-gu along the way, after a stick of incense worth of time, the two of them caught up with the rest of the group. However, when Yang Kai saw the situation of the group, his expression couldn't help becoming solemn. Originally, there were about 20 people in the group, but now there were 6 or 7 missing. Furthermore, the remaining people had a look of lingering fear on their faces. While he pretended to be recuperating from his injuries, it was obvious that they had encountered some sort of danger. As for the 6 or 7 people who had disappeared, it was easy to guess what had happened to them. This ancient ruin was indeed not a safe place. Seeing Yang Kai and the cultivator called fourth brother return to the team, Hai Wang-gu just gently nodded, his expression ugly. He didn't say much. "What happened just now?" That fourth brother walked to the side of a cultivator from the Hai family and asked softly. There was still a look of fear on his face as he explained softly, "There seem to be many inexplicable restrictions here. I accidentally triggered one of them and several people died." The fourth brother's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. While they were talking, suddenly, a sharp howl came from afar. Hai Wanggu, who had been sitting in place, quickly opened his eyes and stared suspiciously in that direction, muttering softly, "Cheng family?" Saying so, he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Everyone, please come with me, there seems to be some movement over there." About 5 kilometers away from where Hai Wanggu and the others were resting, a large group of people had gathered, all of whom had heard the howl coming from this direction. Many cultivators had rushed over. These cultivators were led by the masters from the Seven Family Alliance. Wave after wave of cultivators arrived here. After arriving here, everyone stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably excited. In front of them, there was a huge transparent ball of light that was exuding shocking energy fluctuations. It was unknown what material this transparent ball of light was made of, but inferring from the energy fluctuations it was emitting, it was definitely a high-grade artifact. And it was completely intact. However, at this moment, in front of everyone, there was an invisible barrier that blocked everyone's path, making any cultivator who wanted to approach the ball of light unable to do so. One cultivator after another tried to approach it, but all of them were pushed back by a gentle force, none of them able to get within 500 meters of the light ball. When Hai Wanggu led Yang Kai and the others to this place, the scene was lively, with at least a few dozen people gathered. Looking at the light ball, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly paid attention to it. A familiar aura came from the crowd, and when he followed this aura, Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Over there, the saintess of 9 heavens holy land was smiling towards him with a strange expression on her face. Yang Kai turned his eyes away and pretended not to notice. This woman seemed to have some skill, not even a speck of dust on her body. Moreover, her beautiful eyes were brimming with excitement. She looked particularly happy. It seemed that this underwater adventure had allowed her to enjoy excitement and pleasure that she had never thought she would experience before. Silly girl. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. "Brother Cheng, what's the matter?" Hai Wanggu stepped forward and asked a second-order transcendent old man. The roar just now was from this old man. The Seven Family Alliance had been established on this nearby island for a long time and had a special method of communication with each other, so when he heard the other party's roar, Hai Wanggu knew he was calling for help. Many people had the same question as Hai Wanggu, so one by one, the transcendents gathered around Old Man Cheng and asked him questions. "Let's wait for everyone to gather first, then I'll explain," Old Man Cheng said. No one asked any more questions and simply waited quietly. As time passed, more and more teams joined in. Obviously, they were all people who were searching for treasures in the vicinity. More and more people gathered. Soon more than 100 people had gathered. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was coming, Old Man Cheng said, "That's it, probably no one else is coming." "Brother Cheng, can you explain why you called us here?" "Of course it's for that artifact." Old Man Cheng smiled faintly and pointed to the light sphere not far away. "The power of this artifact is unfathomable. I don't know what kind of effect it has, but when we tried to find it, we were blocked by an invisible barrier. I believe all of you saw this clearly just now." "With the strength of my Cheng family's team alone, we can't break through this barrier, so I want to ask all of you to work together to break through this barrier." Hai Wanggu's brow wrinkled for a moment before chuckling. "Brother Cheng, there is no problem in working together, but there is only one artifact. If we break through this barrier, who will obtain this artifact in the end? Everything can be discussed." Old Man Cheng didn't answer directly, instead pointing to the back of the light sphere and saying, "Behind that artifact is a palace. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a very important place for this ancient sect, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such an artifact to protect it. As long as we can break through this barrier and enter, what need do we have to worry about not finding anything good inside? Maybe there are even better secret treasures in there. In the end, this is just your guess." Hai Wanggu frowned. "But it is worth a try." Someone agreed with Old Man Cheng. Many masters quickly discussed this matter and after a short while, reached a consensus. Although Hai Wanggu had raised some doubts before, It was undeniable that this artifact was extremely attractive to him. After reaching a consensus, everyone quickly set about making arrangements. Each of these transcendent realm masters led a team of varying numbers, ranging from 10 to 20 people. Hai Wanggu returned to Yang Kai and the others and explained the decision he had just made. Everyone, we need to contribute our strength to see if we can break through this barrier. If we can, not only can we obtain this mysterious artifact, but we can also enter the palace behind it and search for it. There are many benefits to be had, so I ask all of you to do your best. Old Hai can rest assured, we will do our best to live up to your trust. Someone immediately shouted excitedly. Hai Wanggu nodded with satisfaction. A moment later, all the arrangements had been made. More than 100 people all stood not far from the invisible barrier, each of them holding their breaths as they secretly prepared. The old man surnamed Cheng stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please listen to my orders. This barrier's defense is a bit strange. It seems that we must use our greatest strength to break it in an instant. Otherwise, no matter how much we attack, it will remain unscathed." Everyone nodded. Old man Cheng swept his eyes around and slowly raised his hand, his expression dignified. Everyone present also condensed their yuan qi, ready to act at a moment's notice. Suddenly, old man Cheng's large hand swung down fiercely. The moment he waved his hand, the power of his colorful martial skills and artifacts burst out and struck forward. Hong long long. The entire ruin seemed to shake. Of the cultivator present, although there weren't many transcendents, less than 10, the rest were all cultivators at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7 stage or above. Even so, the number of cultivators present was not small, so the combined power of their attacks was earth-shattering, shocking everyone present. Countless energy beams bombarded the invisible barrier, causing ripples visible to the naked eye to spread out in the air. It was as though hundreds of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, causing halos to ripple out. The invisible barrier seemed to be extremely resilient, and after being hit by these attacks, it caved in a lot but remained undamaged. After everything had calmed down, everyone's expression became ugly. The attack just now had failed to break the barrier in front of them. Old man Cheng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and shouted, "Let's do it one more time. Please don't hold back. The sooner we break this barrier, the better it will be for everyone."